Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 5, Justice and Communities for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Catley and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of police and counterterrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To witnesses, welcome and thank you for making your time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And can we please begin with the first witness on my left, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, sir. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudson.
Thank you, sir. David William Hudson. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Commissioner Webb.
Thank you. Karen Webb, Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Thurtell.
Peter Thurtell, Deputy Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Deputy Commissioner Paul Pisano. There's a bottle of water in front of your name. I recognise you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms Meager?
Ms Marr, yeah, good morning, Chair. Kate Marr, Deputy Secretary, Community Engagement Group, Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1 with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we'll hear from the departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and with 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Excuse me, just before we start, I know it's a bit unorthodox, but is it possible, if there's any questions from the Hunter portfolio for the Deputy Secretary, to be asked those first? Is that permissible at all, Mr.
Minister, I don't have any control over that.
Okay, all right. It's just...
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I understand.
Yeah, if you can let Ms Marr go earlier.
I mean, obviously, if you have questions in relation to the Hunter,
Yeah, well, perhaps I ask you then if that's possible.
do them first, that's what you're saying.
So Kate's not here for the whole...
Yeah, no, we probably won't start with the Hunter, but I appreciate we will try and do what we can.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, let's just say good welcome. Good morning,
you.
everybody, so I'll keep doing that. Minister, when did you receive a bottle of the Commissioner's gin?
Not long after I became the Minister.
Do you know the date?
I wouldn't want to mislead the House, so not precisely the date.
Okay, but like 2, 3, 4 weeks, a month, 2 months? What do you
Again, I'm not precisely... I don't precisely know the time.
Okay. Do you know why you were given a bottle of the gin?
Well, I've received quite a lot of different types of merchandise, for the want of a better word, from the police, from various commands. I get coins. I've got other, I suppose, gifts that the police give as well, books as well, memorabilia. So I was given it, I assume, as any minister would have been.
Okay, so I think it's been quite widely publicised that the gin was really designed to be given to visiting dignitaries and charities, which, with respect, you didn't sort of fit any of those criteria. Did you ask any sort of questions of the Commissioner at the time when you received the gin? Was there a discussion about it?
No, I just received it with thanks.
Okay, so you didn't think it was a little odd a few weeks into a job to be given a gift like that?
Well, I think I've been on public record to say that, organisations, other departments do give corporate type gifts, so I didn't find it unusual.
And did you have any discussions, just so that we're clear, with the Commissioner about it at the time, or was it only really after there was media interest in recent weeks?
I put it on my shelf where it still sits with all of the rest of the merchandise and gifts and that I get from dignitaries from around the world and from the police themselves and
So
from other commands as well,
in
and
your
other
office,
states.
on a shelf, still sealed. Yeah. What are you going to do with it?
Leave it right where it is.
Okay. Thank you.
I do dust it though.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Can you tell me how many current New South Wales police officers have second jobs?
I would have to take that on notice. I do not know the
Do
answer to
you
that.
know?
And I'm not too sure actually if the police would keep a record of that either. As you know, they have to seek permission to have a second job.
Yes.
But I guess I would have to ask you, Commissioner. You want to take that on notice?
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, okay, so just to go to what you've just said then.
Yeah.
Obviously, they need to seek approval to get second jobs. Do you know what that process is?
Well, obviously, that's something that's an internal process within the police, and they have to seek approval to be able to, I suppose, to be able to demonstrate that they're able to do their job and also an additional job as well.
Okay.
So that would go through the HR department like it would with any government department.
Okay, so, and is it more about, to pick up what you just said, making sure they had time to do their police
Well,
job
you would need
effectively?
to ask Mr Smith those questions.
Okay. Minister, do you know if there'd be any examples of a second job or other work that would be knocked back due to any conflicts, whether they're actual or perceived?
Again, you would be best to ask Mr Smith that from Human Resources. They're Human Resources questions. They're not a matter for the Minister.
So, but you haven't never asked to be advised about what that process is? You're not
As I
across
said,
the
that is a
detail?
Human Resources matter,
Okay.
and it should be directed to Mr Smith in his role as in corporate.
Sure. In your view as Minister, would it be appropriate for a serving police officer to own and operate, say, a private corporate investigation company?
Well, again, I think that they're matters that the police themselves in corporate would have to consider.
Yeah, but I mean, with respect, you are the Minister. If you've got a serving police officer who might be doing an additional job as a second role that is potentially, could be in conflict with their role as a police officer, that's not something that would concern you?
Well, again, I think that there would be rules around that, and that's a matter for the police and for Human Resources.
Okay, so if that was occurring, you don't think that's something that you'd need to be aware of or concerned about? In your view, that's a matter for police?
Again,
and
I
not
think
your
that's a matter for
responsibility?
Human Resources.
What if, or what assurances or guarantees have you been given that police officers don't access any of their work resources to assist them with a second role?
Well, certainly in terms of the computer system, if that's what you're referring to. Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, it's just a general question.
Well, I think, can you be a bit more specific?
Well, with the example that I gave, if someone's running a private corporate investigation company, if they're potentially working in fraud but are giving advice around how to avoid fraud, I'm just wondering where that crossover would be, and where, as Minister, you think that line is in terms of appropriateness with using police resources or not accessing any of that work resources in their second job?
Well, I guess it depends if it's the knowledge that you have in your head. I mean, we all use the knowledge that we have from our experience and from our professional capacity, but using resources, if that's what you're referring to, then you know very well that that is not allowed.
Mm-hmm. Would Commissioner or any of the other deputies, is there any more information you can provide in terms of how that process would work if someone was doing a second job that could potentially conflict with their police work?
Certainly, I'll throw to Mr Smith in a moment, but there is an application process by which officers make application to undertake secondary employment. There is a form. The form requires the officer to identify firstly notify the type of work they wish to undertake, but it also asks them to identify any conflicts of interest, etc. And if there are potential conflicts of interest or is a high risk secondary employment, that needs to be reviewed by the command. So it goes through the chain of command to the command team. Ultimately, the holdings are kept online and subject to HR review. But there's certainly avenues to consider either approval or not, and then each year secondary employment needs to be renewed or discontinued, and that process is undertaken each time someone applies to do secondary
So who
employment.
would ultimately make the decision if, in the instance that I gave, a serving police officer was running their own sort of private investigation work separately? Where does that final decision make as to whether or not there's a conflict and if that's allowed?
It goes to the commander, but if there are areas where it's deemed a high risk, potential high risk secondary employment application, it goes to a region commander or assistant commissioner level.
Okay, and it is possible for the assistant commissioner or the person who makes that decision to say this isn't an appropriate second job and you're not able to do it. That exists. There's a mechanism for that.
Certainly, that's the
Okay.
purpose of it escalating to that level.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether you wanted to add anything else, Deputy Commissioner, but I'm quite content with that answer unless there was something you
Nothing
wanted
else
to
to
add.
add, thank you.
Okay, I'll just hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much. Minister, how many police officers are there in the New South Wales Police Force today?
Let me get that exact figure for you.
Meaning, what is the latest head count?
Yeah, 16,095.
Thank you. Minister, can you specify numbers for sworn and unsworn officers?
I'll have to take that on notice and give you that. I don't have it in front of me unless, Dean, have you got that number there?
Sworn.
These are sworn, the ones the number I gave you was sworn, so I don't have the unsworn numbers, but I'm happy to hand that to you.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, what is our authorised strength in New South Wales?
18,374.
Thank you. Minister, how many short are we of being at full authorised strength?
18,374 minus 16,095.
Thank you. Minister, when was that head count taken?
6th of August.
Thank you. Minister, how many of that number are on leave?
Sorry, can I just come back? I do have the administrative head count is 4,314.
4,300, sorry, and
14.
14 being the...
Administrative aspect,
So the
not
unsworn.
not authorised strength, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
And sorry, what was your question again?
How many of that number are on leave?
I'll give you that before the end of the session.
Okay. And how many are on stress leave?
My understanding is they're not necessarily in categories. It will just be on leave. So I'll give you the leave number when we're before the end of the break.
Mm-hmm. How many are on sick leave?
I can give you sick leave, yeah. But they're not categorised into the type of sick leave that they're on.
How many others are on paternity, maternity leave?
Oh, look, I might. I'll take these on notice, and I'll give you a full a list of those numbers of what can be provided from the police.
Mm-hmm. How many are on mental health leave?
Well, why don't you just give me the whole list now, and then I'll provide it all. So, what other lists do you have there? Mental health. What's next?
Can you provide us with numbers for the last 5 financial years separately?
We might go to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, would you be able to answer that?
We would have to, for the 5 financial years, we'd have to take that on notice for the categories of leave that you were speaking about.
Okay.
Yeah. So whether it's long-term sick and all those other classifications, in terms of annual leave, leave without pay, all other categories, if that's what you're talking about for 5 financial years.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, how many police are currently suspended and what are those circumstances?
I would have to ask Mr Smith, do you have those figures in front of you?
I do not, Minister. That would be a professional standards question. I'll have to
Okay.
take that on board.
Have you got those?
Minister.
Yeah, those don't.
We'll get
We'll get, yeah, again, we'll have to take that on notice.
Minister, do you agree with police officers that morale is at an all-time low?
Well, I'd be interested to know what police officer told you that.
Do you agree with police officers reporting
not been
morale
my-
to be at an all-time low?
That's not been my experience, to be quite honest with you. I have travelled the state quite extensively, and I'm very pleased to report to this committee that police officers enjoy their job. I mean, that you don't become a police officer for any other reason than you want to be a civil servant. It is an incredibly tough job. And I'm sure that, at times, like every employee in any organisation, you have your ups and your downs. But at the end of the day, people who are police officers do extraordinary work. Whilst everyone's running from danger, they are running to danger. And this notion that you've just presented to me, I think, is not accurate. I'm constantly impressed, in actual fact, with the fact that people get up after a 12-hour shift and do it all again.
Minister, has there been a survey conducted on staff in terms of morale or job satisfaction?
Well, across the public service, as you very well know, and if you don't, then you should, then there are surveys done across the public service in every department, which we take very seriously as a government, and as certainly as I know the previous government did. It's a very common practice across public service across this country, and certainly this state does that as well. And as I say, those surveys are conducted and then compared, and you can measure what you're doing well and you can correct what you're not doing well. And I think that
Thank
is
you, Minister.
very important.
Will the New South Wales Government release the People Matters survey responses that you speak highly of?
I think we need to be a little careful here, because you know very well that the information in that is currently under privilege.
Sorry, Minister. Will the New South Wales Government release the People Matters
It's in the
survey
privilege box, as I understand it. Is that
responses?
correct?
No, is this a general?
Survey's been released, that's not privileged at all.
Yeah.
It's on the public website.
Oh, there you go. You can read it on the website.
Do we know the results or the finding of the survey?
Well, you can read it on the website, apparently. So
But Minister,
Don't you know?
you talk of the, of your engagement in the police and how you reflect this. Do you know the results or the findings?
as I say, there's information in those surveys that are used to do things better, or to indeed find out what you do well already. And the summary of that, the police use that as a descriptor to go forward in how they operate their business.
As the Police Minister, this information wouldn't be of value to you?
I'm provided with information about the police from all of the different commands.
But as to the
regularly.
specific survey results, have you read them?
I have been provided, as I've just described to you, those things that the police do well and those things that we can do better, and that forms part of how.
So could you reflect on any of the results
that
that you've read or you've cited or you've been briefed on? Could reflect on any of those
I've
results?
just said to you, I have been provided, and it goes forward to help us.
What are the
look at
results saying?
I'm not going to repeat the results. I don't
It's
remember.
public information.
Well,
What are the results
I don't
saying?
remember
As the Police Minister, the police survey, it's critical, it's important.
I'm not going
What's
to.
it saying?
I'm not going to misinform the House by saying verbatim what it says in there, because I don't recollect word by word. What I'm telling you is, which is what every department does, is uses this information as assistance going forward as part of the whole organisation's capacity to, as I said, make things, do things better in those areas that they have been identified of not doing well?
Do the results or the survey show any areas of improvement?
Of course.
That we might be able to, do this better. We owe it to the
Of course, and that's why the domestic
So
violence...
what might some of those areas be?
Well, domestic violence is an area that we've absolutely, the police are doing an incredible amount of work in, for instance. Also in the mental health of police, like making sure that the individual police officers have wrap-around services. We've stood up the wellbeing command, for instance. All of these initiatives come out of...
Thank you, Minister.
Well, I'll just finish.
If I could
All
just
of these
redirect,
initiatives actually
my
come...
question was...
If I could just
specific
finish,
to-
please.
Point of order,
Point
Chair.
of order.
The point of order relates to the continual interruption of the Minister as she is mid-answer. We know and we've had advice from the clerks about the inability to redirect just because you may not like the answer that's being given mid-question. I'd ask you to remind the member of the procedural fairness resolution affording witnesses to be treated with courtesy at all times and allow the Minister to answer the question.
Please allow the Minister to answer the question before you ask the next one, if you can. And obviously there is no redirect, but you can ask other questions in a serial fashion. Please allow the Minister to answer if she wants to.
So all of these initiatives combine to make a better working place. Flexible working hours is another one that has also been identified in the survey. The recruitment and, burnout. And that is why the wellbeing unit has been set up, to look at all of those aspects. So I agree with you that they're really useful because you can find out exactly what you need to improve on and also what you're doing well, and that is very important for any organisation going forward, particularly one with such a large workforce.
But Minister, the wellbeing program wasn't under your government. That's been in place for some time.
The wellbeing unit's just been stood up, actually, Minister.
My understanding that there had been wellbeing programs in place. It's not new that you'd have police wellbeing programs.
Well, we've set up a wellbeing unit, a
Right.
specific unit with an assistant commissioner at the head of it. Yes, very, very new. Happy to take you through it if you'd like more information.
I just the inference of your answer was that wellbeing support was new, and
No, I wasn't saying that. No, the wellbeing unit.
Thank you for clarifying.
It's fantastic actually, and they're working with commands directly and ensuring that they wrap around people, particularly those, like as you very well know, who see extraordinary things on any given day, and making sure that they're being wrapped around and given the support that they need to keep doing their job. Because we know, it's no secret that retention's a problem, and we really want to focus on doing it, and that's why this particular special unit has been set up to try to address those issues that we know are common amongst our police, and we want to help them stay in their job.
Sure.
Minister, just focusing on retention and new police officers, how many attestation classes will we have in 2024?
In December we'll have been 5? 4.
4, and is that more or less than last year?
I think it's the same.
The same? And so...
hang on, sorry, is it...
Hold on, excuse me, hold on, I'm just asking Mr Smith.
So there was 5 attestation parades last year, 4 attestation parades this year.
Okay, so there's one less this year, so fewer recruits this year?
No, they're different numbers. It's not how it works.
Okay, all right.
There's
So
more
in
recruits
terms
this
of
year than
recruit
last year.
numbers, same or...
More recruits, Mr Smith just said, this year.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to the questioning from the crossbench. Mr Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Webb. I'm going to take you back 2 years and 1 day to the budget estimates hearing of 2022, held on the 31st of August 2022. To draw your attention to some answers that you gave. Do you want a copy for your own benefit?
Can we all have a copy, Chair?
Well,
if that's...
I only have one copy at the moment to suit the witness, but perhaps at some stage the Secretary can provide copies.
Maybe we should get copies if you're tabling them.
Oh, I'm not tabling it. I was just giving it to the Commissioner for assistance.
Yeah,
That's all.
Well, but that's a tabled document.
Well, if you want to
Chair.
table it, let's table it.
Then we all
Doesn't
need
have
to have a
to
copy of it.
Yeah, the witness
That's
doesn't need
effectively
If there's a
tabled
process of
document.
tendering
If
documents.
you do that. So can we get a copy of that document, please?
Right, well, while they're getting copies, let's proceed through it. Minister, I asked you some...
Just
Commissioner.
as a procedural point of order, it would benefit all members to have the table document in front of us before
Yeah, no, I'll uphold the point of order.
questioning is... Yeah.
Commissioner, can we get a copy of that off you, please?
Sure.
So we can take photocopies for the committee members.
Okay. Well, I'll move on to something else then, whilst we're waiting for that. Minister, you'd be well aware of your responsibilities under the Westminster system for being a minister,
Yes.
and that is what? In terms of ministerial responsibility.
Well, as Police Minister, certainly making sure that the police have the resources that they need to do their job and keep our streets safe in New South Wales.
Well, if I quote from the New South Wales Government website, under the term of ministers, ministers decide on policy and are accountable to Parliament for their decisions. One convention of the Westminster system is ministerial responsibilities, whereby ministers administer and bear responsibility for the actions of an agency within their control. Okay, taking that into account, and we'll just park that for the side at the moment. When I first raised the SO52 in the Legislative Council about 3 weeks ago, of which the gin was only just one component, it created a bit of a media furor, and you wrote to the Commissioner, didn't you, asking for clarification on the purchase of the gin?
Yes, I did.
What response did you get?
I got a response answering the question I asked.
Which
I
was?
don't have it before me, sorry.
Okay, no, this is not a trick.
No, I know
this
it's
is
not.
not a trick.
Which was...
The answer was, it was 50 bottles.
Correct. Oh, well, I, as I say, it was the response...
Well, that was the response, wasn't it?
Yes, I suppose.
50 bottles.
Yes.
I have it here, right?
Yep.
So it's 50 bottles for a total value of $4,250. And then also you asked, was there any other commissioners' purchases in the past? And then we had Fuller buying 60 bottles of red wine for a total of about 4,700. So everybody was happy that it was about the same expenditure. As Minister, were you concerned that the Commissioner in her answer wasn't full and frank and told you that it was in fact 100 bottles, which it was?
The Commissioner explained to me after the correspondence that there had been a further 50 bottles located in her office.
Did you think it was appropriate that the Commissioner of Police should inform the Minister also that there was a purchase of 200 bespoke, handmade, unique timber boxes to house that gin in?
Well, I didn't ask that question, to be fair, but however, the Commissioner has subsequently advised me of the boxes and also the further 50 bottles of gin.
Well, as Minister though, well, did she tell you there's been any other expenditure in relation to that gin?
Well, as you know, you have the correspondence in front of you. That's what I was advised of.
Okay. Well then, as Minister, who has ultimate responsibility for the portfolio, are you concerned that the Commissioner and her office did not give you full and frank information in relation to the purchase of the gin? Did she leave you exposed? Did she leave Cabinet exposed, and did she leave the Premier exposed? Now, I don't expect you to tell me what happened in Cabinet because that's Cabinet incompetence. But I'm having a guess. When this hit the media, there was a Cabinet meeting at some stage of that, and they would have said, Minister, what's going on in the cops? And you said, don't worry, I've been told it's only 50 bottles, nothing to see here.
The Commissioner described to me when she became aware of the further purchase of the other 50 bottles, she described that to me immediately.
And I was with the boxes and everything else?
All of the information that has been, that we have read publicly.
Some days later, though.
Yes.
I mean, I was aware of all that information before it even happened. How does the Commissioner not know? And how do you not know? Are you embarrassed by that?
No, I'm not. I'm not embarrassed whatsoever, thank you very much. I believe that the Commissioner gave me the information accurately and truthfully at the time of asking the question, and then subsequently provided further information to me when she became aware of it.
So it wasn't accurate and truthful at the beginning, though, was it?
To her knowledge, yes.
Do you know what's in her head?
Well, I don't believe that the Commissioner did anything but tell me the truth with the knowledge that
letter that
I
she
don't
sent you,
believe.
is that the truth?
I don't believe.
Point of order.
The Minister was about to answer what I think is a pretty important question in terms of the line of questioning, and she was interrupted. And given what it bears upon, I don't think a reasonable opportunity was given to answer it.
Mr. Roberts, can you...
I agree.
Okay.
I was out of line.
Thank you. I'll uphold the point
Please
of
answer.
order.
I don't believe that the minister, that the Commissioner did anything but tell me the truth with the information that she had at that point in time, and then subsequently updated that information as that information became available to her.
Okay. Do we have those documents back yet?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Right, let's go to Budget Estimates 2022 then, Commissioner. And I've highlighted certain parts of the transcript for your benefit. And it relates to my questioning of you in relation to the position of Constable Daniel Keneally at the time of the New South Wales Police Force. So page 54 of the transcript, you got that?
Good.
I think you've got a highlighted part too, haven't you?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to shorten it up because of our time. The question was, do you have confidence in Constable Keneally and his ability to perform the role as a police officer? We'll go to the highlighted part of your answer. You say he was originally suspended and now he's back in the workplace. That's something we'll have to review subject to what else happens. So you say he's suspended, now he's back. I ask another question. You go, certainly, like I said, the issue of him being suspended predates me. I welcome any resubmission of the report. Page 55, again in response to another question, you say, I said, I welcome an opportunity to review that matter. As I said, he's been reinstated in the workplace and I welcome from his chain of commander, etc., etc. Was Keneally ever suspended from the New South Wales Police Force?
I'll have to take that on notice. As you point out,
Well, hang on.
it's over a year or so, or 2 years ago, and I don't have it in front of me, and I'll have to take that on notice.
Well, to assist you then, let's go back into the documents I've given you.
Sure.
And you will see that there are some questions on notice, supplementary questions for written answers that I asked at the end. Do you have that?
Page
It
55?
will be page 2 of the document that you were handed.
Right.
I asked, when was Constable Keneally first suspended? Who suspended him? Why was he suspended? When was he reinstated? Who reinstated him? Why was he reinstated? And what's his current employment status? The answer we received from the New South Wales Police 21 days later was Constable Keneally was never suspended from the New South Wales Police Force and is current serving police officer within the New South Wales Police Force. So, Commissioner, your answers to this committee were false and misleading.
Not intentionally, sir, and that's why the record was corrected.
Well, the record was corrected. Let's go to the next page then, under the letterhead with the logo of the New South Wales Police Force off of the Commissioner there. We note questions 1 to 7 of the supplementary questions from the recent budget estimates hearing. In compiling information to provide a response, it has become apparent that the Commissioner inadvertently, 3 times, my emphasis, indicated during the hearing that Constable Keneally had been suspended. The Commissioner wishes to formally correct the record and acknowledge Constable Keneally was never suspended from the New South Wales Police Force. Commissioner, if I didn't ask those supplementary questions, the Hansard record of the Parliament of New South Wales would have it down as Constable Keneally being suspended and reinstated. Do you agree?
Thank you for clarifying it.
Well, no, I'm asking you a
I
question.
agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying thank you for
So
clarifying.
you misled. Your answers were misleading.
I said I didn't intend to mislead, and I've corrected the record.
But the answers were misleading. Now, I didn't say you intentionally did.
No, thank you.
Did these answers mislead?
Well, apparently they did, and that's why I
Well,
corrected
not
the
apparently.
record.
Clearly they did.
That's right. That's why the record was corrected, and thank you for raising it in subsequently questions.
So, I know as police officers you've got to be aware of a number of acts of Parliament. Are you aware of the Parliamentary Evidence Act?
I am, sir.
You know Section 13 of the Parliamentary Evidence Act?
Not off the top of my head, but if you want to provide
What's
it.
the penalty for giving false evidence? Okay? So, let's just put that on the record before we go much further today. That'll do me.
Thank you. Ms Fairman?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. I just wanted to go to the early drug diversion initiative. On the 10th of October last year, when the government announced it, it claimed that it's anticipated that this scheme will divert thousands of people away from our court system each year, including hundreds of First Nations people. In data obtained from by my office, it suggests that in the first 3 months, just 7.5% of people caught were diverted. What's the reason for that?
Look, it's still early stages. I think that's fair to say that the implementation it's new, and we will continue to monitor it. It is also worth noting,
Are you satisfied
though, that
with those figures?
Well, it's also worth noting that there have been issues 1,117 cannabis cautions since the commencement of EDI, which is for the purpose of the committee, the Early Drug Diversion Initiative. So to say that it's not, it is low. I agree with you that it is low, but you have to also factor in other things as well. I think that's important.
Let's talk to, let's not talk about cannabis then. What about ICE? Of course, this kind of came about really as a result of the inquiry into ICE, yet in those first 3 months, just 5% of people who were caught by police in this state with a personal quantity of ice on them, just 5% were given the option of paying a fine or, tragically, of getting health professional advice, health advice. So, or see a counsellor. 95% of people were still sent to courts. How is that in any way going with what the government said it would do, which is essentially help people and divert people away from the courts?
Well, as you know, there are quite a number of different factors that are taken into account when a decision is made by the police for the Early Drug Diversion Initiative. And for instance, it looks at their past police record, their past record of possession, their past how the quantity of drugs that they have, and all of those things are taken into consideration as well. So I think if we want to put this in context, I think just saying 5% and 95% is not putting it into context of the whole policy around the drug diversion. I think that it's fair to say.
So across the state, 1,247 people were sent to court. Just 60 were given the option of speaking to a drug counsellor. Just 60 of those people caught with ice. Do you think that, do you really think those 1,247 people should have been denied the right to be able to access a drug counsellor instead of being sent to court?
Well, I think that, again, we need to know the full set of circumstances around those more than 1,000 people that you've just referred to, because there are a whole lot of policy areas that are taken into account, or circumstances that are taken into account when the drug diversion scheme is issued.
Okay,
well, just let me finish, if you would, please. As I said to you, it started in Feb, so we've got now, in 12 months, we're going to be reviewing it. I will take all of your... I take this very seriously as well, quite frankly. I think that we genuinely want to divert people if that's possible. I don't think, for any reason that other than, and I know that you come from a really strong point on this, and I agree with you, we will look at it, and if there's some things that we can do better. But I think that it's...
When you say agree with me, what do you agree with me on, Minister?
Well, I agree that I want this to work. I want the program to work.
Just asking for clarification.
Point of order relates to the continual interruption by the member over the Minister. She continues. It's about the third time she's interrupted the member mid-reply. So.
Well, I actually thought it was going along reasonably well, so I don't hold the point of order.
I want it to work just like you do, and we will review it. And if you can work with us and help us, and I would welcome that very much. And I say that to you genuinely.
Thank you.
But I do think it's...
My time is so limited, Minister.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I've literally got another 5 minutes and that's it. I'm out of here. So similarly, in that same period, almost 30% of people who were caught with cocaine were offered the choice of paying a $400 fine or sent to a drug counsellor. So 30% of people caught with coke, just 5% of people caught with ice. Do you think something's going wrong here?
Well, as I say, and I think it's fair, we have to look at the circumstances around the individuals and what other factors played into that. And I think that that is a reasonable, thing for us to look at. We need to look at those generally. And if you have some ideas about, how we can do this better, as I say, my door is open to you, Kate, and I would welcome that.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, I'll take you up on that, because wouldn't you think, though, that those people caught with ice are probably more suitable for a call with a drug counsellor to get help, to get treatment, than being sent to court?
I would like everybody that takes drugs, let's just come from a simple proposition here. Drugs are illegal. So if people are taking drugs and we can get people into diversion programs that are taking drugs, then that's a good result, holus bolus. So I don't care what drug it is, quite frankly. I would like all drugs. If we're able to get people off drugs, then that's a good thing, particularly in regional New South Wales. I have to say that would be fantastic.
I did speak with the Broken Hill Local Area Command Superintendent a few months ago at a drug treatment roundtable. He didn't know about the Eddie scheme. His officers weren't enforcing it. He was surprised to find out about it when I told him about it, and he said he would look into it and then convey to his officers this scheme. Commissioner, does that seem to suggest that it's not coming from the top in terms of this leadership within the force to alert them to the fact that there is this scheme that the government is, in October last year, said would be in place this year to divert people away from the criminal justice system and towards help if they needed it?
Certainly we've communicated that and there's training available, but if we need to do more to inform commanders and their staff about the program, as has been said by the Minister, it's only been in place since 29th of February this year. So there's plenty of time for us within the 12 months to remind officers that the scheme is available and it's available to be used.
The figures suggest that they're not using it very much, though. The figures suggest that more work's needed.
Well, to the point the Minister makes, that there are criteria for the issuing of a criminal infringement notice when it can be used. If that individual doesn't meet that criteria, there may be other mechanisms. There are many times that we issue cautions and warnings to young people, particularly young people, when they use, it could be a transport or a rail infringement. They're not given an infringement. In fact, I can tell you the number of times that's used. So they're diverted many, many times.
Come back this afternoon. Minister, what have you been doing as a police minister to reduce the cost of what police are charging music festival organisers?
Well, we have been working with the Minister John Graham specifically in relation to festivals, and I want to thank Mr. Thurtell. He and I have been working very collaboratively with industry and with the Minister himself. The Minister and users, festival users as well, and health, and there's a committee of us that are working on this, and we have been looking at ways in which we can cut red tape, and I use that term, which comes from the other ministers of Minister Graham's office, to streamline processes when it comes to music festivals. But Mr. Thurtell,
are you committed to reducing costs for music festival organisers in terms of what the police charge?
I'm committed to making sure that music festivals are safe, and if that includes reducing costs, then that's great. But I think that it's in the best interests of all of us to ensure that music festivals are safe and that music festival goers are safe, that those people who are working there are safe, and we have a responsibility to do that. And if by having a safe environment to work in and for music festivals to play in, we can reduce the costs. Then
Thank you. I've got 10 seconds left. You
are
aware
that is also a good thing
of other jurisdictions which have the same music festival, the same number of patrons, yet what police charge, for example, in Victoria and Queensland, can be 12 times less than what is charged in New South Wales, and the deaths do not occur as much as they occur in New South Wales at those music festivals comparatively. So it's not about keeping festivals safe. Would you agree? Patrons safe.
It is the responsibility of the police to be part of the whole process in supporting a music festival, and the safety component of that rests with the police. And I believe that the police do a good job, and I believe that they are absolutely critically important in that process. And as I say, if it means that there are some cost savings, then that's terrific. But at the end of the day, safety and making sure that people are in a safe environment is the imperative.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the opposition.
Morning, Minister. Can I take you to budget paper number 2, and at page 4.1 we see the agency expense summary, and I'm just wondering why, after accounting for inflation, when we look at the New South Wales Police Force, we see on the expense summary a cut of almost 6%. When Boxar figures are showing us a 15% increase in violent crime over the past 2 years, why are we cutting funding for police?
Well, I'll just take you through what you are suggesting, which is completely inadequate. The New South Wales Police Force 23-24 original expense budget was $5,057 billion. In 24-25, the expense budget, excluding depreciation, as you said, is $5.254 billion. This is actually,
which is less.
This is actually an increase of $197 million.
So the figures in your budget, Minister, don't support that.
I want to be very clear, and I want to take you through this because this is not accurate, and it is mischievous to suggest that the police budget has been reduced. I'd like to take you through it.
A really clear question was put, which was obviously highly contentious in terms of the word cut. In those circumstances, the minister should be allowed, I would have thought, a reasonable time to answer that. If you put a contentious question that has argument in it, you can expect a response, and you shouldn't cut someone off.
To that point of order, I'm simply seeking a clarification whether the minister is saying that the figures in her budget are inaccurate.
Sure, but the minister is attempting to answer the question, and she should be allowed to.
I'll partially uphold the point of order. The minister is entitled to answer. But you're entitled to ask another question. Please just let her finish the first before you start the second one. Thank you.
Thank you. For the benefit of the committee, this question has been asked to me in questions in writing a number of times, including from the Shadow Minister. So I have the answer very clearly here, which absolutely does not support the premise of your question. So the New South Wales Police in 23-24 revised expense budget, excluding depreciation, was $5.39 billion. This includes, and this is the part that you are not factoring in, this includes a one-off back payment of $240.244 million to iCare for workers' compensation as premiums were lower than actual claims. So although the comparison appears to reflect a decrease of $137 million, in actual fact, it was the compensation back payment that you need to exclude from that amount. Now that payment to for the workers' compensation has been going up exponentially under the previous government year on year on year. So it's a bit rich to come in here and to say that we've cut the budget, which is inaccurate, and I would actually like that removed because it is inaccurate and untrue.
Minister, can I just ask a question about the $5.39 billion? Do you get that by subtracting the CapEx figure from the OPEX figure? Because that's the only way I see the 5.39 on these figures. And if we're focusing on OPEX, which is what we really need to be doing for whether police have enough money to pay the bills and operate appropriately, then your own budget shows a cut of, adjusted for inflation, 6%.
It is not a cut to the budget at all, and in actual fact, it is a higher amount this year than it was the previous year when you take into factors that were unforeseen, if you like. However, they weren't so unforeseen because we know that we've seen the PBRI costs increase year on year on year on year, and that'd be something you might want to investigate because it's extraordinary the amount of money it was costing the New South Wales Police. We've been able to fix that that. It's taken a lot of hard work, a lot of courage, and I thank the Police Association for their ongoing advocacy for this. They're the ones who have been driving it, which is fantastic on their behalf. But no, the budget has not been cut. I do not accept the premise. You and your colleagues continue to assert that, and you are wrong.
Minister, we assert that because we use the figures from your budget, the budget that is provided to the people of New South Wales so we can understand the spending.
And
I would draw that to your attention, to the attention of the Treasurer.
And I would draw you back to the explanation that has been given, which is very simple, very accurate, and needs to be accepted.
And can I also then perhaps ask you what is meant by other operating expenses, and why have they been cut by 28%? What is being cut in other operating expenses?
Nothing's been cut at all. I would need the budget.
28% down, something's been cut.
Well, there has been no cuts whatsoever. And I think that, you know, your interpretation of these things, I've made it very clear to you that the budget this year that you have before you is higher than it was the previous year. You choose certain, you know, convenient facts to come in here and try to get the gotcha moment. The budget's more. It's as simple as that. There is no cut.
Minister, we are not interested in gotcha moments. We are interested in whether the police have adequate resourcing to keep the people of New South Wales safe. Your budget figures, published for transparency, show a 28% cut to other operating expenses. You say to us now, nothing has been cut. This is magic pudding accounting, Minister.
What's in other
Clearly
operating
not a question,
expenses?
and we've got another interruption occurring, but it's clearly not a question, it's some form of speech, and this is a process of questioning.
No, I don't uphold the point of order. There is a question there somewhere. It'll turn up.
What's other operating expenses?
I'll tell you what. We know that we inherited the
sorry,
numbers.
Minister,
No. This is important because this is part of.
Point of order. The Minister is not responding to a question. The question by my colleague was what is meant by other operating expenses.
That's a question. I asked the question.
She's being directly relevant.
No,
she's clearly not.
Talking about the previous government doesn't answer your budget papers.
Order. We don't need any arguing across the chamber, thanks. The Minister, I think, is trying to answer a question. I'm not sure which one she's trying to answer because there's two running at the same time.
That's my fault. I'm jumping in.
So,
I just want to know, the budget papers say other operating expenses. What does that mean?
Well, I'll refer to Mr Smith in a minute.
So you don't know, Minister?
What I want to say is that we have we've just had the numbers of authorised strength and how many we're down. That is a problem that we inherited. We know that there are...
Point of order.
Point of order.
This is not an answer to a question that's been asked. It doesn't relate to...
Well, it relates to the police budget. Yeah, it does.
Susan,
Sorry,
Susan,
yes,
that's
it
no
does.
point of order. The Minister can answer or not in her own fashion.
Yeah, Mr Smith?
In terms of the ERE versus other operating, so employee-related expenses, the salary-related expenses and items like that, other operating expenses that we look at really focus around other areas like the insurance products. It relates to operations and other things that come into play. You're talking about leases, other aspects of the business. So about 86% of our budget relates to ERE, and the rest makes up of other operating expenses, which is the way we go about our business to fund.
So your insurance and lease costs are 28% down this year?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of what that question is.
Okay, because there's a 28% cut in other operating expenses, and it's an unusual, as the Minister has just indicated, it's an unusual insurance premium in this environment that's going down by 28%. So if you could take it on notice, what has been cut, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, why haven't you completed the new award for the police?
That is still being negotiated.
Wasn't it due on the 1st of July?
Well, I'll take you back to some fundamentals about negotiations, like I did last time. I will take you back to some fundamentals.
Chair, I asked a very direct question. Wasn't it due on the 1st of July? It's a time question. It either was or it wasn't.
To the point of
order. So when you negotiate, this is what you don't understand.
I do understand.
There's a point of
order. That's not
order.
what I asked you. I don't need to listen.
Well, To the point of order.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, and I think you may guess what this is. The Minister is being directly relevant in her reply. She may not be answering in the way that the
I don't think the Minister had a chance to get to relevance,
No,
but
correct.
before she was interrupted. So would you like to try to be relevant, Minister, please?
I will be very relevant, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, as this Parliament knows, and as the people of New South Wales know, we have introduced negotiation and bargaining for awards and conditions of public sector workers in this state. As part of that, those negotiations continue until both sides agree. And can I say, the negotiations that I am having with the New South Wales Police, the Police Association and the government have been respectful, they are very productive, and we are working very, very well to make sure that the pay and conditions of the New South Wales going forward are contemporary, and we're certainly moving away, as you know, from the capped wage structure, which has been applauded by certainly the police in New South Wales, and we're working very cooperatively. Now,
thanks,
you
Minister.
put a
Can you tell me what
I'm still
percentage-
answering, you put a definitive date on it.
Yeah, well, you didn't
Now,
answer
I've
that.
been part of negotiations most of my working life as a Commonwealth public servant, and even if the date is the 1st of July that the previous award finishes, there are clauses in there that actually allow that award to continue until a new award is signed. So, and that's exactly what will happen.
Okay,
and
thanks.
we are going
So-
through that process, as I say, in a very respectful, and I suspect it will be successful.
Okay, great. Can you tell me what percentage pay rise the police are seeking?
No, I cannot. That is a conversation that is happening between the
Right.
negotiating parties. Are you a police
Well,
officer?
how much? Well, I'm clearly not a police officer.
Well, I'm
Minister.
just,
You don't
well,
need
if
to-
you are, then you
don't-
can ask
well,
the association.
it's
They
not-
might share it with
It
you.
is not
No, they'd be
an
in the
unreasonable
anyway.
question to ask. You just said that you're negotiating and it's all happening in good faith. It's not an unreasonable question to ask. How much have you offered as a government?
Well, as you know, there is a floor amount that has been offered, and negotiation beyond that is exactly what happens. We negotiate
Okay,
beyond
so
the floor
the floor
amount that's
amount that
been
you've
offered.
offered?
Well,
What's that?
it's a common floor amount across the public sector. I would have thought you would know that.
I thought you'd know as the
I
minister.
do. It's
Or can you-
10.5.
Thank you. Over what period of time?
3 years.
Right. And so how much is in the budget for the pay rise? Is it just 10.5 over 3 years? Is that all you've budgeted for?
I'm not going to divulge anything further from that. They are negotiations that are happening
Well,
between the three parties.
With respect, it's not, I'm not asking you to. You've just said there's the 10.5 over 3 years. So the budget papers, that's all that's been budgeted for, isn't it, Minister?
As I said to you, negotiations are about bringing in productivity measures,
Right.
which also have to be accounted for financially and then factored into the negotiation. These are the things that you do not, as a party, do not understand
Minister,
or
I don't
accept.
need you to
Negotiations,
explain to me
it's not just about the budget
negotiations.
line.
If you're going to negotiate
Mitchell,
more,
but it's not just
you're going to
about
have
the
to
budget.
pay for
You
it. So
can
we
look
want to
at-
understand how you're going to pay above
Well,
10.5%.
you need to understand
Order,
that
order.
productivity
I don't need you to
measures can
explain
be...
to me,
Order,
Minister.
order.
I'm quite adept at that.
Order. Point of order has been taken.
Clearly, the minister is trying to answer the question, which is in relation to
I did make a nice
budget
change.
terms. She's been interrupted about 3 times, and I'd raise that.
Yeah, I'll uphold the
Issue
point of order.
courtesy.
Let the Minister answer the question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. As I said, there are so many factors that are taken into account when you go through award and work condition negotiations. And
Aware of that.
And it can be leave conditions, it can be rostering, with police, it can be rostering, it can be pay level scales, it can be annual leave, it can be so many factors, and it's complex, but it makes the work environment a better environment for those people working in it, and it also, obviously, in this situation, they will have a pay rise that's certainly above the cap that they had to endure for the last 12 years.
Will you be looking to make New South Wales Police the highest paid in the country?
I will continue to negotiate very cooperatively, very respectfully with the Police Association, with the police on
But you
behalf
won't
of
tell
the
us
government.
today
if you've got any extra money in the budget to pay for it, even though clearly the budget papers show you don't, you won't tell us what efficiencies you're looking at, and you can't give us a time frame of when that'll all be finalised.
As I said to you, those negotiations are going ahead, and I'm very, very happy with where they are at.
Will you be looking at a new pay structure to have a difference between commissioned and non-commissioned officers?
I will continue to have those conversations and those negotiations with the Police Association, with the police, and on behalf of the government.
Do you expect to have the deal or the award finalised before the end of the year? Is there any time frame you can give the people of New South Wales and serving police officers in terms of time frame?
I certainly hope that it's before the end of the year. But one thing I should advise you, and the New South Wales Police know this, the Premier has said, obviously, the current agreement will continue. However, back payment will begin from the 1st of July.
Thank you. I'll just hand over to my colleague.
Okay. Minister, I just want to ask you some questions now in your capacity as the Minister for Counterterrorism. And I understand, and there has been extensive press reporting about police expressing concerns about security risks posed by refugees coming to Australia on tourist visas. Have these concerns been shared with you?
From whom?
From police officers who have concerns about the terrorist risk posed by refugees coming lightly vetted or unvetted on tourist visas.
Police have not suggested to me that they are concerned, but Mr Hudson, is that your understanding?
I think our position...
Perhaps, Mr Hudson, if it's all right, I can come to you in the afternoon, but I'm interested to know what the Minister knows. Have you sought
you asked me if police, and Mr Hudson would know that more so. I think it is worthwhile you contributing, Mr
Minister,
Hudson.
I'm really interested in what you know, and have you sought advice proactively about this issue?
Police, just so you're very clear on this, police, and certainly Mr Hudson in his role, work with all of the federal agencies regularly. In fact, you can ask Mr Hudson this later today, but he chairs a number of committees and organisations on a federal basis, and they share information all the time. Mr Hudson...
Minister, is that shared with you in your capacity as Minister for Counterterrorism?
Mr Hudson and I I'm regularly updated by Mr Hudson in relation to this, and he will be able to share that information with you later today, and what he will share with you I already know.
And do you have concerns about community safety if there are people coming to Australia who may have active terrorist links?
Well, the police in New South Wales will police as they do now, regardless of
Minister,
what the landscape
I share
is.
your confidence in the police. Do you have concerns?
Point of order.
The Minister was about a sentence into that answer. I would have thought it's a pretty important issue. She should be allowed a reasonable opportunity to answer questions.
Yeah, I'll uphold the point of order.
I have full confidence that the New South Wales Police will continue to deal with any matter that is before them as they have. Like, there has not been a year that I can think of where the police have been so exceptional, particularly in the counter-terrorism space. Like, we have had to deal with some very big matters, as you well know, and issues. And again, the New South Wales Police, along with our federal counterparts, have done an exemplary job, and I have full confidence that they will continue to do that. If a matter arises, they will approach that matter as they do always. They will do it professionally, they will do it expertly, and they will make sure that the safety of the community of New South Wales is at the heart of everything they do.
Minister, I share your confidence about the police, but as Minister for Counterterrorism, are you interested in ensuring that risks are dealt with before they come to New South Wales, so we are not putting additional burdens on our police force?
If there are these issues and there are risks, then New South Wales will be advised of that through Mr Hudson.
So you don't believe that there are any risks of...
Please don't put words in my mouth.
Excuse me, Minister, what I heard you say was if there are any risks. So do you believe...
Well, I haven't been advised of any, which I started off that question, remember?
Okay, so do you believe that if an applicant for a tourist visa supports Hamas or has a history of supporting Hamas, that they could pose a security or terrorist risk or just a community safety risk to the people of New South Wales?
If this is the case, then as I said to you, the federal agency will advise
point
Mr.
of order. I'm asking the Minister a direct question. Do you believe...
You're asking me my opinion.
Further to the point.
Yes. I'm the minister. You're asking me my opinion. I'm telling you as the minister.
Minister, order.
Further to the point of order. So this was a question about a visa applicant. Now, I accept there is possibly an indirect link to New South Wales, but in circumstances where it's about a visa applicant offshore, I would have thought the minister's entitled to more than a sentence to explain the structures of government and how they're interacting in her information.
We don't need the explanation.
She's interrupted a sentence. Yeah.
I hear the point of order, but the ministers can answer with one sentence or a number of sentences, as far as I'm concerned anyway. So there's more questioning to come. Please allow the answer in full before the next question.
Thank you.
Are you taking any steps to protect New South Wales from a terrorist risk posed by people on tourist visas who haven't been vetted?
Mr. Hudson is in... Are they weekly, your meetings, by the way? Regular, anyway, very, very regular. Is in regular contact with our federal counterparts exactly in relation to this. We have the counterterrorism expert globally sitting here at the table. Mr. Hudson is advised of any risks, any heightened risks, and he shares that information with me as that comes about.
Sorry. And then you. Okay. We're ready to go, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on the 13th of August, it was reported by Australian Associated Press that at a press conference announcing the inaugural emergency services fixture to be held by the NRL in September, Commissioner Webb stated that she's in conversation with you about introducing an up-to-date electronic system to track police equipment. Commissioner Webb is quoted saying, "We're currently operating in an antiquated paper-based spreadsheet system." And seeing that you, at a previous estimates hearing, have said the last thing we need in New South Wales is antiquated systems, can you tell the committee something about this antiquated paper database that's being used?
Okay, yes, I can. From what I understand. So in 2022, I understand there was an audit. We're referring to this, right?
Well, I'm referring to what the Commissioner said at the press conference, saying we need... I'm assuming it's in relation to VES. I don't really care. It just says we're currently operating an antiquated paper-based spreadsheet system.
Well, it needs context. What are we talking about?
Okay, well, let's assume it's the best then. Let's assume that. This is not a trick.
Well, we can't assume.
Okay, it's the best. Let's say it's the best.
Okay. I think it's important that we know what we're talking about.
Well, I wasn't at the press conference, so I don't know what the Commissioner was relating to, but I'm assuming it's the best. Let's assume that.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to get to tell you what my knowledge of that is that there was, up until then, a paper-based system in relation to the allocation of VES, and an audit was undertaken. It was completed in 23, in the early stages, the early part of 23, February or March, as I think that's correct, and a new system was then put in place in October 2023, which is now digitised, which is the allocation of those vests from that point in time. And I think that is exactly what we should be doing with all appointments in actual fact. In fact, at one of my visits to the armoury with the new tasers that are being used, they are all digitally allocated for as well, which of course we would expect. And I think that is the expectation of the community in today's age, that there is a digitised account, record, keeping of appointments.
Yep, okay. And I don't expect you to know, this is not a trick question, but I'm going to ask you, do you know what a P359 is?
I have heard that, actually.
I think you have, because
yes,
in answer to a question
yes,
from Sue Higginson,
yes.
question on notice number 1913,
yes.
you answered in relation to the P359.
I have
You know
none
what
of
it
those.
is? And again, this is not a trick, right? Do you know what it is or not?
Just describe to me again. I do.
It's an
hear a lot of-
electronic recording of arms and appointments.
Yes.
We already have had an electronic recording of arms and appointments,
Oh, except
including
I
vests.
don't. Well, may I answer? I don't think that vests were considered part of the armoury though until recent time. This is my understanding. So you're
That's your
right.
evidence?
That's my understanding is I'd need to have a look at, I don't recall the date of when they became part of the armoury, but I understand that that has been in more recent times.
But there's been a provision for some time on the P359 for the recording of vest serial numbers and plate numbers, etc., etc. So we don't really operate on an antiquated paper-based spreadsheet system at all, do we?
No, we don't now, no.
No, but back then even. So the Commissioner's talking on the, when you said not now, she's talking only on the 13th of August. She says, we are currently operating in an antiquated paper-based spreadsheet system.
Well,
the P359's existed for some time.
Well, as I say, as of today, as I understand it, we're certainly not, and I'm very pleased about that. We should be using much more modern systems right across the police force.
Well, we have been for some time though.
Well, that's not my understanding. Well, it is for certainly.
All right, well, let's move on then, because I've only got a short period of time. Do you have confidence in the Commissioner of Police?
I do have confidence in the Commissioner for Police.
Okay, I'm going to run you through a few things. You've just heard here this morning how she gave false evidence to this committee in 2022. We know that she told you and the government that there was only 50 bottles of gin purchased. We know that she told the public that via her radio interview with Chris O'Keefe. One would expect that a Commissioner of Police giving answers to the public would be full, frank, honest and truthful, dependable and reliable. Let's put that aside for a second. The New South Wales Police Force is about 2,500 under strength at the moment, and we have an inordinate number up on sick leave. The crime stats are through the roof. I'll give you a couple. As of March 24, this is from Boxer, murder up 28% in the 12 months, DV-related assault up 5%, non-DV related assault up 6%, break and enter up 12%, motor vehicle theft up 11%, steal from retail store up 11%, other theft up 7%, breach of AVO 7%. I could continue.
Point of order. I think that this is a question that, if it is a question that's so long, it ceased to become a question. How is anyone supposed to remember the string of things that are being put? It's really just a speech, I would suggest, not a question.
To the point of order, Chair. The Minister is allowed to answer in any way she sees fit, as long as it's relevant. My question may well be long. This is the lead up to the question. There is a definite question coming. I'm setting the scene. I'm entitled to ask the question how I wish to answer it. The Minister's entitled to answer as she wishes to answer it.
It's just impossible to remember at some point.
Well, you don't. I'm not going to ask her to quote the figures back.
I don't think we're going to make judgments about the Minister's ability to remember what she's being
Exactly.
told.
I was talking about my ability to remember.
Well,
You don't have.
with respect, you're not the one being questioned here.
It's not your problem.
I think it's
Right,
an
and by the
ordinary
way,
person
Chair,
test, isn't it?
the clock's ticking down, so let's keep going. So we got motor vehicle fatalities up inordinate compared to what they've been in the past. We've got an inability to retain police. We've got an inability to recruit sufficient numbers to replace them. The 2023 People Matter survey that you tried to hide behind that was privileged is not. We're not talking about from a particular unit. We're talking about the New South Wales Police in general. Only 39% of the respondents would recommend the New South Wales Police Force as a great place to work, down 7% from the previous year and 24% lower than the rest of the public service. 38% believe senior leadership is poor. That's 14% higher than any other sector. Only 25% believe the New South Wales Police Force makes fair recruitment decisions, 20% lower than the wider sector. I can continue on, but I don't want to confuse you with a long question. Rural and regional crime is out of control and we don't have the ability to recruit cops of the bush. Youth crime in rural areas is a major concern for everybody. There's a massive increase in knife crime, we all know this. $36 million in taxpayer money.
It's essentially the same point as order as before, which is this is not a question. This is some.
This is a question.
I think, to the point of order, I think you're getting to the question now.
I'm nearly there. If I wasn't interrupted, we'd have been done.
Please.
$36 million paid out in taxpayer money for civil litigation and damages last year on behalf of the New South Wales Police Force. You say you have confidence in the New South Wales Police Commissioner. What KPIs bearing in mind everything we've just been through, misleading the public, a force that's in a disaster state, what KPIs are you measuring the Commissioner's performance on?
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Sure, no problem at all. Let's go.
It's a reasonable request.
Yeah, sure, let's do it all over again.
Yeah.
The New South Wales Police Force is 2,500 understaffed. You're just giving the media more chance to record all this. We have an inordinate amount up on sick leave. We've got crime stats, murder up 28%, DV up 5%, non-DV up 6%, break and enter up 12%, motor vehicle theft up 11%, steal from retail store up 11%, other theft up 7%, breach the OVO up 7%. We've got motor vehicle fatalities worse than they've ever been in some years. We've got inability to retain police. We've got inability to recruit sufficient numbers to replace them. We went through the People Matter surveys that say that morale is at an all-time low, which goes back to what Ms Merton asked you before. Regional and rural crime is out of control. We have the inability to recruit cops to go to the bush at the moment. Youth crime in rural areas is a major concern. We've got an increase in knife crime, 36 million paid out for various civil litigation and damages in the last 12 months. What's your KPIs for saying the Commissioner's doing a good job?
I concentrate on the areas where I know that we need to be really focused on recruitment and retention, and I believe that we have put some really good initiatives in place there. The paying of the recruits has seen a 50% increase in applications.
My idea, by the way.
The payment of recruits has seen a 50% increase in applications to the academy, which is a positive thing. I'm not and never have hidden away from the fact that we have a problem with retention. I honestly believe that the wages cap had a significant impact on that. The police's income were essentially going backwards. So I concentrate on the things that I think will get us more boots on the ground to address a lot of the issues that you said, particularly in regional areas. But we also have the regional programs in place as well, encouraging police to go there and to stay there.
Okay. Ms Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
And Commissioner and all Deputy Commissioners. Good morning. I'm racing in between two things, so excuse my comings and goings. Minister, at budget estimates in February, you stated that the New South Wales Police review of police responses to mental health crisis, the mental health crisis, would be made available to the public in coming weeks. As far as I'm aware, we haven't seen anything. What's happening?
Well, we're still preparing. It's a big body of work, so we're still preparing that document. But that doesn't mean we're not doing anything. And I think that that's important that I update the committee on what's happening there. So the Commissioner can talk more to this because she is on we've got a senior steering committee, and the Commissioner is on that, as well as the Deputy, as well as the Secretary of Health and other mental health. Murray Watt's there, and other senior people are on that as well. The Commissioner can take you through where they're up to. They have already met 4 times, and they are looking at those initiatives that we can put in place quickly to address issues in relation to first responders to people with a mental health. They are, just to give you an overview, they are in the throes of bringing together and close to a memorandum of understanding with police and with health. That's critically important. That, of course, as you well know, is long-standing, but it will now include that first response as well, like the first responder to mental health. Did you want to add anything further to that, Commissioner?
Can I just ask if that's okay?
Yes, of course.
Are we moving towards what many experts are asking for, and that is that first responders will not be necessarily the uniformed police with the weapons and so on, that we will have health responding and a proper co-design approach? Is that what we can expect?
Ms Higginson, as you well know, I support that. You know, it can be the case if someone in a blue uniform arrives, it can escalate instead of de-escalate. I think we're all in agreement with that, and we are looking at the best response. And I don't want to preempt what that resolution is going to be with the steering committee's work that they're doing, but we're certainly wanting the best response for people with a mental health. And if that is that it's a health response supported by a police response, or sometimes a police response supported by a health response.
Thank you. Can I ask then, what is the timeline? What are we looking at? What is the reporting date? When will we see actual change? And change that people can expect to see a difference on the ground?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, but are you reporting back by the end of the year? Is the steering committee reporting back by the end of the year?
Yes. Yes, we are. And we certainly have done the review. We led the review. It has gone to our partner agency at Health, who are working with us, as has been described by the Minister. Health, who own mental health, of course, will consider some other options, and no doubt that will become part of our discussion with them. But we're certainly working through our standing up a command dedicated to mental health and how we might staff that and respond, train the police, etc. So that's started. That work has already started in response to the review that we did.
And so with that, when you say by the end of the year, what will we see? Will we see a document? Will we see you stand up and explain it all? What will people see, particularly those people working with people with mental health issues at the moment?
What's the committee going to be doing?
Well, I'm hoping that I work with the Secretary of Health, and there's a subcommittee that Mr Hudson works on.
But
with.
what's your plan, Commissioner?
Well,
like, what is the intention?
What I would like
say
is,
on the 1st of December, we're going to...
Well, I can't say that. This, what I want to do and what we agree on might be different things. But ultimately, what we need to do is remove police from attending to mental health concerns where there are no immediate risks to safety for people. That's where I would like to take it.
And at the moment in this committee, is that the kind of, does it appear that's the agreement? Is that where we're heading? I'm just trying to understand what you know, where we are. As I said, it was February, and last year I know Deputy Commissioner Hudson said people are heading off to the UK, people are having a look at things. We just want to know, and we don't want this to go for another year. We don't want the next person experiencing a psychosis, police turn up, and then somebody's dead. We want to know what's changed and when we can know that.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely a fair question. There is, as I've said to you already, 4 meetings have occurred. There's another one scheduled, I think, for next week. Is that correct, Ms Hudson? You're going to one next week. There is progression on this, and we are working towards what we see as the best response, emergency response for people with a mental health. And as you well know, it's 60,000 calls are mental health calls. Mostly of those, and I don't have the figure in front of me, but I know that I have said it to you before when we've discussed this matter, are not in a dangerous setting. So obviously, police will continue to provide, that safety mechanism. If the community or indeed the person themselves are at risk, the police will continue to be there. But it often is the case that it will be better suited, that it's a health response, as we've discussed in the past. And that, I think, is universally accepted from our colleagues as well. So
do you expect, Minister, by December the 1st, we said the end of the year, we kind of, by December the 1st, will you have something to announce that is a change in the way our communities operate right now, in terms of if a phone call is made, there's a person in distress, somebody makes a phone call, will there be a difference to right now the only call somebody can make is to 000 and the police rock up?
Well, I know that the committee are also looking at other jurisdictions, like Victoria do things, do some things, Queensland do some things. It is part of the answer, I promise.
I know. What I'm saying is I really know there is really good intentions here. I'm honestly not trying to undermine the goodness of the answers you're giving. I just want to know something. I just want to know.
I can't give you a date exactly, but I hope that we're in a position to be able to provide more information to you and to the community on what the government's response will be in relation to dealing with people with a mental health issue who need support.
And that will be this year?
Well, the committee are supposed to come back this year. They're working very hard to achieve that.
So can I just ask this then? So is it something, Minister, that you expect you would need to take to Cabinet? Or is this something, like I just think we're just trying to understand what we can expect. What is the process?
Well, there's other ministers involved in this, and yes, it would be something that we would, I believe, would have to take to Cabinet. Obviously, the Health Minister and the Minister for Mental Health, we're all involved in this process.
Minister, can I ask you, please, to take on notice that you will provide this committee with a really clear outline of what the steps are and what your government is going to do to address this issue that you are looking into, and give us an idea of what we can plan for, what we can expect.
I can't speak on behalf of my colleagues. What I can tell you is
Well, could you speak to your colleagues and then come back?
I will be able to provide to you police's response for police as the police minister, but I'm not going to speak on behalf of my colleagues. The committee has been set up. It's co-chaired, as I said to you, by the Commissioner and the Secretary of Health.
Thank you, Minister. I'm running out of time. Can I just ask you, why did the police challenge and take to court the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission and their ability to access the information they needed to access to undertake the oversight that they are empowered to do in relation to the critical incidences that were subject to the proceedings? And where does that come from? What kind of impunity is it that you would challenge the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission from doing their job?
So my understanding is that it wasn't not providing the information entirely, it was not wanting the information published. And therefore, because that would have compromised police's operations. So I think it's important.
The proceedings.
Look, can I just finish? Can I just finish,
yeah,
please?
but with respect, that's not what happened in the proceedings. The proceedings were, and it was argued by police in the court in New South Wales, that the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission can't have the documents that they asked for. You made a claim of public interest immunity, and you said to the LEC, you can't have the documents you want, and you can't have access to the things you want. That's not just about publishing that or making public. That is denying the LEC the capacity to do its job. Why did the police think that was okay?
Well, I was actually going to start at the beginning, which is where I wanted to start. But anyway, I think it's important to note that a memorandum of understanding has now been signed between the LEC and the police.
Because the police lost in court. That you lost. Why would you go in and tell the LEC, the one oversight body that this state has of police conduct and misconduct, and you went to court to say you can't do your job?
Well, I'm pleased that they've resolved it, and
so are we,
they're working together.
Order.
Thank you,
Order.
Chair.
We've got about 5 minutes left.
Sure.
Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I might ask a couple of Hunter questions now, and then I apologise, Ms. Martin. We might get you back at 2 o'clock, though, because we may have some more, but I'm happy to give you a leave pass for morning tea to lunchtime, if that's all right. Minister, I wanted to ask you, can you tell me how much of the Hunter's $7 billion in mining royalties over the next 4 years will be coming back into the Hunter?
I'd have to take... you know very well that the money isn't allocated by royalties to the Hunter specifically or to anywhere specifically. It's part of the budget, form part of the budgetary pool of money.
But there did used to be honest, under the previous government, opportunities for councils that did have mining in their local government areas to get a percentage of that back through those programs. So
and there still are opportunities for regional
as Minister
funds.
for Hunter, what will you be doing? You would agree with me that the Hunter is very much a powerhouse when it comes to mining royalties, but those communities also then, of course, feel the impacts of that industry. What will you be doing to ensure that that money is coming back in, and how much of it should be being spent back in the Hunter?
Well, the Hunter is a very, very important region. There is no doubt about that. It has been the significant energy provider of the state for a very long time, for centuries. and it will continue to do that. So we've had some significant investments in renewable energies. Most recently, there's the hydrogen hub at Kooragang, which was more than $200 million. We've had significant investment further up into the valley in other hydrogen projects as well, up in Muswellbrook, Singleton. We're seeing there. You will have seen the power station at Bayswater. We've had Liddell, AGL there, significant investment as well, which the state government is participating in. What we're trying to do, so it's pretty important here, is make sure that the region is equipped for the future. There's 15,000 direct coal jobs in the Hunter. I have a coal mine in the electorate that I represent, for those of you who don't know. And there are many families that rely on that industry for to pay their bills and put food on their table. So we have to be very forward-thinking in what that's going to look like in the decades ahead to ensure that those families are still able to thrive and to have the jobs that they need to do exactly that.
Right. So as part of that, and you spoke obviously about, the issues around, potentially if there's change of employment and changes to industry. What's the status of the Hunter Regional Plan 2041?
Well, of course, the plans help us, guide us into making sure that, we're putting in place the necessary investment, the necessary roads, the necessary education and health facilities that we need going forward.
Right. So is that still an active plan under your government? I just wanted to clarity on that.
We use those, and can I say the community use those? So I don't know how familiar you are with the Hunter and the groups in the Hunter.
I'm pretty familiar.
Yeah. So, then they still use those as part of their assistance to help them with all their plans. We have lots of plans from different organisations. So it's important that they set the basis, if you like, for us to be able, going forward, to be able to plan what those future requirements are, not just from an infrastructure perspective, but population growth and where people are moving throughout the whole of the region.
So one of the decisions by your government has been to pause the royalties for rejuvenation program, which is obviously about helping coal communities transition as well. Do you support that approach?
Well, we've set up the Regional Trust Fund, which is very important and will continue to grow.
But none of that money so far has been earmarked for the Hunter. With respect, anything that's been announced has been for western areas.
The Hunter's a significant region and it will have access to those
funds. How much
funds,
will you
to
get?
be fair. There is no regional allocation. But the point that I'm making is the government made a decision to change the structure of the way that funding is given to regional areas, and that trust fund is one of those.
No, I understand that, but that's separate. As I said to you, there used to be, under the royalties for rejuvenation, and I've asked Minister Housos about this as well, there was funding that went specifically into those communities that were mine impacted, for lack of a better term. And some of that was about helping, like, say, Gloucester, for instance, transition away from coal. Have you talked to Minister Housos in your capacity as Minister for the Hunter about how these changes will impact those communities that you represent as Minister for Hunter?
Yes, I have. But I think it's important you're not comparing apples and apples here. You're quite right. That fund is no longer available. However, we have put in place other mechanisms for regional areas to access funding.
Sure, and but overall the money's down, Minister, and specific money for regional communities who have mines in them, which used to be earmarked for local upgrades, that is gone under your government, and people aren't happy about that in regional areas that are mine impacted. Well, and I'm wondering whether you, as Minister for the Hunter, are doing something proactively to make sure that some of those billions of dollars of mining royalties from those communities do come back into those areas.
What I am doing is working right across all of the departments, not just with Minister Housos. We've got a significant amount of funding coming out of Minister Sharp's office in the environment, for instance, specifically in relation to renewable energy, which is what I was just talking about earlier. We think much more broadly than just these pots of money that are set aside for that purpose. And that is exactly, I think what we're doing is absolutely correct.
Okay.
We have,
Well, that's
the roads
an
budget has
interesting
been,
take.
no, just a moment. The roads budget has been increased substantially. I mean, if we can't get around on our roads up in, Dungog was the worst council in the state for roads. The worst.
Is it the best now?
And,
Well,
it's
money?
certainly receiving
Yeah.
funding, and we're very pleased to be able to
Time
announce
has
that.
expired. It's,
So just for clarity, Chair, I'm happy, we will have more Hunter questions likely this afternoon, but if Ms Marr would like to then come back at 2, if that's amenable to the committee, and then you're not here for the
I
time.
have no
Oh, so
issue
you're,
with that.
Yeah, we will have some more, sorry, I apologise,
but not beyond 2, is that what you're saying? Not the
well, no,
afternoon?
if you wanted to go now, but then come back after the lunch break for the officials, and we're happy
I
to
see,
start with
I
the
see.
Hunter questions then,
I
but
see, yeah.
it's, I'm trying to give you some time, I just can't give you the whole day,
No,
I apologise.
appreciate that.
but, yeah.
Thank you. I was just being very ambitious.
No, it's fine, I'm trying to be right, so.
Okay,
Sorry,
well now,
Is that clear? Sorry, Chair.
I've been informed that the government's got no questions, so we'll break now and come back at 11:15.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
you, Chair. Minister, during morning tea break, were you able to get any of the figures in relation to leave that we asked?
No, we'll provide those to you. Can we have all of those in writing, maybe, if you write them all down? Because you wanted so many different variances.
Yeah,
Or
I
has
mean,
somebody
I was
taken a
just
note?
after we did ask for over 5 years, but there was also just now, as of today, how many police officers are on leave?
Sure, I'll see if I've got it in here. Do you want to ask the next question?
Yep, Susan will, but if you've got just an overall figure, that would be helpful.
Has someone got that?
Okay.
Oh, Dean's got it. Here we go.
If you've got it,
No, Dean's got it now.
You've got it now?
So in terms of the breakdown of annual leave and others, we'll have to take that on notice for a little bit because that changes every day. People go on and off leave, as well as maternity leave and other types of leave we would do. But in terms of specifically long-term sick leave, there is currently 1,362 on long-term sick leave.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Minister, I wonder if you could tell me how many handheld metal detecting wands are in the possession of New South Wales Police?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. And can you also then perhaps take on notice whether they're available in every New South Wales police station?
I can answer that, no.
Okay.
I don't believe that to be the case.
So do you have any idea of roughly in how many police stations they would be available?
I'd have to take that on notice. But don't forget, I think it's important that we put this in context. They will be used for special operations. So it will be that special operation unit that would have access to them. And that's important to know. That's important to put it in that context because that is how they are effective. And that's certainly been our observation from Queensland, that when they're used in certain precincts, which we have designated through legislative change, and the designated operation will be in that precinct.
So to clarify, how many specialist units will there be that will be using those wands in those special operations?
Is it which is you or Mr. Thurtell?
Sorry, what was the question again? I was distracted.
Well, the Minister has indicated that there will be specialist units that will be using the electronic wands. I'm wondering how many?
Oh, look, it depends on the intensity of an operation. You're talking about when the new legislation comes into effect in December?
Sorry, there seems to be some confusion. I'm asking how available are electronic wands. The Minister has indicated that they're not, but that's not an issue because only certain police will be using them.
Don't put words in my mouth. That is not what I said. That it's not an issue.
I'm happy to be corrected, Minister. But I'm just trying to understand, will every member of the New South Wales Police Force be able to be pulled into these operations? Will they be adequately trained and resourced? Or what I'm hearing now is it might only be certain members, and if it's only certain members, how many certain members and where will they be located throughout New South Wales?
Can you just explain how an operation works to the member of the committee?
Yeah,
Would that be okay?
So if we're talking about the new legislation that the media have been referring to as Jack's Law, that legislation comes into effect in December, and the Premier's been on record to saying that the New South...
Excuse me, can we just clarify that? Has it actually been proclaimed yet?
Procured, you mean?
No, the legislation.
Oh, sorry. No, I forget. I'd have to check the date for you. I'll get back to you.
So what is the date that it will operate?
It'll be operationalised. The Premier has committed to the New South Wales Police operationalising the legislation before Christmas.
24th of December?
Oh, no, before Christmas. So it's
we
my
don't,
job.
As at today, we don't know when Jack's Law starts operating in New South Wales.
No, and there's...
And how many wands will we need to procure before the start date to make sure that police will be adequately resourced for their roles under that law?
The exact number hasn't been determined yet.
What's the process to determine that number?
Because, it'll depend on some procurement that we're looking at, what particular ones we look at. It won't be an extensive number.
Can I just question, so what particular wands? Have you decided yet which ones?
No.
There's been about 3 interruptions in a row, which I haven't raised.
Clarifications, I think.
He should be allowed to answer. We've got about 4
please allow the...
Okay, yeah. So just to recap and clarify, we don't know when the legislation starts, we don't know what wands will be used, and we don't know how many wands will be needed. When will the decisions be made about wands?
In the next few months.
in the next few months and the legislation starts in the next few months, what's the procurement timeline for the wands?
That's unknown as well at this stage.
So we don't know what wands, we don't know how long it will take to get them. In practical terms, when do you think police will have the resources to be able to actually perform the first operation under Jack's law?
Questions to me?
Yeah.
In terms of operationalising the law, should we be required to do it today? We have wands that we could use today.
How many?
What we're looking at, I don't have the exact number that we
Where
have,
are
but
they?
we have, they're at the Police Transport and Public Safety Command, have
And-
purchased a number of wands for their usual operational, conduct that they do on a day-to-day basis. So should be required, there are those wands. However, we're of the opinion that there are more modern, more sophisticated, less invasive wands available, and we're yet to speak to the manufacturers about that.
Are they Australian manufacturers?
No.
So we'll need to source them from which country?
My understanding is that there are manufacturers in both the US and the UK.
And which one do you prefer at the moment?
We haven't got to the point where we're comparing those at the moment, but very soon we'll be commencing that process.
And what's the training requirement once these wands are acquired?
I think it would be a very basic training requirement for the wands.
And how many do you anticipate that you will need to acquire?
I would expect not an extensive number. I can't give you an exact number, but there is no reason why, depending on the cost and the availability of these wands, why they can't be a region-wide resource as opposed to providing them to every command or every officer.
Okay. Minister, can you indicate where in the budget I can find the allocation of funds for the wands?
We will absolutely be making sure that the wands are funded. Can I just also say in relation to this, the police are looking at new technology and different technology. So as has been indicated, the US and the UK have different styles of wands. We want to make sure that we get the best that are fit for purpose for here in New South Wales. So that is why the procurement has not begun in its totality. It's looking at what is the most appropriate for us here in New South Wales. They will absolutely be funded. As the Premier has said, and I will reiterate that, the legislation will be in December and it will be up and running by the end of the year.
Can you tell me where in the budget I will find the allocation for the wands?
We've got in our budget already, we've got funding for appointments and it will be as part of that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks. I wanted, I think Minister was at the last hearing, or maybe the one before, we were talking to you about unmanned police stations, and I think there was an example of Randwick, I believe, that had to shut Wetherill Park as well because they were understaffed. And I think you indicated you'd read about it in the newspaper. But can you indicate which other stations have been shutting their doors in recent months because you've had staffing challenges?
I would have to seek that information from police. But look, it's no secret that we have low numbers. It's been described here today, more than 2,000. Closing their doors. I know my police stations have never been open since I've been the member for Swansea for nearly a decade.
So your police stations have never been open?
The police station at Swansea, that's right, the doors don't open. They haven't been for 10 years. And I would have liked it had you have been at the cabinet table prosecuting for me then, but you weren't. So the point I want to make...
It's the Education Minister, but sure.
Well, but you're still at the cabinet table. You're still at the cabinet table. You've still got to say...
With respect, Minister, so are you. So why hasn't Swansea opened in the last 18 months since you've been the Minister?
Well, because...
To prosecute for yourself?
The point that I want to get to. Because the police have told me at Lake Macquarie in that 10-year period that each police car is a police station. They are equipped with the resources and the appointments they need, and they can be at an event much quicker than sitting behind a desk. And I'm not suggesting that makes it right, but this is the explanation, and one that I accept, quite frankly, because they're the experts, they're the ones that know their work, and I certainly don't go around bagging them, I go around supporting them because they do a fantastic job. And let me say that That explanation is widely known, certainly in my town, and it is one that people accept because they want them in the vehicle and have the capacity to get to an issue or an event very quickly, as opposed to sitting behind a desk answering the phone.
So can I just take from that then, Minister, that there isn't any intention under your government for any new stations to be flagged to become 24-hour stations that are
What
currently?
you can take from that is, don't put words into my mouth. What
You
you
just
can
said
take
if you've
from
got a
that
police
is
car
that I will
operating, that's
continue
sufficient.
to recruit police, because that is the priority.
Okay.
We need to recruit police to have to have boots on the ground.
Sure. Can you list any stations then that are flagged to become 24-hour under your government?
Well, every command has 24-hour presence, and every region has 24-hour service to their area in cars, as you very well know.
Well, I'll just pick you up on that, Minister, because I want to talk about rural and regional areas. And again, you and I both know that that's something I feel very strongly about, living in the regions myself. And we'll come back to some of the operational stuff with the officers this afternoon. But you would have seen recently, actually, in the Daily Telegraph, there was a quote from a resident in a regional area that said, "I know what time the police finish up every day, so I'm sure the small minority doing the wrong thing do too." Do you appreciate that having set operational hours, which everyone knows what they are, like, let's be honest, actually reduces the ability of police to effectively protect those communities?
I'm concerned if you think that because the police station closes its doors
No,
at,
I'm
let's
not-
say,
I'm
10
not
o'clock
asking
at
about a
night,
station.
that that
I'm
means
asking
that
about-
therefore there is not policing
respect-
beyond
no, no.
that time.
No.
With all respect,
Well,
I'm
that's
going
not what I
to, these
said.
are the facts. There is still a 24-hour policing presence,
Yes,
even though
Minister.
the door may close at 10 o'clock.
But my point is that presence is not always within that community, and you know full well in regional areas that sometimes police will have to travel from neighbouring cities or villages, sometimes many kilometres, leaving their existing resource understaffed while they say come to Gunnedah from a Tamworth or go out to a Tambers or wherever they go, right? And my question to you was, do you accept that having those issues around the operational hours, the opening hours of the station, that there is a gap sometimes when you don't always have, not every community has police on duty 24/7. Yes, they may be able to come and access that community, but that is often from a distance away. Do you appreciate that in regional communities that makes it much tougher for police to be able to effectively protect those citizens and communities? Do you accept that premise?
I accept the tyranny of distance in regional, particularly remote communities. When I visited them, I absolutely accept that. However, as I have just described, there is always a 24-hour policing presence in these communities. And it's difficult to say where they will actually come from at any given time. It may in actual fact be the case that they're already close by and therefore come a lot less distance. I mean, these are just all hypotheticals.
Well, but
what is important...
Minister, it's the live reality for a lot of people in regional communities, and we
that is
understand
distance.
how this works.
I understand,
Sure.
and I could not sympathise more.
I get that.
Particularly in remote areas.
Sure. Well, and not just remote areas, to be fair, because this is an issue in other regional parts of the state as well.
But the distance is what I meant, just
Yeah,
to clarify.
well,
The
I mean,
distance in
distance is
remote
relative.
areas
It depends,
can
you know.
be, hundreds of kilometres.
That's right. Can I also just say, in terms of the impact that it has on the police, and you've already given, quite public statements about officers being overstretched in every command, is the safety and wellbeing of those officers who are left on duty understaffed when others have to travel to different areas, is that a concern for you? And do you think that they're at risk when they are understaffed when that happens?
Well, this is exactly why the recruitment piece is so important. We need more boots on the ground. It is a forensic focus of mine, and it is a forensic focus of the commissioners. We are all working to get more police there. As you very well know, the paying the recruits, as I've already said in this hearing down at Goulburn, by increasing that, or by adding that, we have seen a 50% more uptake in recruits. Can I just, also what we're seeing is a good cross-section of people applying, like not just young people who could afford it. At Lake Macquarie last week, I went to meet the new recruits. There were 6. Believe it or not, they were between the age of 26 and 47. Like, that's not been the case because they were paid and been able to therefore continue to live their life and pay their mortgage. But I think that is the critical part here, Ms Mitchell. We need more boots on the ground. I absolutely acknowledge that, and I will continue to work hard to do that.
Sure. So can I ask you then, in terms of, you know, you've just mentioned that there's been an increase in recruits,
diversity,
diversity. Have you got any updated advice in terms of changes in response times in rural and regional areas?
Oh, well, I mean, it varies, obviously, from all the time.
But have you noticed a difference? Have you been briefed on any improvements in that space since we last asked you about this at estimates earlier in the year?
Well, it's still, you know, because we don't have enough police on the ground. That's, I just keep going back to that focus because
we're well aware of that.
Well, it's the critical missing link, and we have to accept it. Like, we keep saying that, you know, police aren't doing this, police aren't doing that. Police are doing a lot.
Absolutely.
They're doing
a
huge amount.
My concern is that, and you yourself have talked about them being overstretched, and, you know, again, these aren't new issues because I flagged them with you before, but that concern about them not getting the support that they need, and particularly the impact on rural and regional communities.
You know what, though? I want to add this too, and I think this is really important. In Moree a few months ago, there was an incident where there were 5 or 6 young people offending. There were 3 different incidents. Every single one of those people were arrested by the next morning.
That's great.
That would
be really great.
The point I'm making, though, is they are doing their job, and they do it so well, and there's not enough acknowledgement of that.
You will get no argument from me on that. The police do an amazing job, but I can guarantee you that is not happening in every single community when there's an incident that people are arrested, and it's not through lack of effort from the police at all. I think it's more just the concern about not having the resources. I wanted to take you to the rural, the inquiry that's happening for regional and rural crime. Will you allow local police to attend the parliamentary inquiry if they're invited to give evidence as that parliamentary inquiry moves around the state?
Oh, that would be a question for the Commissioner.
No, well, but you're the Minister. It's a parliamentary inquiry.
That would be a question for the Commissioner. I don't direct police.
But I would like.
I don't direct police, and that's my answer.
Commissioner, will local police be able to give evidence if they're invited?
I will consider that, but we will be providing a response to the inquiry one way or the other. I know the Police Association will be attending to respond on behalf of its members, but certainly we may provide a written response to the inquiry.
Okay. I might come back to that this afternoon. Just one more, sorry for you, Minister, and then I'll hand to my colleague. Do you have any updated data in terms of the number of police that have been moved from metro areas to regional areas under the incentive scheme, which I think was set up prior to your government, but I know it continues.
70? I think the scheme that we we do.
If there's any updated figures,
I think it was. I'll give it to you. I think it was 70. 74.
74, thank you. And could you potentially...
No. Sorry.
I'm happy if you want to take it on notice.
Well, I'm happy to give it to you so we don't have to... Yeah,
sure.
I'll give it to you.
I'd also like whether you can tell me which locality they've moved to as best as you can, if possible, as well.
104.
104?
Yep.
Okay.
And 8 further pending transfers.
Okay. And then maybe on notice, if you can tell me where they've been...
Do we keep that? We've got it.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
got a table.
Even better.
Just read it out. You go. So we've got a Barrier Highway Patrol 4, Balata Police Station 1. Am I going slow enough for you?
No, that's fine.
Oh,
yeah, I'm listening. Someone else will be taking the notes, don't worry.
Okay. Bulgabilla 2, Burke 10, Brewarrina 4, Broken Hill Criminal Investigation 2, Broken Hill Police Station 6, Central North Crime Prevention Unit 1, Central North Criminal Investigation 2, Central North PD 4, Child Abuse Burke 1, Colemberley 1, Condobely 1, Moree Criminal Investigation 2, Moree Police Station 3, Mugandai 2, New England Crime Prevention Unit 1, New England Highway Patrol 3, New England PD 2, Nyngan Highway Patrol 4, Nyngan Police Station 2, Peak Hill Police Station 2, Police Prosecutor Western Dubbo, 1, Proactive Crime Team New England 3, Rankins Spring 1, and Walgett Highway Patrol 1, Coonabarabran 2, Canamble 1, Dareton 2, Western Zone Crime Scene 1, Hay Police Station 4, Hillston 2, Lightning Ridge 2, Walgett Police Station 13, Warren Police Station 1, Warialda Police Station 1, Weewaw Police Station 3, Wilkenya Police Station 5, and the Youth Command Western Region 1. The ones that are being transferred are Broken Hill Criminal Investigation 1, Broken Hill Police Station 1, Central North Criminal Investigation 2, Child Abuse Burke 1, Condobolin Police Station 1, Dareton Police Station 1, and Walgett Police Station 1. That's the pending transfers totalling 8.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you. Mr Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I'll just take you back to where we were interrupted by the bell last time, and I rattled off a litigant of problems for the New South Wales Police Force at the moment and asked you what KPIs you were judging Commissioner Webb's performance on, and you told me recruitment and retention. What other KPIs? What about the stuff about all the crime and stuff like that? Is that a concern to you?
Well, I think, as I've just described to Ms Mitchell, I do think that recruitment and not having enough police, and I keep being told that, and in fact told by yourself indeed, that more boots on the ground mean that we will have, a better policing, full stop. We won't have cops as tired. We won't have police. We'll have more police. We need more police. That's the bottom line. So it has to be, you have to, I always go to solving the problem. The problem is we don't have enough police. Right. So that is what my absolute forensic attention is. And I make no apology for that, Mr Roberts.
What about the crime stats, Minister? You got forensic attention to that. What about the road toll, Minister? You got forensic attention to that. What about the 36 million paid out last year in civil litigation payments? You got forensic attention to that. What about the People Matters survey where morale is absolute rock bottom? Have you got forensic attention to that?
Again, I go back to the problem, and the problem is we need more boots on the ground.
What, that's going to solve $36 million being paid out in civil damages and claims, for example?
That's a different proposition.
Well, you've just said that's going to fix that.
Well, I thought that your question was about KPIs.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to answer.
That's it. What KPIs are we hitting?
And I'm saying to you, I am absolutely focused on making sure that the police have all the boots on the ground of the authorised strength that we have here in New South Wales, and that is my attention to that. I'm truly hopeful that when we finish the award negotiations and the award and pay conditions, that will also be a further incentive for more people to join the police. As you know, we've put in place our recruitment from other jurisdictions, and indeed including New Zealand. We've got our Moving to Regional Areas program as well, which is seeing, I just gave you the list, so that's positive as well, and paying recruits. If you've got any further suggestions, please share them with me, because we do need more boots on the ground.
I've got plenty, but you don't talk to me. But anyway, let's move along. You talked about there's an increase in applicants to join the police. Don't talk to me about applicants, Minister, because I'm 62 and busted, and I could be an applicant. So that might boost your application numbers. Tell me about actual recruits that have been taken in and have passed all the requirements to be accepted as a student police officer.
So we've got in the next attestation, which is in December, as we talked about earlier, that is what is referred to as a full class. We've got more than 300 attesting in that. Now, that's not to say that every single one of them will attest on the day. As you well know, some fall out even in the last day, the day before. But that's significant. That's a large number. We haven't had that number for quite some time. We hope next year we're projecting 1,000, up to 1,000 students for the year.
Point of order, sir. Please, and I've allowed the Minister to go on without rudely interrupting. I asked for a percentage in relation to recruiting increase, not applicants increase.
Well, you didn't ask me that, sorry. I did. Well, I
yes,
didn't.
I did. Let's pull Hansard back and have a look.
Order. We don't need argument.
Well,
Would the Minister like to take it on notice?
I didn't hear that part of the question. I would have liked. Can you repeat the question then, please? Sorry,
sure,
I didn't
let's
hear that.
repeat it again. I said you keep talking about an increase in applicants. I said I'm 62 and busted and could apply to join the cops, which would be included as an applicant. But there's no way I'm getting in. So give us a percentage increase in recruits, not applicants.
Oh, I'd have to ask Mr. Smith, do you have that percentage increase?
Well, you can take it on notice, I don't
No, I'm
care.
happy for Mr. Smith
so-
to answer it.
So currently, in terms of the number of applications which are in process, notwithstanding that the Minister has indicated in the current class at the Academy there is 320. We have 370 which have commenced online in the next class, and we have a further around about 600 applications in various stages of the application process, and what that conversion will depend upon what part of the recruitment process that they are in. But in terms of applications that are currently in process, we have around about 600 of those.
I want to do some questions I noticed to get to the bottom of it. Minister, I just want to take you very quickly to the new enhanced police support scheme, which I applaud you on and the Commissioner on for parts of it, in particular addressing the concessional cap issue. That was a big issue for Coles, right? So congratulations on that. However, am I correct in saying that the new program, unlike the PBRI, will not have a total and permanent disability lump sum payout?
Mr. Roberts, that is all still being worked through with the Aware and Treasury and Police, and I'm not going to make any comment on that until such time as all of those details have been finalised.
But didn't you make an announcement on the 19th of August, and your words were, and I'm quoting from the media release, this is a great day for police. So you're telling me you've released a scheme that hasn't been worked out yet?
I'm saying that the details are still being finalised.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you, I'll put it to the Commissioner, and perhaps you'll have to take this on notice. I don't expect the answer. I've been told since this was released on the 19th of August up until today, there has been over 200 police go off sick so that they can access the old PBRI scheme. You got any comment to make on that, including 4 detective sergeants from Lake Illawarra that I've been told?
I've heard that number, the 4. I haven't heard the 200, and I will take that on notice.
If you can,
What I can say though is that each of those claims will be viewed as contested claims because of the timing and the nature of those that align to the announcement.
Well, I'm very confused because the Minister says that hasn't been worked out yet. You're now telling us, oh, they'll be contested because they've got
That's a different question.
scheme.
One's about the new scheme, and you're talking about those that want to access PBRI. But I did hear an interesting quote when I was in the regional area recently, where officers have said, people take out insurance to insure their car, insure their house, but they don't set fire to their house just to claim their insurance. So. If it's a broken system, we have to fix it.
Yeah, certainly. I agree. As I said, I applaud you for the concessional cap changes to it, but I think you've created a monster for yourselves in the way you've...
Well, it's not finalised, as the Minister said. It's still got to go through...
Why the big press release? It's a great day for police, she says, and you say,
it is a great
I'm brimming with pride.
Well, I'll add to that. There were certain timelines that we had to adhere to that are legislated federally to address the cap. And those people who are in that scheme were going to be notified, so that's why we had to announce the initial stages of it. And it's the framework of it. There's some of the detail that is being worked out with those organisations.
Right. Can we, Minister, I'll take you to a different subject completely altogether, and that is in relation to the scrap metal industry. In particular, Scrap Metal Industry Act of 2016. This was introduced at the request of the New South Wales Police, and in an answer to a question I noticed you gave me, since the law was enacted, there has been only 3 prosecutions, and the last one in 2019. Now, AUSTRAC and the Australian Border Force have said the scrap metal industry is a high-risk industry for trade-based money laundering. We know that legitimate businesses are suffering because there are businesses taking scrap for cash. You've only got to go onto Google, Minister, and have a look. Google cash for scrap and see how many come up. You might as well put a sign out the front, drugs for sale here. It's there. Why has there been no prosecution since 2019? Is it because the police are under-resourced or they're not interested?
Would you like to answer that, Mr Hudson?
Scrap metal industry was formerly policed by the Property Crime Squad. That was devolved by the former Commissioner under re-engineering.
Yep.
The responsibility then devolved to local area commands. There were some amendments made to the regulation last year, I think, to make it easier to prosecute individuals, including an extension of what is included as those engaged in the scrap metal industry. It hasn't led to my, and they were at the request of police. I don't believe there's been any additional prosecutions made since then, but I can take that on notice.
I don't believe there is either, because I have the question from the Minister. Do you think it should be an area that should be targeted, though?
I think there's a vulnerability there in relation to exploiting scrap metal industry that we probably do need to do more on. As I said, it's one of those things that when certain areas of the organisation were disbanded under the re-engineering program, we've tried to, over the last few years, amend some of those anomalies. It's probably one that has slipped through, such as retail theft as well, when the Property Crime Squad devolved.
But it's recognised, and you think
it is
there may be
recognised,
some
as is
concerted effort?
retail theft and others, and we've had discussions about what we need to do to try and put that focus back on those areas that we may have taken our eyes off.
Lovely. So legitimate businesses in, Mr Hudson, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but can have some degree of comfort that the police are looking at this as an issue?
Yes.
Or aware of this as an issue?
We're aware of this as an issue. We have had discussions about it, and I think it's one of those vulnerabilities that if we don't, it'll balloon unless we do police it.
As we all know, as ex-detective, or I'm an ex-detective, you're a detective, the Commissioner's a detective, I'm not aware of the others. If you cut off the receivers, there's no stolen property, is there? Because there's no market for the stolen property. So let's crunch them at the beginning, eh?
And that's why the Act exists.
Well, the Act exists, but it's not being enforced, is it, Mr Hudson?
And that's something that we need to look at.
Thank you. That's all, Chair. I heard the bell ring.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister, and to all of you as well. I asked last estimates about the functionality of the COP system and the delays to upgrading it to IPOS. Do you have any? I understand that there was a tender put out and we were getting another company on board. Do we have an update on how that's going?
I will go to Mr Smith, and I think your question, if I'm correct, goes to the recording. Your interest is in the recording of reasons that victims of sexual assault are not recorded. We can't determine that.
There's two different issues.
But
we'll.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr Smith is not aware of that.
Thank you. So in terms of where we are in terms of with iPods, so we are, yes, you are correct. You know, we are reprioritising and resetting the direction. Not approaching it from a single vendor perspective, with a multi-vendor approach and looking at how we can build capability across how we can build those systems. So in terms of the COPs, we are currently now in phase one around undertaking the potential rescoping and timeline of the replacement. Obviously that was set at 2027. That is pushed out to 2020 to June 2029 based on where we are currently at. And as I said, we are looking at a shelving police systems, which is capability based, so they are integrated and certainly linked. Where we currently are phasing around the discovery and options, looking at the analysis and obviously the preparing for the request for pricing for that to make sure that that is correct.
Can I ask, sorry, just in the interest of time, can I ask you specifically about phase two, which I understand was where we were going to get that domestic and family violence functionality to the IPOS system. When is that phase two happening?
I cannot give you an answer today. I can take that on notice in terms of when it is.
Will it be after 2029 then?
No, it will not be after 2029, but I will get you the phasing and the roadmap to do that and what that looks like. So I'll be able to give you that.
Okay. Because I think we had some confusion last time in estimates. I was asking about coercive control and the lack of readiness of the system to cope with coercive control. I think the answer I got back was we have put a field in for coercive control, which was not the question. So just to clarify, under the Auditor General's April 22 report, she points out that COPS is single event oriented, and to identify whether individuals have been involved in prior domestic and family violence events, police have to manually search through narrative summaries associated with the other events. She goes into some detail about how difficult it then is to string together events, which would be vital to be able to more effectively and efficiently work out coercive control evidence and build an offence from that. So is there a priority being put on that part of the functionality under the IPOS upgrade?
I think that the COP system, although it is single event based, it is a record system that records both the victim particulars and offender and witness particulars. So if you search the system based on a victim particular, it will bring up all events related to that victim. So it can be
that's
collated.
not what the Auditor General's report says. She says that police advised her that connections between events or individuals are not displayed as automated alerts, and they have to manually scroll and search for relational aspects of patterns of domestic and family violence.
So it doesn't pop up and say that this victim and this offender have commonality in 5 events on the system.
Yeah.
But if I search a victim and it brings up a whole list of things, I can look at.
Okay, but you agree that the functionality is not there in the way that the Auditor General...
In terms of matching, if that's what you're asking?
Yeah. So
not readily.
No. So, Minister, will there be a focus on, given that we've now put in place the coercive control offence, will there now be a focus on improving that part of the IPOS system in phase 1 rather than having to wait till phase 2?
Oh, well, I'll get advice from Mr Smith in relation to the roadmap.
Thank you. Can I ask, similarly to last estimates, how many currently serving police officers we now have who have at any time been charged with crimes related to domestic and family violence?
106. No.
I've got a number. I've got that 54 currently serving police officers have been at any time charged with 91 domestic violence related offences, which I have a list of.
And how many how many currently serving police officers have been convicted?
2.
And how many have been found guilty of a domestic and family violence offence but without a conviction recorded?
I'll have to take the latter question on notice.
So that's a slight reduction from when I asked in March.
That's correct.
In relation to, I guess, the same questions but now relating to offences relating to sexual violence. Do you have the numbers for those?
As at the 27th of August, 13 serving officers have been charged with sexual violence and none have not yet convicted. And obviously this can fluctuate due to the separations from the organisation.
Okay. Of the 18 that you provided details of in March, we had 18 at that point, so we've got 5 less now, but there were 18 at that point who had been charged with 39 offences relating to sexual violence. 2 of those charges were of sex with a person under 10, or with intercourse with a person under 10, and 5 were charges of sexual offences with children between 10 and 16. Given that they were currently serving at the time, what is the procedure for if someone is charged with something that significant?
So just because it shows on our records that they're serving, so they're still attached, it doesn't mean that they're in the workplace necessarily. When an officer is charged, there is an assessment by their commander about their interim risk or other risk, and that often results in suspension or some other form of action.
Okay.
Sometimes pending the court outcome. Equally, as a commissioner, I can invoke parts of the Police Act that consider their employment that doesn't rely on the outcome of the criminal proceeding. So there are times that those matters will be considered by me before.
Are you able to provide maybe on notice just how many of them are in active duty versus... I would like to know that you've got some oversight, I guess, of where those people are.
So of the 13, I'm informed that there are 2 not in the workplace due to a leave situation. 1 officer is suspended and there are 10 in the workplace, but I'll have to take on notice of their actual duty status.
That would be very useful because that's quite concerning still. And it's good to see we've got a reduction to 54 serving police officers with a DFE offence being charged against them, but that's still 54, and then we've got 13 still with a sexual violence offence. Okay, can you tell me then, last time when we talked, you said that you had dismissed, I think in the previous 6 months, four officers on the basis of acts relating to domestic and family violence and sexual violence. How many has that increased since then?
Since March, or since the 23rd of February, our last estimate.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll check in the break and I hope to get that to you before the end of today.
That would be great. Thank you. The Women's Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Service co-location with police stations, we're all very interested in that because it looks very promising. Does the evaluation indicate that victim survivors are getting better support, and is there any sort of plans to expand that program out?
So, as you may know, I may have said it last estimates, the number of locations has increased to 10, so it's doubled.
Yep.
And I believe police have received an interim report from the evaluator that shows the university that shows some promising signs. We haven't yet been provided a formal response.
Okay, all right. And finally, what actions, as an update to what we were told last estimates, have been taken in relation to the LEX review of police force responses to domestic and family violence? Has there been any update to what we discussed last time? I'm particularly interested in...
I'll have to take that one on notice. We'll come back to you before the end of today.
I'd like to know if there's been any movement in relation to the investigation of police by police within the same command.
What I can say, though, is that we do know that 75% of investigations have been conducted by commands outside of where the involved officer is attached.
With the discretion of the...
so that has been a change. Yep.
Yeah, so then we still need to know why those 25%, I guess. If you could give me details on, are they in regional areas? Why is it that we still have 25% of cops being investigated by their mates? Okay, that's me out of time. Thank you.
Opposition?
Minister, if I could take you back to Jack's Law, is it the intention that those operations will operate in the same places that Operation Foil has been operating?
It depends. They'll be designated areas, as you know. And in the legislation, it's sporting. I have to go through and see the different precincts.
So will it operate in Moree?
Well, again, it depends. That will be an
So
operational...
is the current intention...
That will be an operational decision for police to make in response to what operationally is happening on the ground.
Is the current intention that it operate throughout the regions as well as in Sydney, Newcastle and Wollongong?
As I said, that will be an operational decision made by police. They're the experts to make those decisions, and they will make those decisions.
So,
but it's legislation for the state.
So when you spoke at the time of the second reading speech and you described this legislation as driving a necessary culture change, did you intend that the police would be driving that culture change throughout the whole of New South Wales?
It's legislation for the state.
And so therefore Jack's Law should operate throughout the entirety of the state?
Police will make the decision where those operations will take place.
As the Minister responsible for the police, are you confident that in just over 90 days there will be sufficient wands and sufficiently trained police who could roll out operations in Moree and in Bega and in Sydney and in Newcastle at the same time?
The police will make the decisions on where those operations take place.
Are you confident that could be done?
The New South Wales Police astonish me with the amount of work that they do, with the level of professionalism that they take, and their surge capacity is just extraordinary. And they will make the decision, and if they determine that it is warranted to have an operation in that location, then it will be manned and the wands will be available, and they will do it professionally as they do with everything they do.
If we don't currently have the wands, where will they come from?
Well, it's been described to you already. There's a procurement process that will take place.
A procurement process which has not begun and which needs to be completed, including sourcing from overseas sources as yet to be determined, with just over 90 days. And currently, all the wands that we have appear to be located in one place in Sydney. How do they get to Moree, Minister?
Well, police surge, in fact, I'll take you through Emmerock. We just had the Emmerock just last weekend, last Wednesday to last Saturday. They are police in local areas, but predominantly from metropolitan, like from special commands, which the special command is exactly what you're referring to here. Police surge their resources all the time. It's what we might do is actually take you through how incredibly professional they are with their various commands to address specific
I thank
operations
you for that offer,
that are
Minister.
required
It's
right
not
around the state.
necessary,
And
especially given the time we have available for this.
This will exactly happen in exactly the same way that police undergo all of their operations.
So am I understanding that Jack's Law is to be a surge operation, not part of normal operational procedure?
Well, the legislation says that it will be a designated area and it will be an operation.
But are you describing Jack's Law as being a surge operation and not normal police operating procedure?
Am I not explaining this properly?
So what I understand from you, Minister, is that you are seeing it as a surge operation.
No, it's an operation that takes place.
And will that operation take place in Moree at the same time as Bega, at the same time as Newcastle, at the same time as Sydney? Could that operation take place concurrently, or is
I just
there
answered that
insufficient capacity?
Okay, this is what will happen. This is how it works in Queensland, okay?
Look,
There's a designated
thank you,
area.
Minister. We're all very
There's a
familiar with that.
designated
Thank you,
area, and
Minister.
in that designated
We
area,
have
an
limited
operation
time.
takes
I'm
place.
grateful for the
Police refer to
explanation.
them as an operation.
Point of order.
The Minister is attempting to answer the question and being interrupted and spoken over the top of.
Anyway, I uphold the point of order. There'll be plenty of time after 1 o'clock.
There is not. There is not.
Minister, could I ask you, what happened to the $7 million committed in 2022 to the upgrade of the Revesby Police Station?
That money is still in the budget, but as I said at the last estimates in March, we still haven't got a determination on what they're going to do with the road that's right in front of it. It escapes me the name of the road.
River Road.
That's it, River Road. It's a major intersection. The federal government have provided some funding, as I understand it. The local council are working. They're working together on working out what they're going to do with the road, and then we will know what we can do with the police station. How much road?
Minister,
How much?
are you aware of the current state of the Revesby Police Station, where officers are working today?
Well, I'm certainly aware of the police station. Yes.
The state of it, the condition, the working environment.
I have not been into Revesby Police Station, but what I know is that we've got the money there and we're waiting for the feds. It's been a couple of, whatever date you said. We're waiting for...
2022.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for that road.
2 years ago.
Yes. We're waiting for... Our hands are tied until such time as we know what they're doing with the road. But the money is certainly still in the budget, as you know.
Minister, the roof continues to leak at the Revesby Police Station.
It's not ideal, is it?
Minister, is the provision of a safe working environment for police not part of the government's commitment to address police retention? A safe, clean, responsible working environment?
Well, we want to replace the police station, but we also have a responsibility to use that money wisely and use it to the best of its capacity, and that will be in whatever form is decided once we know exactly what it is we're working with. The road needs to be fixed, as I'm told. It's a pinch point. There are options that are being investigated, and they will continue. And once we have confirmation, the member, the good member,
the time frame on this, Minister. There's a lot to do.
Answering
What's the time frame? It's been 2 years. The roof's still leaking.
Yeah, well, I hope to have an answer from. I hope that we all get an answer from the council soon.
So
and they
your
make a
time frame,
decision.
Minister. You're the minister.
It will obviously depend on what happens with the road.
Minister, could I also ask you, are you aware of reports of unsuitable police premises in the Ryde Police Area Command?
I do know that there is a number of police stations that require repairs. I mean, the portfolio is huge. There's almost 900 buildings that the police have in their portfolio, and obviously the maintenance on those right around the state are important. And I do know that Ryde, as has been described to me, it's certainly one that needs addressing.
in a similar situation to Revesby, I'm informed in terms of RIDE, the money was committed, the money was in place, it was a priority, it no longer stands, and the view is the government's walked away from this. Is that the case?
I might just have to check with Mr Smith.
In terms of the status of RIDE, Minister?
Well, the question was that the money's been...
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Money committed, it was at the top of the list, it was a priority, now there's nothing.
So in terms of,
Right.
I'll get the specific detail, but in terms of the acquisition of the land and the location to do that, that has certainly been somewhat problematic. At this point in time, I'll get a response in regards to the next steps in relation to a RIDE and what that looks like. Again, in relation to Revesby, our Infrastructure and Assets Command is working directly with Council and others and other parties and meeting regularly to be able to do that. Again, in relation to that funding envelope and those repairs, I'll also provide an update to you in relation to the issues you've raised around the leaking roof and the conditions of and what's been spent thus far.
All right, yeah. And Deputy Commissioner, as you offered to do for RIDE there in terms of sort of the forward plan, what's next, could we have that for the Revesby?
Yes,
if
certainly,
that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, if I could ask you about Pole Air. Minister, how many hours a day does Pole Air operate, and how many days a week does it operate in terms of its facility?
Mr Thurtell will be able to answer those.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
They're operational questions. Mr Thurtell will be able to answer those.
You don't know?
They're operational questions that Mr Thurtell will be able to answer.
Do you want me to answer?
Yes, please.
So Pole Air operates 7 days a week. The hours vary. The evenings of Thursday, Friday and Saturday are extended operational hours.
Sorry, I just couldn't hear that. Did you say 3 days a week? Sorry. No, 7 days a week.
It operates 7 days a week, and it operates for extended hours on Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
Okay, all right, thank you. Minister, what is the total number of helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, just in terms of infrastructure, required by Pole Air for full operation? Would you have knowledge of this?
I'm pretty sure it's 5 and 3.
5 and 3, yeah. And that would be required for full operation, Minister?
That's certainly how many they have.
Uh-huh. But in terms of what's in place today, what's operational today, if they were called on today, what infrastructure is available today?
Well, I'm not sure what's being maintained. If there's maintenance, obviously they're aircraft, so they need to be maintained regularly. So if that's your question on what can fly in the air today, I'd have to ring up and ask. But they have 5 helicopters and 3 planes.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we could maybe possibly take on notice in terms of what is operational today, what's not sitting in the workshop up on under repair, if needed, what's available today?
I think it's important that we note all maintained, because we need to have them maintained. Aircraft are maintained at a level that we would expect, because the safety of our crew
absolutely
is
priority.
paramount. Yeah.
Minister, was aerial support available for the 2024 Wakeley church stabbing, which clearly had a serious impact on the community?
I'd have to ask Mr Thurtell.
Was it available?
I'll have to ask Mr Thurtell if it was available.
My understanding is that it wasn't utilised on the night. Whether it was available, I'll have to take that on notice.
Was there a delay in providing the support, or no availability?
No, I'd have to take that on notice, but as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't requested on the evening.
So just to confirm, Pole Air played no role at that incident?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And I'm conscious of your time, and I'm happy to look this afternoon if I could on that. Minister, if I could move to the area of protests. are you concerned with the diversion of police resources to protests? Are the police overstretched?
Well, I think it's important to put this in context. There are, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr Thurtell, but in any given year there's at least 2,000 protests in this city alone. And I think it's fair to say that, and police support all of them in terms of keeping the community safe. And I think it's fair to say that community expectation is that happens. So that is certainly what has occurred in the past and will continue to occur into the future.
Thank you. Minister, in terms of the cost to the community, to the taxpayer of policing resources available for these protests, what do we know?
Well, it depends. Obviously,
I could be more specific. I could talk about, and I think you've spoken earlier about some of the pro-Palestinian protests, the officers that were called to that, the cost to the taxpayer of that.
Well, any protest it depends on the, if it's not a hallmark event, then there will be resources used to that. It's difficult for me to give you a precise figure because do you want me to include those officers who are actually on duty being paid? Because that's also a part of the makeup of the people who are actually there at the protest. So there's the officers who are on duty working and they become part of that. If there's a larger volume required, then the police may ask for people to put up their hand to work overtime.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Or volunteer, or work another shift.
Yeah, and in terms of what you said, and I think earlier, that you have provided the information that 200 police officers at each protest, the cost of that, Minister, what was the cost of that again? Was that...
Which protest? As I say,
it was a pro-Palestinian protest.
Yeah.
There were 200 officers called, and I think there was an estimated of what that cost was. Are you familiar with?
I don't want to mislead the House by giving a figure that I'm not 100% certain of.
You stated at that time it was 220,000.
Well, I have no reason to disbelieve what I said.
Okay. Minister, just another issue on protests, and that is in terms of the cost of the disruption of illegal protest groups like Blockade Australia, Extinction Rebellion, in blocking transport corridors in New South Wales. Do we know what that cost is?
It's difficult to say, and I think we would have to lean on our corporate partners to provide that for us. For instance, I'll use the Hunter Valley coal transport up there. We're talking nearly 100 kilometres of rail line, as you know, that was subject to this only some months ago. So it's difficult to know what that is. We'd have to ask them what that would be. But what we know is that it's, outrageous that we have these people not only putting themselves at risk, but putting first responders at risk. And I'll tell you what, the police, again, every single person was arrested. Police arrested everyone. 100% arrest rate there. So again, they're just amazing and doing an amazing job. But putting them at risk is just, it's not on. And I don't think, they certainly didn't leave my hometown with any friends. So they didn't, bring the community on side with them. I'll absolutely tell you that.
Thank you.
You'd agree with
Minister,
me, wouldn't you?
if I could just take you just back to your reference there to the arrests. Everyone was arrested.
Yes.
I mean, the community come to me concerned that they report 21 people were arrested over 10 days. These are long, protracted protests. 21 protests were arrested, a $750 fine. Is that adequate? Is that responsible?
Oh, well, as you very well know, I'll speak to you on behalf of the police, and the police did a bloody good job. They arrested every single one of them. I'll say that again and again and again.
Do they have the necessary resources to do this? the community feel like
they
it's
arrested
not
every
enough?
single person, 100% arrest rate. What more do you want them to do?
21 were arrested.
Yeah, that every single person who was on that coal train or in the port got arrested. There were no more to be arrested. They arrested 100%.
Yeah.
What more do you want them to do?
So, Minister, are surveillance operations or proactive arrangements taken place in terms of, you know, looking at what, in terms of these illegal protests?
100%. During the evenings, we had drones and we had Polair there as well. So they were also surveilling. It was a full operation with every resource thrown at it. As I said to you, very difficult terrain to police because of the distance and also in the bush, etc. I don't know if you're familiar with where we're talking about up there in the valley, but it's very difficult terrain. As I say, massive area, but the police arrested 100% of the people who were breaking the law.
Yeah. Are the protests illegal?
Well, they're trespassing and they've been arrested, so clearly it's illegal behaviour given that the police arrested them. Yeah.
And Minister, do you agree with the New South Wales Police Association's president that report events like this are placing enormous strain on officers?
They're placing enormous risk. Like they're having to get on train lines, they're having to get people off davits hanging over. It's risky, it's behaviour that we should not tolerate.
Yeah. And just in terms of the cost, Minister, how much has the New South Wales Police Force spent specifically on these illegal protests?
Well, again,
and we talk about the stress and the strain.
I guess, again, they're policing. They're doing their job. And I don't...
The diversion cost?
I don't... Well, these are very specialist police that do specialist work from our rescue squads. Again, I don't know if we'd be able to give you a dollar figure on that, and I don't want to lock us into doing that because it's police doing their job, police doing their work.
Thank you. It's the end of our time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, who hires and fires the Commissioner of Police?
Well, my understanding is that there's well, I have not hired or fired a police commissioner, that's for sure, but the minister...
But what does the Police Act say?
Well, my understanding is that the minister makes the final decision.
That's right. So it's not a trick question.
No.
Taking that on board...
I wasn't suggesting it was.
Well, taking that on board, do you think the perception of you receiving a gift, be it gin or otherwise, from the Commissioner is a good look, bearing in mind you determine her fate, or his fate, depending whoever the Commissioner is at the time? So from a subordinate, you're given a gift. What's the perception in the public, do you think, in relation to that?
Well, I've been on public record, Mr. Roberts, in the Parliament, saying that public servants at this level give gifts right across the board, as do corporate organisations, and I think that is something that is fairly well acknowledged and accepted in community.
Yeah, it is, certainly. But from a subordinate whom you have the power to hire and fire, what's the perception, do you think, in the public? In other words, let's put in basic language, would it pass a pub test? Pardon the pun.
That's a pun. Well, that's my view on it. I think that it is...
Do you think it's okay to get it?
I think it's pretty ordinary practice for people to give gifts in that manner.
Yeah, of course it's ordinary practice,
Yeah.
but from a subordinate whom you have, under the Act, the power to hire or fire, you think that the public thinks, oh, that's not too bad, it's fine?
Well, I'll just reiterate my comment again. I think that there is an acceptance that happens.
Righto. Commissioner, did anyone in your organisation, anyone at all, suggest to you or to your office that it would be unwise, and probably, to use that expression again, not pass the pub test, for you to purchase the gin?
I understand from the records that I've been provided that advice was provided, and I wasn't aware of it at the time. However, I would like to provide further comment in response to the assertions that I've made misstatements, etc. on some of the matters. To put it into context, I rely on the information provided to me, and when I become aware that incorrect facts have been provided, I immediately correct the record. Relation to the 50 bottles versus the 100, at the time of my radio interview...
Chair, point of order, please.
I'm trying to answer your question.
No, you've answered my question. You're now going on to a rant about something else I haven't even got to yet. And I understand your position, right? But I haven't asked about. All I asked was...
Point of order.
Sorry, I'm going to raise a point of order now. There was a point of order raised and we didn't hear what it was and it just interrupted.
Well, the point of order was I asked a specific question. Did someone in your organisation warn you against the purchase of the gin?
And to the point of order, Chair, the member was being directly relevant in responding.
Well,
she may not have been answering quite like Mr.
You mean the
Roberts would
Commissioner?
have wanted. The Commissioner, sorry, yes, was being directly relevant.
Well, Chair, to the point of order, let's go back and have a look at Hansard. She then started to talk about 50 bottles. I haven't asked 50 bottles. I asked a very specific, direct question. Did anyone in your organisation recommend to you and your office that you should not purchase this gin? To which the Commissioner answered yes. And then she went on to talk about 50 bottles. Nobody asked about 50 bottles yet. That might be coming.
Further to the point of order, Chair, the Commissioner and other sworn witnesses are entitled to answer a question as they see fit, so long as they are being directly relevant, and I believe the Commissioner was being directly relevant.
And further to the point of order then, Chair, just in helping you in deliberations, we're on the clock here. So the question's been put and answered, right? It's been answered. Allow me to move on to something else.
Well, the question was answered, so, but I'll uphold the point of order. Next question.
Thank you. So you and your office chose to go against that advice then?
I said I'd answered the question and said that the advice had been provided to people in my office and that the transaction continued, and I made a statement about any assertions that I'd made a misstatement to correct that record on the information that I had available to me.
Righto. So the dog ate my homework, it wasn't me, it was someone else.
No, I take full responsibility.
So you should. You can delegate authority, but you can't delegate responsibility.
And I've never said that I did.
So somebody's recommended against it, but bugger the recommendation, let's just do it anyway. Was there any additional cost to the gin that hasn't been disclosed to the public so far? We've talked about the cost of the gin, we've talked about the box. Or is there other costs that we haven't been told about yet?
Would you like me to give me an example?
Yeah, the labels.
Mm-hmm.
The artwork for the labels. I've been informed that there was a couple of $1,000 paid for the artwork. Is that correct?
I've learnt that that's the case, yes.
Okay, but did you know about this, Minister? Did you know about the cost of the labels?
I know what I've provided to you.
Well, I just asked you a direct question. Did you know about the cost of the labels? Was that ever disclosed to you before today?
Well, as I said, what you've been provided what you've got in your SA52 is what I knew.
So you only knew about the 50 bottles, that's it?
Well, and subsequently what the Commissioner has advised me.
Righto, let's move on, let's continue, there's plenty more to go, yeah? Mm-hmm. Did anyone in your organisation ever question the appropriateness of putting Indigenous artwork on alcohol bottles? Bearing in mind, I'll be careful what I say here because alcohol affects all levels of the community, but in particular it's known that alcohol is a driver of social issues and crime in Indigenous communities. Anybody ever question, hang on, is this appropriate that we put Aboriginal artwork on alcohol bottles?
No.
No one ever questioned that?
Not to my knowledge. And to the point that the purpose of the original order of the gin was for international delegates who we want to showcase our culture, which includes Aboriginal art.
Okay. So no one ever,
I'm not saying
to your record, to your knowledge, ever said, listen, this is not a good idea?
To my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You think if someone did, you should have known about it?
I'm not drawing the association between Aboriginal art on an alcohol bottle and what that might mean to Aboriginal community or any other community.
Well, in hindsight, because hindsight's a wonderful tool, right? But in hindsight, you think, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have used Indigenous artwork on alcohol bottles? Or you're quite confident, no, that's the right thing to do, I'm going to stand by this 100%.
The Aboriginal artwork was used not only on the alcohol bottles, but also the reverse of the Commissioner's coins, because of the nature
coins, they're not alcohol.
I know that.
Coins don't cause social issues.
I've answered the question.
Okay, let's have a look at this. On the 7th of August, you appeared on the Chris O'Keefe radio show on Radio 2GB, Sydney's #1 rating radio station. In that, Chris O'Keefe asked you a number of questions, and in particular, he says this: the register, are you happy to make that public? Put the matter to bed. You say, well, there's a standing order 52 that Mr Roberts has called for, and the register will be captured in that and will be provided. O'Keefe says, so the register will be furnished to Parliament so we'll all see it. You say, that's right. Your department has claimed privilege over the register. So you don't want anybody to see it then, contrary to what you've told the public?
So the register has been provided. It's on the public record, redacting names of individuals that the bottles were given to, because it is a matter of privacy.
All right. I'll get right to the point then. Commissioner, I've been told and I've been informed from a very reliable source that the register is a recent fabrication. Now, the New South Wales Police Force has an excellent, as in all the cops, cyber security unit. Will you on notice provide the metadata to this inquiry showing exactly when the entries were made on that register?
I've provided the register, and I would like to say, in relation to if this is going to the point of the 24 versus the 32 bottles, I had initially been advised that only 24 bottles had been gifted. However, following a review of stock and of the gift register, I confirmed 32 bottles had been distributed as gifts or donated for charity purposes. The gift register was attached to the media release with names redacted to protect the privacy of individuals. I have asked that the remaining 18 bottles be donated to Police Legacy for fundraising purposes.
I just asked, will you provide the metadata to this
I don't
inquiry
see the need to
so
provide
we
the
can
metadata,
so
given
we
that
can
I have...
prove the authenticity, the authentication of that register?
What I'm saying is, I have a register. I've provided the register, and if I was trying to mislead Parliament or anyone else, I wouldn't have provided the update. As soon as I've become aware information that I could correct the record, I've corrected the record.
Well, you had to, because the SA52 would bring it all out anyway. Saved by the bell.
Okay, I might just ask a quick question. Commissioner, the Liberal member for Pittwater, Rory Amon, has just been charged with child sex offences, 5 counts of sexual intercourse with a person over 10 and under 14 years old. Commissioner, can you inform us about the processes and charges in relation to this Mr Amon's charging today?
I will take that on notice.
Take that on notice? He is currently in custody awaiting an appearance in court. Will the police support an application for bail from him?
That will be up to the bail sergeant.
Up to the so you wouldn't be instructing them in any way?
A bail sergeant has the makes the determination, and that's the decision of the bail sergeant.
Okay. Minister, have you got any comment in relation to Mr Amon's charging?
This is news to me.
Sorry?
This is news to me. I've just...
Okay.
Thank you. Minister.
Yes.
Are you aware of the key recommendations and findings of the Ombudsman 2016 report into the search powers related to FPOs, the Firearms Prohibition orders?
I would have to refresh my...
Sure. I suppose what I'm trying to find out, I raised this in last budget estimates, and I'm very, very concerned about the use of FPOs. And there's some, I obviously I get contacted by people who are subject to these orders. I see their cases. And I just want to know what steps have been taken to implement the recommendations of the August 2016 review of the police use.
We might ask Mr Hudson if any steps have been taken.
The 2016 recommendations I'm unaware of as I sit here, ma'am. I wasn't have any visibility over the firearms prohibition order process in that time. I can say in the last few years since I have had ownership over it, we have done a lot in relation to We did an audit of the execution and exercise of the Firearms Prohibition Order powers.
Did you find any, have you found any, thank you, Deputy Commissioner, sorry to butt in, but have you found any overreach and misuse like the report did and like a number of case studies come forward have done?
We found some anomalies that we sought to address, bearing in mind the number of FPOs that we utilise, which are quite heavy. I can't give the exact numbers as I sit here, but they are heavily utilised as a crime prevention and deterrent tool. Part of the changes we made to firearms prohibition orders since 2016 and then since we inherited it 3 or 4 years ago, they used to be centrally issued from the Firearms Registry. Then now that delegation's been distributed across to region operations managers. Recently, following that review and audit, I don't think we identified that the Firearms Registry still had a responsibility to oversight the process. I don't think they've been doing that. We've reintroduced that to make sure to give greater oversight to what the region delegates and state crime delegates are issuing. So there's a process in place to assure accountability around it. If any anomalies are identified, they're tried to be addressed. But we're currently going through a review, 5-year review of FPOs. Police Prosecutions and Licensing Enforcement Command are in the process of allocating those out to those delegates for review. There's many FPOs out there that have never been served that need to be withdrawn.
How does that happen? How does that happen? Like, how can one just be out there and it's not served? Like, what?
If someone's arrested in the interim, after the order's taken out, they're arrested for an offence that will remain unserved and they need to be withdrawn. So there's certainly some work to do there, which we're undertaking. We've self-identified that. But I can give you a more qualitative answer on notice if you like about that.
I might put some questions, some supplementary questions, because it's quite hard to find out where things are up to and what's happening. What do we do about people who are subject to an FPO? They're getting regularly searched without any apparent reason, but just because they've got an FPO. We write to the police and say, can you get rid of this FPO? This person's clearly somebody who's suffering, they're a vulnerable person, they're really not a threat to the community, but they won't go to NCAT or they won't challenge it because they don't have the means. How do we deal with people like that? And the police interactions are driving them to a place of further, deeper vulnerability.
As you've outlined, the process is to appeal to NCAT about the issue of that FPO. Obviously, the alternative, as you've probably experienced, is that they go to their local member or to a member of this committee to raise it. They can write to the commander to seek a review if they don't want to go to NCAT, but that is the process outlined in the Act.
And what if the commander just won't kind of take it on board and just keeps providing the same answer, saying, no, we think they're a threat and there's just no material evidence, there's just nothing? Where do we go? Do we just keep writing, keep going?
The commander may be in a position of evidence or intelligence that they're not disclosing to you, ma'am, so I can't comment on individual cases without knowing what they are, but they may be, and that might be their answer, that they consider an ongoing threat, and that might be based on valid information and intelligence, but without individual cases I can't comment.
Minister, are you confident that the program that we now have, the PDR program that is replacing the STMP program, are you confident and have you been briefed, and do you understand that whether or not it will have the same harmful practices of the STMP? And with that in particular, sorry, I'm referring to the gross overrepresentation of First Nations young people and the impact it had.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that it will be a lot more grassroots and focused locally. As you know, there's local decision-making body in that. So the prevention disruption response process that is being put in place it's acknowledged, and that's why the STMPs are no longer, we've changed to a new model, and I certainly am, like you, we've talked about this, you know, I do genuinely hope that with that and having that community involvement and that community buy-in, that we see we're able to actually have prevention and prevent and disrupt and you know, have a more positive response.
What's the main things that you think will that are different? What are the main features?
I think that community, I'm very pleased that that is a component of what the police are doing now, and it's, you know, considering all the factors as well. I think it's broadened the scope of the police's response in community. I think that it's more collaborative.
What's the current training that police access in terms of dealing with vulnerable and mental health people experiencing mental health issues?
Well, Mr. Smith, you might be able to speak to that specifically, but as you know, there is training from the outset when they're at Goulburn doing their training. The police are very, very well trained, and there's a lot to train them on because they cover, you know, all of our societal issues that we have at hand, and they are the people who respond to everything 24/7 in our society. So, but you might like to just speak specifically about those, if you would, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to the specific courses, obviously through the academy, our officers are trained in communication, in escalation, in de-escalation, in relation to their tactical options models. They are very well aware and trained around vulnerable communities and various members within those vulnerable communities themselves. Our what is called our police training environment is always looking at mandatory training, which focuses on the vulnerability aspects, whether that is through mental health or other vulnerable communities. We do that yearly. We have modules which are contained there, which are accessed by every one of our officers. It's not necessarily that they formally do course after course. There are training modules which are constantly evolving and being put on the system to be able to train our police. Every single year we go through mandatory training. Those mandatory training regimes have different themes and are also focused around vulnerable communities as well.
Can I ask about MHIT? Is that something that still happens? A program called MHIT?
Do you want to take that?
Is
yes.
It's the, ma'am, that's the mental health intervention team.
Yeah.
It did conduct training, which was very specific and to a very limited number of people. As I think the Commissioner and Minister indicated earlier, we're in the process of establishing the Mental Health Command. We've identified a superintendent to temporarily lead that and get that structure going. The mental health intervention team will become part of that structure.
So does it still exist, just
yes,
to be
it
clear?
does.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Opposition?
And I'll come back
How
to you
long
after.
do we have,
Thank you.
Chair? Sorry.
Until we get to 1:45, at which time the government can ask questions or
Sure.
not.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just go back to, I think my colleague, former Minister, just asked about whether there was any extra budget allocation for the wands. Can you tell me if there's also been any, or show me where in the budget allocation of any money has been for replacement of the vests as well? Is there any specific budget allocation for that?
I'd have to check with who does the vests. Dean.
So in terms of the capital, there was a capital program for the first rollout of the vests.
Yep.
At the moment, there is no capital funding around it. However, there is funding which is contained within the various operating expenses within the organisation to be able to replace vests as well, whether that be body armour, light body armour, or are the overt body armour themselves.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit because we'll get through a lot of different things in our 10 minutes we've got, or 5 minutes. I wanted to ask you, Minister, about Bendemeer Police Station, just outside of Tamworth. There's issues there with mould in the resident's house, and I believe it's been unmanned for at least 12 months, and there's no police officer there at the moment. Do you have an update on that station and what's happening in Bendemeer?
Oh, I'll have to take that on notice, and I'll...
Do any...
If it's a police house, it'll be a New South Wales, Properties New South Wales concern. If it's the police station, then it'll be under our maintenance schedule.
Okay. My understanding it's been unmanned. I think there's mould in the house, but also that the station's been unmanned and there's no police officer there either, so I think it might go across.
We'll take that on notice then.
Okay, thank you.
But I think that's an important point to make, though, if it's a house.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, yeah. I wanted to also just go back to the rural and regional crime inquiry just briefly. So just in terms of, I think last time we were here, Minister, you said that you thought it would be a talk fest. Obviously there's been a change in that position from your government in terms of having the inquiry. But do you... will you give any sort of indication in terms of where you would like that inquiry to go as Police Minister? Will you work with the Chair in relation to that?
Well, I will just for the record say the original proposal was to have an inquiry into policing in regional areas, and that I did not believe was something that this Parliament should have been undertaking, and I made that point very, very clear. As it turns out now, I think it's important that we note for this committee that it is a much broader inquiry about other social issues that are happening in regional areas as well, and that is important because all of the blame lays at the feet of our New South Wales police, particularly regional police, and I found that to be, quite frankly, offensive. The New South Wales Police do an incredible job, particularly our regional and remote police, and it's important that we look at social issues more broadly, and that is what the inquiry is doing. So I'll be pleased to see them coming back with solutions that are about the social issues in our regional areas and looking at the problem and fixing the problem. The police are at the crisis end, mopping everything up, and they do that day in and day out, and it's exhausting.
Can I say, Minister, there was never any suggestion, if you wanted to, correct the record, I would like to do the same, that the blame of what is happening in regional communities lays at the feet of police. I think those organisations who were calling for the inquiry, including New South Wales Farmers and Country Mayors and others, to be crystal clear, want police to get the support that they need from your government. You said having an inquiry was a talk fest, but obviously you don't have that view anymore now, you've set one up.
You wanted to have an inquiry into policing.
We wanted to make sure that police had the resources that they needed,
which would have been an opportunity to come in here and throw the blame at their feet.
No, it's not about blaming police, we want to support them.
Point of order.
It was all proceeding well, I would suggest, until the last...
We've been pretty good,
Order. I uphold the point of order. It was all proceeding pretty well until...
Continue proceeding well.
Yeah, all right. Well, as I said, I'll hand over to Sue.
Minister, you've just released the annual report card of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, which calls for the implementation of the recommendations of the Auditor-General's report about New South Wales Police response to domestic and family violence. What money is allocated in the budget to implement these changes?
I think are you referring to the Commonwealth report?
No, I'm talking about a report that is part of your plan. You're a signatory to it, and part of that plan says the New South Wales Auditor-General's report about police response to domestic and family violence should be implemented. It's one of the action items. So I'm wondering what money's been allocated to make sure that can happen.
I'll take that on notice.
All right, thank you very much. And can I just quickly ask you about Sanctuary Point and the police station that's been opened there, which is not going to be a 24-hour police station. And so the community have responded because they're concerned. They've re-established Neighbourhood Watch. And as the person responsible said, quote, "I know what time the police finish up every day, so I'm sure the small minority doing the wrong thing do too." Is police stations that aren't open 24 hours a day a crime risk for neighbourhoods? Because everybody knows when the police station is no longer staffed?
I've already answered that question earlier today, very clearly.
And so you don't
what I
share
will
the
say though,
concerns
back
of
to
the
the
Century
previous
Point
question in
residents?
relation to funding for domestic violence, there has never been more funding for domestic violence than from the Minns Labor government. In fact, there was $236 million allocated, as you know, just earlier this year in relation to domestic violence services in this state. It has, and I think really importantly, was the $5.1 billion in the budget into housing, and half of those, which will be more than 3,000 homes, will be set aside for women fleeing domestic violence to have a home, because we all know if you don't have a home, you don't have security and you can't flee your situation. So I think we have a very proud track record, in such a short period of time. When it
Yet,
comes to
Minister,
domestic
you would
and family
acknowledge that the Boxar figures for the March quarter show that DV-related assault is up 5% on the previous 12 months?
Absolutely, I do.
And so this would concern you about...
Are you blaming the
adequacy of-
police for that? Are you suggesting that that's the
Minister,
police? Well, I'm the police minister. Is that what you're
I
suggesting?
am concerned about adequacy of resourcing. I share your enthusiasm for the very hard work that the police do, and I'm concerned that they have the correct pay, the correct facilities, that they have safe places where they can go to work, and whether they are not asked to do so much with too little. That's my concern.
And
this
we
is a
share
community
that
issue
concern.
which needs to be resourced properly.
We
and
share
that is
that
the
concern, and I ask you to join with the government to recruit, because that's what we have to do. Join with us, help us to get more police on the ground. That is exactly what we need. I could not agree more, and I believe that many of these concerns that you raise will certainly be attributed to, if we are to resource those gaps that we have in our policing. Could not agree more. Let's work on it together, all of us in here, all of us.
So if you believe it's a lack of resources on the ground issue, you are concerned about the 24-hour, the lack of 24-hour police stations there.
Well, I've said before, every police car is a 24-hour police, and so
it's a bit
I've already
tricky
said
for
that.
a woman fleeing domestic violence to find that police car circling around the suburbs.
Now, so, yeah.
At this point of bonhomie, I will finish the questions from the opposition and offer questioning to the government.
Thank you, Chair. No questions from us.
I thought Lawrence put his glasses on to read something. I was saying, hang on.
I thought so too.
I didn't like
I was waiting.
the body language was. I thought he was going to ask a question.
I did.
Oh, sorry, Minister.
He was
I
cut
might
off.
later.
All right, thank you very much. That will end your appearance today. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
And the officials will be back. We'll be back. What is it? 2 o'clock. Yeah, we've got an hour and a quarter. Thank you very much. We're back on the air. Opposition questions, please.
Thank you.
So, Chair, we had a couple of matters to correct on the record, so we're just wondering if we could do that now or at a time that suits you.
You're happy to hear some answers? Yep.
I'll go to Mr Smith to first and then Mr Thurtell second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. Earlier, I'd like to, there was a statement made around that the EPS scheme was still being worked through. What I wanted to make sure was clear was that we have been very clear in relation to the policy position and the details of the mechanics of the scheme. And the scheme, yes, will change on the 1st of October as announced. And as I've said, the policy settings for the new EPS scheme are, as have been communicated widely in the media, also through our organisation. And all of our officers, from commanders all the way through to the field. When it was stated that elements are still being worked through, that component is true. The scheme is moving from private sector management into public hands through iCare. This is something that will undoubtedly improve the health and wellbeing of our officers, and we are working closely with iCare and other partners to make sure that the implementation and the mechanics of the implementation are correct. And that involves what we are working through around the systems, the processing, the payments and what has been finalised, so that we are able to stress test that environment to make sure that there is a seamless transition from the 1st of October 2024. Additionally, those that are currently under the scheme now, that those processes also need to make sure that they are being managed appropriately, so there is no misapprehension about what scheme is covered by what person and what is happening as we moving to the 1st of October and the launch of EPSS, and make sure that all our systems and processes are fit for purpose.
Thank you. Is there another one for occasion?
There is.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Earlier this morning I was asked whether pole air was used on the night of the Wakeley riots in April. I indicated that to my recollection it wasn't. My recollection was incorrect. It was used on the night, and in fact we have considerable amount of footage of the riots available from pole air.
Thank you.
And just lastly, just answer Ms Boyd's question around officers charged with domestic and family violence offences since the last estimates hearing, and the number is 9.
Sorry, how many?
9.
9, okay. Commissioner, maybe if you could pull your mic a little closer. Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't hurt to yell into those mics a bit.
We do, so
we do.
Maybe they're sensitive to us, not to you.
Maybe do what happened in the Premier's hearing the other day. We get a nice banter going.
See how we go.
Okay, opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to just direct some questions to Ms Maher about the Hunter so that we can do that and then let you go. I just wanted to start with, and I appreciate that this is relevant not just to the Hunter but the other regional areas, but the restructure obviously now having that responsibility in the Premier's department since we last met, the Department of Regional has been sort of disbanded, for lack of a better term. Can you just talk me through in terms of how this fits in your responsibilities, how many staff are working in the Premier's department on those, I think it's 5 regional ministers that the government has, but yeah, just an overview of that.
Yeah,
please.
happy to do that. So I guess just for the benefit of the committee, the decision was made to bring regional coordination function back into Premier's department, so it obviously had been there previously. I think it's fair to say that the regional coordinators work hand in glove with the Department of Prime Ministries and Regional Development. We have 33 regional coordinators who have come into Premier's department, and they are all still based in the regions, and many of them are co-located with their colleagues from DPIRD. We are, obviously there's a sort of continuum of work in the regions, if you like, with Premier's department in any case. So as a central government agency, we have a lot of involvement in the regions, and so we're able to wrap around additional supports to the regional coordinators. So all of our comms functions, briefings, support for ministers is still, obviously something that we can prioritise from the central agency. And then there's obviously that uplift that we can provide. So intelligence, knowledge on the ground from regional coordinators is a godsend for when we're sort of trying to grapple with things from a whole of government perspective.
Okay, so you said there's 33 regional coordinators.
Yes.
Is that, are those numbers the same as when it was under Department of Regional as its own
I'll
entity?
just take that on notice if that's okay. I'll double check. We have made some adjustments around the senior executive roles. So we've got 4 senior executive roles. I'll just double check to see on the non-executive.
Well, if you could maybe just provide on notice for me as
Yeah.
best as you can a breakdown of the roles,
Yep.
and also where they're located.
Yeah,
if-
we've got
if
that.
you've
That's
got
no
that.
trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm happy
of
for you to
course.
provide that on notice.
Yeah.
So I don't do it now. Thank you. And then in terms, and also you might know, but for the Hunter specifically, do you know how many staff work on Hunter?
Can you give me 1 sec?
Sure.
Oh, actually, you know what? It's going to be embarrassing if I try and count up
Okay,
the
you can
thing
take it on notice
because
if
it's
you'd
really
like to.
tiny font. But yeah, Hunter staff and continue to be based in the Hunter region.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess in terms of, and I appreciate with what you've also just said that you work across agencies, and I get that. But I just wanted to ask, in terms of the Hunter regional plan that I asked the Minister about earlier, do you have any updates in terms of the status of that or work that's happening under that plan?
So my understanding on that is it's a Department of Planning instrument, the Hunter Regional Plan 2041. Is that the one you mentioned?
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, that is a Department of Planning document.
Right.
I think from the regional coordination perspective, what we do and continue to do, and to be honest, the portfolio's only just moved and we want to have a look at how we might be able to augment this role. But the regional leadership executive function remains, so boring governance talk, but that's where we can pull together all key agencies working on issues, opportunities for communities. So I appreciate what you're saying about that particular planning instrument, but from our perspective in regional coordination, we're very focused on using that forum of the regional leadership executive.
Okay.
So I don't have a lot of detail
No,
around
that's fine. I mean,
the
I guess the thing is,
2041
and you
plan.
may or may not be, but it also it goes to issues around working with the local Aboriginal land councils. It goes to housing. It goes to transitioning from renewable energy from different industries in that area. And again, I know the Minister talked about hydrogen this morning. So I guess I'm just trying to understand the role that your agency will play. It's different, obviously now it's not Department of Regional, and just what that oversight will look like around some of those issues, particularly around things like housing and transition in terms of energy.
They're big priorities.
Yeah. So you just work closely with the other agencies.
Yeah, and where needed, step in to do that additional layer of convening, facilitating, working with agencies to make sure we can unstick things. So if anything, I hope that we'll be able to bring an extra layer of, sort of input from that whole of that ability to coordinate across government.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in terms of, specific government priorities, and again, one that I know is across government but relates to surplus government land audit and that work in the Hunter, do your regional staff feed into that process, or how does that work in practice?
So I think proactively at the moment, potentially not. I can take that on notice just to check.
Okay.
But we do, there is definitely vehicles for us to get their inputs and their sort of, defer to them for their knowledge around those sorts of things. There's no issue with that. So as I say, I'll take that on notice as to how they're involved in the land audit at the moment.
Okay.
But, there's definitely a vehicle for their knowledge and input.
Sure. And then I'm happy for you to take these on notice as well. Yep. But if there's any, insights or feedback from your staff around the place strategy for Hunter Park, which I think was outlined by the Minister in May. I think there's a $3 billion investment over 30 years is my advice. But if there's any updates from your agency in relation to that. And then just one other one, the Newcastle to Sydney high-speed rail, if there's any work happening on that from your agency's perspective as well.
I'll happily take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. That's all I had for Ms Mussel. I'm happy for her if you don't have any questions, any of the others, but doesn't look like it, so I think it's probably fine if you wanted to chair. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's terrific. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. So I'll come back probably through you, Commissioner. I don't want to obviously inhibit any sort of legal proceedings that are underway. But I wanted to ask about, following the alleged double murder that occurred with a former police senior constable, you made some comments, I think it was in May this year, that you would be doing an inquiry into the gun safety laws, or rules,
Review.
sorry.
Yep.
And there was an internal review of policies and procedures. Do you have any updates in relation to that work?
I do. In fact, Mr. Thurtell, sitting to my left, has undertaken that review, has led that piece of work, so I'll hand to him in a moment. That work isn't yet finalised, but certainly some of the work that will come through and it is needed will be around the need for a system to manage the movement of firearms. At the moment, we will use a paper-based system, but we will look to, amongst other things, need a electronic RFID type system that can manage all of our arms and appointments. So it's certainly a step in the process to manage movement from an officer taking a gun from one location to another for a particular purpose. But it's certainly only a step process. But I'll pass you to Mr. Thurtell to talk about it in more detail.
Yes, thank you. Extensive work has been done in reviewing our policies and practices across the board. A working group was established which included members of the Police Association and was chaired by a superintendent. We have created a firearms manual, which is, I would suggest to say to you, all but finished. There is some legal advice yet to be required, yet to be obtained on some issues, just some definitive advice. And after that, I would suggest that we will finalise that document and those policy procedures through the Commissioner's executive team.
And I appreciate that you said it's close to being final. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's well progressed.
Yep.
Is there a indicative time frame of when you would hope to have that finalised by?
Depending on how long it takes for the legal advice to come back, which will be sought externally, I would suggest that it should be finished by the end of September.
Okay. And there just was some media reports that Victorian Police were going to either be involved or they would then review that. Is that correct, and did that happen?
So Victorian Police had two contributions to it. Firstly, independent expert input into the review process, and then finally a review of the final document. Okay.
I also just wanted to ask, and again, it's sort of in relation to the same issue in a sense, but there was also questions at the time, I guess, about the psychometric testing that goes with police, and I appreciate, you can't foreshadow every circumstance and what may or may not occur, but have there been any sort of reviews or changes to that process or assessments through either sort of recruiting or for serving police officers?
I'll ask Mr. Smith to comment on that, but I guess it's, you mentioned before, there's currently a matter before the coroner, it's critical incident investigation, so I wouldn't like to go too far into it, but in a generic sense, I'll pass to Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In a generic sense, obviously our recruitment branch and the processes to enter via the physical and psychological testings certainly has been looked at, but there are no changes in terms of what the current processes are. And obviously we have gone through each of those aspects of entry to make sure that they are fit for purpose and appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Just turning to the issues now around the numbers coming in through the academy, and I know we've talked about it earlier today and in other hearings that you've got an increase, I think, in those who are going through the process with the paid recruitment. I think I asked you last time in terms of how you're going to measure, I guess, the success of that program. Obviously, if you get more people going through attestation, that's a positive thing. But in terms of capturing the data for, I guess, the longevity of those officers serving, has there been any more thought or work to look at, I guess, how successful that program is?
I mean, we can measure how long someone stays in the organisation, but I guess there are other moving parts. If we talked earlier about the new EPSS process and other things, there will be other factors that may influence how long someone stays or before they leave the organisation, of course, but certainly we'll have the data that we can track by entry date and then exit date and see if there's any comparison. But as you point out, it would be over a period of time.
Yeah, because I guess the question that I have is, happy to say if you've got higher recruits coming through, then that's obviously a positive sign. But if they're not, you end up in a situation where people pay, train, but don't last a particularly long time, would that then give you, I guess, an impetus to look at the program and the recruitment policies if it's not?
Yeah, Mr. Smith will answer.
I hope it doesn't happen, just to be honest. I hope it's a raging success for you. But
that's right.
I'm just curious, in terms, I guess, of government spend and value
right.
for retention.
I'll hand to Mr. Smith, but certainly we've had 2 classes now go through where they have been paid. In addition to that, we've got Be a Cop in Your Hometown, where it's giving regional people, particularly, a guarantee that they don't have to be concerned that they'll be sent to Sydney if they want to join the police. So the interest in that has been very strong. So I think that will be another factor, but I'll hand to Dean.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you. In relation to measuring success and evaluating it, so as part of our People and Capability Command, we obviously work through what's like a strategic workforce planning, like what the makeup of our organisation is. We are mapping, like the demographic of those that are coming through now that they are being paid in terms of age. We know that for, like decades and decades that, over 80% of our classes have generally been young people from the ages of 19 to sort of 23. So we want to make sure that we are capturing a greater demographic. We are measuring that. The introduction of careers advisory teams to make sure that once people are in the New South Wales Police, we understand what their needs are, what they're looking for, how they can go through the New South Wales Police Force with a career within a career rather than looking for something else. Our focus on retention, it is good to recruit, yes, but we need to make sure that we are retaining our people and making sure we understand the reasons why they are thinking of moving, and all of those factors come into that, and that is what we specifically have a unit set up to do and look at. That looks at culture, it looks at strategic workforce, it looks at demographic, it looks at career pathway, it looks at analysing all of that data to make sure that we can be putting in place systems, processes and the work environment that we need to keep our people.
And then in terms of the data, and I know the Minister mentioned earlier this morning, and you just did then yourself, Deputy Commissioner, about more diversity, is it intended to make that data public throughout the recruitment process, or does that happen already? Or
look, in terms of the makeup and the demographics of our organisation, that's relatively publicly known, like through annual reporting and other things, and there's no reason why we wouldn't do that, because we want to be able to, 1, celebrate it, but 2, make sure that we can see where the gaps are and what we need to do differently, and we welcome that. Like through our research and partners and other things, we are always looking for better ways to work how we retain our workforce and what our workforce needs to look like into the future, because we can't, if we want to be competitive and we want to make sure that we're getting the right people in, we have to understand what the future police officer actually looks like. What skill sets they need, what training they need, what environment they need, and what work conditions that they need.
Thank you. I want to move now, and I think it might, through you, Commissioner, might still be with you, in relation to station upgrades. I think he's maybe said earlier as we were leaving you might have some more information about both Bendemeer and Revesby as well. Is there anything that you could provide in addition?
Sorry. In relation to Revesby, I'm told that to date, just in terms of maintenance and workings, there's been over $170,000 spent on Revesby, and the issue around the roof has been assessed in terms of the leaking from a window. That our infrastructure and assets group are working through the contractor arrangements to make sure that those are rectified. So it is not just about we need to remediate what is there in terms of making sure that those environments are safe to be able to work in. So that work will be undertaken. In relation to Bendemeer, what I am told is obviously that issue, the house and station are under the same roof, and both have been fully refurbished and the issues remediated.
Okay.
The occupant has moved to Tamworth, and there is a vacancy at Bendemeer, but there is an EOI process that is currently in place with a preferred applicant being selected.
Great. Thank you. I have a local member who'll be very happy to hear that. Just keeping with station upgrades, is there any update on the Singleton Police Station upgrade that you can provide?
That remains within the program of works. However, in terms of where that sits around development applications or other processes, that has not commenced, no.
Okay, and...
it does remain within the program.
Okay, and Blaney Police Station upgrade as well?
Same.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's my time for now, so...
Mr Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Smith, thanks for providing clarity when we first came back about the EPPS. Commissioner, why did you tell us the opposite of what Mr Smith said before the lunch break?
What was that?
It appears as though he's had to come back. Well, I'll be careful what I say because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my recollection is something along the lines, it's still being worked through, we haven't finished the details yet, etc., etc.
My recollections, that's what the Minister said, sir.
Okay, well, good, I stand corrected then, and I withdraw that if that wasn't what you said. It does appear to be some confusion inside the organisation, though, between the organisation and the Minister's office as to where things are exactly at, though. That be a fair comment? Mr Smith?
I've made the statement, Mr Roberts.
Okay, righto, we'll leave it there then. Commissioner, just in closing on the gin saga, you've said before lunch that your office was warned not to purchase a gin. You said you weren't aware of it at the time. Who I'll be careful because I don't involve innocent people's names in Parliament, but who or what position did the person hold that said don't buy this?
Who provided or asked the question of people in? Someone in our business services area, I understand.
So a public servant then?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, I don't want to name them, but I think we should because clearly they've given full and frank advice and guidance to your department. It would seem like yes, Minister. But anyway, so then, if this has been provided to your office, but you didn't know about it, who are we saying is actually responsible?
I said I'm accountable and I take full responsibility.
Okay, but you didn't know about it though?
That's okay. I'm the Commissioner, so I'll take responsibility.
Okay, so the person that was told about it, withheld it from you, where are they now?
I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Well, it's exactly relevant. We've got someone who you tell us didn't tell you anything about it. You subsequently found out about it. It was hidden from you as Commissioner of Police.
I wouldn't say it was hidden. And
did you know about it?
No, but I didn't say it was hidden. That's your word.
Okay, then, as Commissioner of Police, if somebody said to your Chief of Staff, a senior public servant said, listen, don't buy that gin, I recommend against it, do you think, wouldn't your Chief of Staff tell you?
I'm going to take a point of order, Chair. The question that Mr Roberts has just put to the Commissioner is completely hypothetical and skirts close to asking for an opinion.
Well, it might be hypothetical, you don't know what I know.
Well,
I'd ask you to rule it out of order.
Well, it might not be a hypothetical question depending on the answer we get. So,
did your Chief of Staff tell you about it then?
About what, sir?
About the recommendation not to buy the gin.
I became aware of it later on during the following the
Well, where's that Chief of Staff now?
At a different location.
Burwood.
I didn't say that, and I don't want to name anyone in these proceedings because I've accepted full responsibility for the actions of people in my office.
Well, you've got to question their judgment and integrity, don't you? Yet you've moved them out to an operational command, someone that didn't tell you the full circumstances behind what's happening in the scene, and you've put them in to a high-ranking position in charge of a command. This person's judgment is questioned, and therefore I question your judgment in placing them in such a position. Nothing?
Well,
okay, let's move on.
Let's move on.
Okay. Deputy Commissioner Smith, the other elephant in the room, and that's the vest. Can you tell the committee what a yellow is, please?
A yellow? A yellow is a briefing note that is prepared and progresses to the executive or through the chain of command to the executive level.
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted that because other committee members won't know what a yellow is. So it's a document that's destined for the executive, of which I have 5 of them in front of me at the moment. Okay. In 2022, did Detective Superintendent Jonathan Beard author a yellow document in relation to the audit of the best?
I understand these documents are all privileged, so.
I'm not asking about the document, I'm asking a question of which I possess the knowledge of. You must remember in the SO 52 that I originally asked for, I mentioned the audit reports done by Superintendent Beard. You can question, you can go back and have a look at the SO 52. I possess a certain knowledge. I'm aware what's in the privileged documents. I'm not referring to the privileged documents, I'm referring to the information that I possess. Clearly I possess a lot of information about what's happening inside your office and inside the Executive of the New South Wales Police. So don't hide behind privilege. I didn't ask anything about any privileged documents. So, Deputy Commissioner Smith, did Detective Superintendent Jonathan Beard author a yellow
Point of order.
in relation to the audit?
Point of order.
I'm not, Chair, intimately on top of the facts that underlay this issue, but a claim of privilege advanced in the House in relation to a document is in substance a claim for privilege in respect of the information, and a claim that putting the information in the public domain is detrimental to the public interest. So if that's an issue to be determined by the House, I would suggest that it's preempting that issue to allow those facts to be ventilated here, and we should therefore move in camera at least.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more before we do
I
that.
don't know if we can go in camera, in budget estimates, can we?
Well, Chair, to the point of
intend to ventilate?
Yeah, clearly I'm possessed with lots and lots of information about what's taking place inside the police force. I was possessed with information that led me to move a Standing Order 52 before our chamber, of which the chamber unanimously supported, because clearly I articulated certain documents I wanted.
So
One of the documents, Chair, just if I can just finish, was a report, and we can find the SO 52 if you like, that said a report audited by, a report into the audit done by Superintendent Beard. Now, I have prior knowledge of the contents of that document way before it's provided, because as you all know, I never ask a question unless I know the answer. So it's got nothing to do with the privileged document. I won't go anywhere near the privileged document.
Okay, hang on. That document was privileged and in the clerk's office in that way?
There is a document in the clerk's office that's privileged, yes.
Only for
You can't refer to it.
Only for the view of members?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
You can't
Okay,
refer to
so
it
are
here.
you going to discuss the detail of that now?
No,
You're not?
no, I'm asking did Superintendent Beard author a document back in 2022?
Okay, well,
And Chair, my point is this, is that a claim of privilege is not over a piece of paper in substance. A
no,
claim of
it's
privilege...
substance over what's on the paper.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And therefore...
But hang on, he hasn't said that he's going to mention what's on the paper. Are you going to do that? That's the point.
I'm waiting on the answer from...
Sorry?
I'm waiting on the answer from the
Well,
Deputy
then subject
Commissioner.
to the answer, we may go in camera.
Can you do that in estimate? I don't think
Seek
you could.
advice from the Brains
Yeah,
Trust
you
who've
can't
just
go, I don't
arrived.
think you can go into camera in estimate.
Well, then we probably shouldn't discuss it then.
Well, then,
We can't.
yeah, I think actually you might be right.
Yeah, we can't go into camera
We
in.
can't go in
In
camera.
budget estimates.
So my submission would be that if there is to be questions about the underlying facts, so what's contained in the document, that we shouldn't preempt the determination of that privilege claim
No,
here,
I hear
and the
what you're
question should be
saying,
ruled
and-
out of order.
And so,
To the point of order, I entirely agree with my colleague, but as I understand it, the questions are about the existence of the document, not the contents of the document. And to the extent they're about the existence of the document, they're
we've
in
already
order.
established that, but
Sorry.
Mr. Roberts has said subject to the answer he gets, he may want to put it on the table, and I don't think you can.
No, I didn't say I was going to table it,
Okay.
Chair.
Sorry.
It's privilege, it's privilege. I know that. I know the rules.
Okay.
It's not tabling that I'm concerned with, just to be clear. I'm concerned
I'm
with...
using the word
Just the reference to
pejoratively.
it.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
been a
Talking about
claim
what's on
made
the
that it's
document.
detrimental to the public interest for the
Yeah, that's
facts to
right.
be aired.
That's right.
That's a substantive matter. It's not about a piece of paper. And
No, no.
so if that's to occur, it shouldn't, is my suggestion.
What you can't do is talk about what was on the paper.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I didn't ask about what was on it. I just asked whether there was one in existence first.
Yeah, okay, well, then proceed. But proceed
Did he?
carefully.
I'm aware that Superintendent Beard was part of an audit process, and I'm aware that he submitted a number of reports. I'm not specifically comment on the report that you may be referencing, but I'm aware of the role of Superintendent Beard in relation to the audit of the vest.
Okay, being very careful here, and I listen to what you say, Chair, and I don't want to impinge on any rules. The yellow document that Superintendent Beard authored got sent to you, didn't it?
It could have been, well, it should have been sent to me.
As you were acting as acting Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Services at the time.
If I haven't got access to the actual document that you were talking about, then it's difficult for me to comment. But if you're asking me if I have acted as the Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Services and received documents around the audit of the vest, the answer would be yes.
Okay. There's a media release attributed to you on the 9th of August. Statement attributed to Acting Deputy Commissioner Dean Smith, APM Corporate Services. Within this audit, a number of vests were identified as being unaccounted for and a number of deficiencies identified. That was your statement?
I'd have to have a look at it, but if you're reading directly from it...
From the police media website. I'm not here to trick you, Deputy Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay. Because lots of things have happened here today that people aren't attributed to. How many vests are missing?
I'll have to take that question on notice.
That was the 10 minutes, I think.
The Greens are not here. Do you want to go straight in, or do you want to keep going?
No, it's still crossbench time. I don't know.
It's crossbench time.
Thanks.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
That's right. It is crossbench time.
the bell distracted me. So I asked how many are unaccounted for. And what was your answer again? I'm sorry?
I'll have to take that on notice.
You don't know?
Specifically, no. I do not know.
You don't tell me that over the last couple of days that you guys didn't swat and cram for all the questions you were going to get from me today, and that you didn't think to consider, oh, you might ask us a question about the vest?
Point of order.
Yeah,
I think it was taken on notice, wasn't it, rather than...
Okay,
I
I'll
would
withdraw.
like to be
I'll withdraw.
accurate
Yeah, you need to
in my
withdraw that.
response.
Pretty out
So
of order.
I've asked
I'll
to take the question on
withdraw.
notice.
Thank you.
What's the value of the vests that are unaccounted for?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of it.
How did all these vests become unaccounted for?
Point of order, Chair, and again, I'm not trying to interrupt, and I'm not aware of the substance of this privilege issue, but I just raise an issue. Is this an issue that pertains to the privilege document and the substance of it?
Nothing to do with the privilege.
I don't think that does go to... I mean, the discussion in relation to these vests being...
Well, it's in the public domain
lost,
for a
it's in the
start.
public domain already.
This
we're not getting
officer
to the
here made a
substance of the
press
document.
release about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the dark in the sense that I'm not on top of the
Well,
facts.
then be
of the matter.
careful where
no,
you
no.
tread.
Well, I'm just clearly related
advice.
to the
It's
same
common knowledge
subject
that there
matter.
are a lot of missing vests of various types.
So, Deputy Commissioner, do you know about the Weapons Prohibition Act? Oh, sorry, the Weapons Prohibition Act 1998.
Yes, details.
Okay. What about, and I'm sure Mr Borsak would be keen on this, because I'm sure he's had constituents who have had their vehicle pulled over who accidentally left a .22 cartridge in the centre console after a shooting weekend or whatever and have been breached by the police. Section 32A of the Weapons Prohibition Act says, a person who possesses a prohibited weapon, to which we agree the vests are, is that right? They're prohibited weapons, right? Person who possesses a prohibited weapon must take all reasonable precautions to ensure A, its safekeeping, and B, that it is not stolen or lost, and C, that it doesn't come into the possession of a person who is not authorised to possess the weapon. Maximum penalty, 100 penalty units or 2 years imprisonment or both for each and every charge. Have the police breached Section 32A of the Prohibited Weapons Act if the vests are lost or stolen? 32A Part B, actually.
Just point of order, Chair. The question is asking for a legal opinion of a
He's a
public
police
servant.
officer.
If you wouldn't interrupt me in the middle of a point of order, I'd appreciate it.
There's no
It's
point of
requesting a
order.
legal opinion of a public servant. I think it's
there's no point of
completely disorderly under the Procedural Fairness Resolution.
There's no point of order.
Thank you, Chair. So then, It says, the Act says, do you want me to repeat it all again? The person who possesses a prohibited weapon must take all reasonable courses to ensure A, its safekeeping, B, that it is not stolen or lost, and C, that it doesn't come into possession of a person who is not authorised to possess a weapon. So you won't tell me how many are missing, but we'll find out eventually, you know that. You just forgot, just dragging it out a bit. But anyway.
That's incorrect.
Anyway, so there's a number of missing, stolen or lost, we don't know. Nobody will tell us. So has the police force breached 32A of the Act?
Without specific reference, I'd have to take that on notice, but I do
Please take it on notice, yeah.
Thank you.
Now, it's brought to my attention that a number of these vests may be expired in terms of their warranty. Is that correct? Sorry, let me be a bit more specific. Not the lost vests. The vests that are issued to our men and women on the front line, some of them are past their expiry date in terms of their shelf life. As warranty provided by the manufacturer, is that correct?
As the warranty provided by the manufacturer, yes.
Okay. So New South Wales Police have any concerns about section 44.3 of the Work Health and Safety Regulation?
If you could read that section.
Yes, certainly, most certainly. I'll just go to the points, right? So it's Division 5, Personal Protective Equipment, Section 44, Subclause 3. The person conducting the business or undertaking who directs the carrying out of work must ensure that personal protective equipment provided under Subclause 2, and that's protective equipment, is selected to minimise the risk to health and safety, included by ensuring that the equipment is 1, suitable, having regard to the nature of the work and any hazard associated with the work, 2, a suitable size and fit and reasonable comfortable for the worker who it is to use and wear it, B, maintained, repaired or replaced so that it continues to minimise the risk to the worker who uses it, including ensuring the equipment is in a clean and hygienic and good working order. So,
Mr. Roberts, can I answer some of those questions? Because I inherited this problem last October after the first 2 audits.
Mm-hmm.
I can confirm there are a significant number without breaching privilege of
it's a very, very significant number.
Vests unaccounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Responsibility for management of that process has been taken over by the police armoury, and the 359 process that you alluded to earlier this morning has been linked to the AIMS system maintained by the Armoury Inventory Management System, so that there's visibility over the organisation of where those vests are. In relation to the expiry date, that's an expiry of the warranty. We have gained extensions for 2-year periods for those expirations of the warranty period, and we have a ballistics expert attest to the fact that they are still suitable even though they are beyond their warranty period. When a vest is close to expiring, I'm talking about the personal issue vests, either CLAVs or ILAVs, the officer will get a notification through the email system because it's linked to the 359 system that that vest is expiring, and to contact the Armoury. Once that contact is made, the Armoury know which batch number that serial number's from, and then we'll tell that officer whether it needs to be replaced immediately by returning it to the Armoury, or whether it has an extension to that warranty period.
Okay.
That's for the personal issue vests. The full ballistic vests is a different process. They're checked quarterly by the commands as a minimum to test that the ballistic plates are still viable. And if that's not the case, there's a stockpile at the Armoury for their replacement, and they can be returned and replaced by the commands. So there should not be a situation where we are in breach. There are systems in place to ensure that vests that are not, might not be considered functional and might breach the Act and are replaced. There are systems in place for that.
Okay, so you brought up the 359. When did P359 on the computer database come into existence?
As you're probably aware, it was a card system retained, which is the P359 card. It was made electronic some years ago.
Then, when the Commissioner is quoted at that rugby league thing that I talked about earlier, that we're operating on an antiquated paper database, wasn't really a true reflection of the fact that the P59 is an electronic
I'm not sure if
database.
the Commissioners are referring to that system or something else, I don't know.
But we'll all agree that the 359, can we all agree, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the 359, the electronic database for recording arms and appointments, including vests, existed long before the 2022 audits came about?
I'd agree with it.
Righto. 47 seconds left. I might just take a breather, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Opposition?
Yeah. Commissioner, I have some questions about Operation Foil. Are they best answered by you, or I'm happy to address them to whoever they're best directed to?
Ordinarily, those operations are conducted by a police transport command in the metropolitan area. However, if you want to ask the question, and I'll just...
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many times would Operation Foil have been conducted over the last year?
We would have that data. I'll hand to Mr. Thurtell.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice.
Certainly.
Over the past 12 months, I would estimate on 4 occasions. However, I can't say that with any certainty.
Yeah, and did I understand you correctly, Commissioner, that they're conducted by a metropolitan-based command? Is that right?
Mostly, but that's not to say exclusively.
Okay.
I mean, Foil is just an operation name. Doesn't mean that there aren't knife operations or other operations conducted outside that aren't called Foil.
That would be great to know. So could you tell me
So
how many
knife
operations
foils?
have been in Moree?
Yep.
And knife operations.
Do we know how many have been done in Moree over the last year?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, perhaps if you're taking it on notice, perhaps we could get Moree, Dubbo, Bega, Cooma, Lismore, all the major regional centres perhaps. It would be great to know how many knife operations, and can we also get the results, how many knives and other weapons were confiscated as a result?
That may be difficult to obtain if an operation has been conducted in the regional areas under the auspices of Operation Foil.
Yes.
That may be possible, but
yes,
individual commands conducting individual operations, not necessarily captured underneath that particular thing, only perhaps the results of that operation, should there be arrests and charges.
Yeah. Look, I would be happy if you could give me the best indication that you can. And I guess I have a follow-up question from that. As I understand it, the way that Jack's Law is intended to operate, there will be areas that will be designated, and part of the indicia for that designation will be a history of knife incidents. So
a relevant offence.
Yeah. So how does Operation Foil lead into intelligence to designate an area for Jack's Law? If we've got operations that are happening, as you've indicated, how does this intelligence feed into identifying a Jack's Law area?
So in terms of intelligence is intelligence, whether it's gathered through operational foil or any other means, and it's the offence that's committed, not the intelligence about a particular area. It has to have a relevant offence in the previous 12 months in the particular area, and then the area to be designated. So foil may well play a role in an area being designated if foil resulted in an offence being detected.
Would foil ever be an occasion where knives may be confiscated but warnings given and no offence, no charge proceeded with?
It would be, I would suggest, not common that would happen. I would suggest that the vast majority of people that are detected with unauthorised possession of knives in the public place are not cautioned or conferenced.
So they would be charged?
Correct.
And if they're minors, they would be charged?
They may well have some sort of action taken under the Young Offenders Act, but I'd have to get some statistics for you on that,
Yeah,
but I don't have them off the top of my head.
No, I understand. If you could get those statistics.
Just one thing,
yes.
foil. Don't be too focused on foil itself. Yes, foil is a knife operation, but there's lots of other policing activities that result in the detection of knives, not just foil.
So when Jack's Law is operational, do you have any estimate of how many times in a given year it may be an operation that would be conducted?
The standard operating procedures for the legislation, when it's proclaimed, are yet to be determined. There's a lot to be done before then. But those, it's not possible to say how many operations will be conducted under that legislation, only that we will have the capability to conduct operations under that legislation, and it's another tool in our kit, I would say.
And capability, that means personnel, equipment, training, anything else? And I suppose determination of where?
Correct.
Anything else that would come into capability?
No, that pretty well sums it up.
So how do you go about the process of determining how many wands are going to be needed if you don't know roughly how many operations will be conducted in a year?
Well, it depends on the type of wands that we get, and also the amount of funding that we get for the purchase of specific wands, and then it would be determined on how we allocate those wands, whether they're allocated to a region and then utilised by commands within that region, or allocated to a specialist command and then allocated by units within those specialist commands.
And have you been informed how much funding you have to purchase wands?
No, because we need to actually understand how much, what we want to purchase and how many we want to purchase, and then we'll put a business case to the government in relation to that.
Okay, so if I can just state my understanding of what the procurement process might be, you would make your determination as to the appropriate wands, and then you would determine the number that you think you need for operational purposes.
Correct.
And then you would put a business case to the government, and then the government would decide how much funding they can or cannot allocate to meet the business case. And then you would put the order in for the wands, and then the wands would be furnished. Is that the...
Pretty much sums it up.
So from your experience of purchasing other equipment, what's the likely timeline if we're at the stage of not yet determining what it is that we want to purchase, through to that decision, preparation of business case, submission to government, funding allocation, putting in the order, delivery? What's the typical timeline for something like that?
Well, it may well be that we purchase some of the items and then trial them over a period of time to see if they suit our needs and whether they are operationally effective before we go into a mass purchase. Because, as I said, there is some technology that currently exists overseas, which other countries are about to embark on trialling. It may well be that we want to do the same thing, to trial this equipment, because as I said before, it could be less invasive in its nature, and if we went that way, then we may well trial something for a period of time before we actually make a decision as to whether we should buy more.
And what would be the timeline to make the decision to trial, decide what was going to be trialled, business case, purchase order? What's the timeline to get the trial group of wands in the hands of police officers in New South Wales?
I can't really give you an exact time.
No, just a rough indication from your experience.
It depends on the availability of them from the manufacturer, etc.
Yes. If they were available now, what's your rough timeline? What's your best estimate in terms of your planning?
Going off what the Premier said on the weekend, during the week, about operationalising the legislation prior to Christmas, then I would suspect that we will have a product available to trial during operations, at least trial, before Christmas.
So when did you know that the deadline for the implementation of Jack's Law was to be Christmas?
Well, we have been working with the Premier's Department on their desire to, I'll use the term again, operationalise the legislation, and for, I would suggest probably a month or so, we've been aware that they are keen to, for us to operationalise the legislation sooner rather than later.
When did you receive notice of that December deadline?
I don't know if it is a December deadline. As I said, I heard the Premier on the week, during the week, suggest before Christmas. Prior to that, I was thinking that we would maybe have something in November.
Okay. So the first communication you had of an actual date, time frame was hearing the Premier announce it on the radio?
No.
So
first indication was, as I said, about a month ago when we had discussions with the Premier's Department around their desire, but they're also conscious of the fact that we have work to do, and that's just sort of setting a desirable time frame.
So I may have misheard you. What I thought I heard you say was that you had had discussions with the Premier's Department about their desire to operationalise it sooner rather than later, but then you heard the Premier say December.
Yes, but they're sooner rather than later. November had been mentioned.
Okay.
At one
So
point.
what planning have you done to work backwards from a November deadline in terms of acquiring the wands and implementing training and deciding, for example, like how do you go about deciding whether the wands are going to be held by a specialist command or whether they're going to be distributed through the regions? How is that decision-making process undertaken?
Yep. So I have an assistant commissioner in charge of a working group that is working through all of this. It is likely that myself and the assistant commissioner may travel overseas in the very near future to discuss what other countries are doing, as well as speak to some of the manufacturers about the products that they have and whether they are available for trialling or purchase or whatever it is.
Were you involved with the purchase of tasers by the New South Wales Police Force?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody who can assist me in terms of the timeline that took from the decision of when to purchase and how long it was till they were received?
So in terms of the procurement process, I without going back and having a look at that, I would have to take specifically the time frame on notice, but in terms of it would depend upon the asset and the contract and all of those things that you are purchasing, the volume and the operational environment that it's coming into. So, tasers was a lengthy procurement process, but in terms of exactly, I would have to take that on notice.
And so I'm hearing that procurement depends on the operational environment that it's going into, so you can't really decide which ones until you know whether it's specialist command or regional?
No, sorry, can you repeat that?
Well,
you said you're hearing something, but
what I heard was that procurement depends on the operational environment in which the equipment is going to be used, and as I understand it, there is still no decision made as to whether the operational environment will be a specialist command, so centralised location, or whether the wands will be available through the regions to be used widely through the regions.
No, the operations involved, the legislation would allow any police command to conduct the legislation, but it needs approval from a senior officer and assistant commissioner.
Yes.
I would suggest to you that regions, of which we have 6 in New South Wales, will all have the capability to conduct operations and the authorisations to conduct them. The specialist command would likely be the Police Transport and Public Safety Command, because they police all the railways, etc. And obviously train stations, etc. are something that would likely be the target of an operation under this new legislation. And so all of those commands will ultimately have the ability to conduct operations within their command and within the designated locations within those commands.
How long is ultimately?
Well, it won't be in November or December that this is available for a mass statewide operation. As I suggested to you, it will depend on the equipment that we purchase, and we can't get this wrong. When we introduce legislation like this, when legislations like this and police operationalise it, there have been concerns expressed around police targeting particular communities, etc. We need to make sure we get this right. We need to make sure that the public's confident in the way that the police are operationalising this legislation. So we will be up and running before Christmas in some capacity to utilise this legislation.
So you're suggesting that the Christmas deadline is a very limited capacity. It may well be a trial of wands that you will then make a decision about. So when can people in the regions expect that their local regional command will have the capacity to keep them safe by implementing Jack's Law?
Well, definitely in 2025, I would suggest. However,
January 2025 or December 2025?
However, should we need to conduct an operation in regional New South Wales, I see no reason why the same equipment can't be, even if it's on a trial basis, transported to a particular location, a designated location within regional New South Wales and utilised in that location.
So
as long as a relevant offence has been committed in the previous 12 months, etc., etc.
So what we're looking at by December is a trial with perhaps one command having access, but that would be mobile and could travel to other regions on request.
Correct.
And we wouldn't have the capacity, for example, to run an operation in Dubbo and Moree at the same time because we would only have that trial capacity.
No, I'm not suggesting we won't have the capacity to have it in more than one location, but perhaps not across the whole state at the one time.
And so you suggested that 2025, and again I'm asking you, are you thinking realistically, so we don't disappoint people, are we thinking January, are we thinking June, are we thinking September, are we thinking December 2025 before it's actually operational throughout New South Wales?
I can't tell you that exactly, but what I can tell you is if we are commencing a trial in December or November, whenever it is, then I'm not going to turn around and say that we'll be fully operational by January. However, I would suggest in the second half of 25, it's more realistic that we have much more capability.
And does that aspirational target of the second half of 2025, does that rest on whether or not there is sufficient availability of the equipment with either the US or the UK supplier?
And it would also depend on how that particular equipment is working for us, whether it turns out that it is the best equipment we can get.
And so if, for example, in the trial period you find out that the equipment doesn't work as you hoped, it may be back to the drawing board, and so that we might need to factor in further delays to make sure it's operating to the peak capacity that you want.
Well, there would certainly be other equipment available if the particular, and we may trial more than one at the same time. So it may well be that we end up deciding which of a particular model is best suited to our operational needs, and it may well be that we then go from there.
And the ones that you currently have, how many of those do you have, and are they fit for purpose, or they're not as good as the overseas models that you're looking at?
The vast majority of the wands that we currently have are in stations, in custody areas, etc., for searching people.
Right.
We do have other equipment with the Police Transport and Public Safety Command which do use them. However, as I suggested to you before, our international research suggests that better products are available, less invasive products are available. And they're safer police.
So can you explain what a less invasive electronic wand is?
In the UK, and I understand in Boston in the US, they have what are called radar wands, which will allow you to detect a firearm or a knife on a person and distinguish it from something else, such as a mobile phone, from a distance of up to 5 metres.
So I'm just thinking this through, because if you're 5 metres away from somebody and you detect they have a knife or a gun, how is the apprehension of that person then made from 5 metres away?
We don't. You'll close the gap, of course, if you're going to do that.
Right.
But that detects the that detects the possession of a knife.
And this is technology that you're looking at?
This is technology we're looking at.
Roughly what do each of those wands cost?
I don't know.
Okay. And so you're not at the stage yet of actually having any costings from any of these suppliers?
No, not for that type of equipment. Okay. We know what we can get available today, which is cheaper, and you have to be in a very close proximity to a particular person to do it, which is obviously putting the police closer to the weapon, etc.
Yep. But you don't actually know how much money you're going to get from the government, so you can't work out whether you need to go the cheaper or the safer option at the moment.
It's not a matter of how much we're going to get from the government. We don't know how much we're going to ask the government for.
So you'll forgive me, there seem to be a lot of unknowns. The quantum of money available is unknown, the timeline is unknown, the type of wand is unknown, the areas in which they're going to operate is unknown, the exact deadline in December is unknown, the exact time in 2025 is unknown. It's challenging to have confidence that this will be operationally ready by December. Commissioner, are you confident that this will be operationally ready by December?
What I'm confident about is that we have existing powers. We're not relying on a wand to do our job. So if there's concerns in the community, and every day police are taking knives off people, weapons off people, using their ordinary powers. This is another tool.
Are you suggesting that Jack's Law was unnecessary if you
I'm just suggesting it's another tool based on the experience from Queensland and the way that the Queensland Police and government have implemented it, and we will work with the law that is coming into being in New South Wales. However, we seize about 4,000 knives a year, just in our normal operations.
But I didn't hear you say you were confident that it would be operational by December.
Well, I think Mr Thurtell has spoken to the issues that we need to, our due diligence, and I expect that the government would expect of me that we do due diligence to make sure that we're assessing all the viable products, to make sure that they are fit for purpose. We're not running off buying items that are not suitable.
Thank you. I see my time's expired.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I want to just get your views on a situation in King's Cross at a club that has contacted me regarding the licensing division within King's Cross Local Area Command. And the club is Club 77, who they operate on William Street. They've started putting on, I understand, something called Sundays at 77. They've had a lot of issues with the King's Cross licensing division that they say has been trying to, for all intents and purposes, almost close them down for some time. I'm just wondering whether any of the commissioners here are aware of that, or who would largely deal with licensing.
King's Cross certainly comes under me. I'm not aware of it.
Okay, so what...
We'll take it on notice.
Right, so what this person, the owner of Club 77, is telling me that, for example, he has been told by one of the officers, I'm happy to give you the name of some of the officers, that they are saying that they said to him, why are you doing an event like this? It's not worth it. Why are you wasting our time on this? This is a Sunday day into a Sunday evening event for hospitality workers and what have you. I've spoken to the owner of Club 77 a number of times, who says to me that he has quite a few records of different incidents of the officers in King's Cross treating him and his venue, with disrespect. And I, just wanted to get your views on that. But Commissioner, also from your perspective, what we do here is feedback that the biggest thing that is holding back Sydney and Sydney's nighttime economy being thriving, people going out late, venues staying open, is the attitude of the police. Have you heard that feedback yourself?
No, I haven't. In fact, I went to a meeting just this week with ministers and other government members about the nighttime economy and how we will work with those stakeholders in their efforts to get the nighttime economy going.
And so does it concern you to hear that, and this isn't an isolated incident, the owner of this particular venue says that other owners of other venues that regularly complain about the attitude of the police? And, you know, obviously the new government, relatively new, came in with making it a big deal to try and get nightlife going, but it really does sound like King's Cross Police continue to, crack down on venues that are actually trying to stay open and make the most of it.
I accept that that's what you've been told. As has been said, I can't answer your questions directly on those issues, and we'll have to take those on notice.
Can I ask whether Deputy Commissioner Thurtell, is it? Whether you're aware of the difference in terms of liquor licence conditions between live entertainment and DJ entertainment? Are they separate things or the same things?
I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Right, you haven't worked in that
No.
space? All right, okay. I can't really go anywhere with that. So, Minister, Commissioner, if I can go back to the questions I was asking earlier today around the early drug diversion initiative, could you talk us through how you and the police force are kind of rolling that out through the local area commands and how you're ensuring that all the officers know that that's an option for them?
Thanks for the opportunity, because we were able to clarify some of that information you talked about, and Mr Thurtell can update the House on that.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Since the 29th of February this year, a police education training environment micro-learn package has been delivered for officers statewide. A memorandum has been issued to commanders regarding the new EDDI
When
scheme.
was that issued, sorry?
The micro-learn?
Well, the memorandum...
I don't have the date, I'm sorry, but it was post, I
Could you
believe,
take that
29th
on notice to
if you
provide?
like.
Thank you. Sorry, keep
Do you
going.
want me to keep going?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So the memorandum has been issued about the changes to the scheme and the update to the cannabis cautioning scheme. A nemesis, which is a statewide message to all officers, has been issued. Standard operating procedures for new EDDI and updates for the cannabis cautioning scheme have been issued. A police monthly, which is our magazine that all the officers have access to. A front page article featuring the new EDDI was published. Instructions from the Deputy Commissioners has also been sent. Provision of legal advice to officers in the form of a law note, which is a sort of a common practice note that we send out to officers on how the law relates to this scheme. Intranet content available, including a front page promotional tile, updated drug-related crime page, which is again a page that our officers have access to on our intranet, and on web cops on our maintenance page. We've had a screensaver during March of 2024 which publicised the new scheme, and there was subsequent content developed in the form of fact sheets and a quick reference card have been available on the intranet since August this year.
Thank you. That sounds very comprehensive. My office requested updated data. I quoted to you this morning the first 3 months. We've requested updated data, which I understand we might get by the end of the day, which is bad timing really for me. But do you expect those numbers to have improved a little bit based on everything you've just told me? And remember, it was 7.5% roughly of people who were caught with low-level quantities of drugs were diverted or given the opportunity of paying a fine.
So the data you disclosed this morning, I think you restricted it to ICE, I think, at one point in time, but I think you mentioned the number 60 at one stage. I can tell you, as of the 20th of August this year, 467 SINs have been issued since the 29th of August for low-level drug offending.
Up until
since
the
February. 20th of August.
How many?
467, plus 1,117 cannabis cautions.
Yes, so what the data was this morning. So you've just told me 467. I appreciate you giving me that information. The number that I did have, how many people had been diverted, and this was up until May, I'll get that number in a second, that it was 275. So I don't think it has improved. I don't think it has improved. So the number I gave you of 60 was cocaine.
Right.
So 275 were diverted. So 467, do you have the number of how many people were, how many is that out of? 467 out of how many in total that were caught? How many were charged?
Yes, but I do have information about the number of charges, but the relevance to the charges and the sins is that people that are charged are generally ineligible for the sin because of the factors that have got to be taken into account, such as the quantity, the number of where they got multiple drugs, etc. So yes, there would be more court attendance notices issued than sins, but it's not necessarily the case that those court attendance notices could have been sins because they might not have met the criteria for the sin.
Yes, I mean, that does seem extraordinary, though, just using the data that I have in front of me from the first 3 months, because it might sound like it's roughly similar, given the number you just gave me.
Yep.
That does sound extraordinary. So, for example, 275, that 3,404 were charged with low-level drug possession instead of being diverted. That's a significant, 92.5% of people that were, I recognise that some people are stopped by the police and they're cautioned, but 92.5% were actually charged. I wouldn't have thought that all of those had come into trouble with the law, had other offences, as you've indicated.
Or didn't meet the quantity criteria for the cautioning system.
But I think they did, because this was low level. The question I asked was low level drug possession.
Right. I, to be honest, I can't exactly go into those 3,000.
Yeah.
All I can tell you about is the 467.
But you're getting my point in terms of why I'm asking what I'm asking.
Yeah, it is. I think it's worth bearing in mind, though. It is early days, 29th of February now. It's just ticked over 6 months, a 12-month review period. So hopefully things will improve. I mean,
I'm asking because I hope it's successful. That's all.
So do we.
In the 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Smith, back to you again. In relation to that media release attributed to you on the 9th of August, and the line in particular that I'm interested in, within this audit, a number of vests were identified as being unaccounted for and a number of deficiencies were identified. Why didn't you disclose then in that media release the amount of vests that are unaccounted for?
Probably a number of reasons in relation to the accuracy of the data and the information that we had. Certainly the processes and the review processes that needed to be undertaken. And secondly, really in relation to methodology or safety of our officers to make sure that all of those things were considered.
Well, I'm very mindful of methodology, and there's no way I would do anything to endanger the life of any New South Wales police officer. But how is methodology of account, an inaccurate one at that, endangering anybody? I think that's a fairly lame excuse to use. So you're not prepared to tell the public on the 9th of August when you release this statement how many vests were unaccounted for. You know how many there is, right?
There is a significant number.
Yeah.
However,
we're not going to go there because it's privilege, right? But there's a significant number. So you know the number. The New South Wales Police know the number?
I do not accurately know the number. There is a significant
perhaps I'll refer to Mr. Hudson. He seems to be the only one on top of stuff here today. There's a number, Mr. Hudson. And don't tell me what it is if it's privilege.
There's a number. I have no confidence in that number, Mr. Roberts.
Exactly.
Since I think what Mr. Smith and I agree on is that since that last audit was done, 200 of those unaccounted vests have shown up.
Mm-hmm.
They continue to show up to the armoury since we've inherited that. Subsequently, we're going to do another audit. And the armoury's going to run this audit.
How many audits do we need?
And it's going to be done with expiry dates, and it's going to be done with numbers, and there'll be no dispute. We caused inquiries to be made yesterday through the State Intelligence Command. I asked for downloads of COPS events for the last 5 years to see how many police vests had been stolen.
Yeah.
And there's a total number of 7.
Yeah.
There's also a further number of 6 that are lost, 4 which have been recovered.
Yep.
So, whilst the number is significant, as we've indicated, there's also a number of COPS events on the system with mass destructions of expired vests where the serial numbers have not been recorded. This is an accounting...
So we can't really tell then, can we?
No. Which
The
is
bottom
why,
line is
which
we
is
don't
why
know
we're
where
not
they
open
are.
about the number, apart from the privilege aspect, and Mr Smith and the Commissioner, I agree, but
So it's a
we're not
dog's
confident
breakfast.
in the number. We have unaccounted for vests.
Yeah. Significant number, we agree with.
Significant number.
Significant value too, by the way.
They are significant value. They are.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. But some have been destroyed as they've gone past their expiry, plus their 2...
How do we know they've been destroyed?
COPS entries.
There are COPS entries, as I said, with mass...
But no numbers though.
That's right. So something's been destroyed.
Something has. Could have been 1 for all we know.
No, there's numbers there, but not serial numbers. Which is why we need to do another audit. Any commander out here who's watching this hearing on streaming it, can get ready now,
I've been
Mr
told
Roberts,
there's a
because it's
few.
coming again. And
Well, they're sick of these audits, because how many audits have we had now?
This will be the 3rd.
Yeah. We still can't come up with a figure.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And
It
we
is
all agree with
embarrassing,
that.
isn't it? It's highly embarrassing.
We all agree with that.
Righto. Let's move along to something else. Mr Pizzanos, you were aware that in the last financial year, over $36 million in taxpayer dollars has been paid out for civil and civil litigation, civil damage payments, etc.?
I'll have to accept the figure from you.
Well, I only got it from the police minister, so, and I'm assuming she got it from you guys, so it's not a trick question.
No, I'll accept it from you.
All right, there was 359 individual claims that were paid in the last 12 months, so the average is over $100,000 per claim. So fairly significant breaches and trespasses against individuals to be given over 100 grand compo. I want to refer you to an article in the Daily Telegraph, 10 February 2022, done by Natalie O'Brien, in which her and I talked about the significant amount of payouts that the New South Wales taxpayer has paid out because New South Wales police have made mistakes. And I alluded to the fact that this was because police aren't trained properly. And Miss O'Brien put the comment to you that Robert said they're not trained properly. And you said, New South Wales Police Acting Deputy Commissioner in those days, Corporate Services, Paul Pizzanos, said, there's a myriad of reasons why civil claims are brought against the New South Wales Police, and to suggest that training or lack thereof is the cause is incorrect. You recall saying that?
I do see it.
Okay. What are the myriads of reasons?
I think that, for me, the key one with training is we train our people comprehensively, but often the interpretation of the training and the execution operationally, it's a very different issue to the actual training itself being the reason why a civil action might be launched. And I think that was the point I was making.
Well, what
So
are the
we're
other
training
reasons?
our
A
police.
myriad of reasons why civil claims are brought against the cops. What are some of the others? So you're saying it's not training, they've been trained, but they've interpreted it wrongly.
An accused or a person that police interact with that's unhappy civilly with the actions police are taking is another reason.
Don't they have to substantiate that at a court though?
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay.
And
So the
that's
court
the
finds that they have been trespassed against?
Ultimately.
Yeah. So we're still back to the same thing. We haven't got a myriad of reasons yet. What else? I'll put it to you then, Deputy Commissioner. Let's shorten this up because we're all on the clock here. There's 3 reasons that the New South Wales taxpayer is paying out close to $40 million a year. 1, the police are deliberately going out there breaking the law, and I suggest that that is not the case. 99.9% of all men and women in the New South Wales Police Force are good, honest, hard-working people. So it's not that.
Agreed.
They are unintentionally doing it because they haven't been trained correctly. Or the third reason is you're using taxpayer money as go-away money. You know what I mean when we talk about go-away money?
I do.
Right. So what is it then? Are they deliberately breaking the law? Have they not been trained properly, or is it go-away money?
I disagree with the point you're making about.
Okay. Well, you have told the public there's a myriad of reasons. Please explain to us what these myriad of reasons are.
I think I've answered the question.
I don't think you have. That's what I'm asking. What are the myriad of reasons?
I've answered the question.
Mr. Roberts, can I interject? Just to say that the Minister has written to me to ask me to do a review of all of the civil claims so that we have a better understanding of the root causes of the cost of civil claims and the drivers of civil claims, etc. I've written back to her this week and accepted that I will undertake that review.
Okay. Well, I've been on about this for 5 years, as you know. Let me refer you to this then, Deputy Commissioner Pizzanos. So I asked a question of the Minister, who was then in those days Paul Toole. Question on notice number, for the record for Hansard, 8332. What issues have been identified out of the 1,614 claims over the last 5 years that have required educational and training opportunities? B, what training and educational strategies have been put in place to address those issues? C, what systemic issues have been identified? And D, what's been done to address those systemic issues? Now, he's come back with a long answer here. I'm going to try and read some of it on the record, but it's all training. Absolutely all about training. Educational and training opportunities identified include non-compliance with sections of the LEPRA, failures to record certain information on the COP system, non-compliance with various policies or operating procedures. A number of measures have been undertaken to address educational and training opportunities, including in-command training, police powers face-to-face training, development or updating of reference materials, publication of further information on New South Wales Police intranet sites, open e-learning modules and micro-learns, development of commissioners' training directives, mandatory continued police education packages, employment acknowledgements. Systemic issues identified include the failure to comply with certain legislation or New South Wales Police Force policy requirements. A number of measures have been undertaken to address the systemic issues. These include various amendments to LEPRA, development of various manuals and guidelines, creation of police powers, person search, face-to-face training workshop, amendments to COPS, development of other educational resources such as microloans, and distribution of further information via email and police monthly articles. So the Minister has provided that answer. So has the Minister misled Parliament that education has been identified, education and training has been identified as the issue? Or have you misled the public in your statement that it's not training, there's a myriad of reasons?
Jed, can I just raise a point of order that the honourable member is referring to the previous minister in his remarks? So I just ask him
definitely.
To be clear.
I said that. I said
you
Paul
just
Toole.
referred to the minister.
I said Paul Toole.
Yeah, but in the latter parts of your statement, you were referring to the minister. Yeah. So I'd just like, for the record, it'd be clear.
Definitely, it's Paul Toole. So Paul Toole's told us it's nothing but training, right? Training is what's been identified as the cause of this.
Yeah.
But you say to the public, no, it's not training, Roberts is wrong, it's a myriad of reasons.
Not saying Roberts is wrong. I said the actual point I made was training alone. We train our police significantly. I'd say it's the interpretation of the training at times and the way operationally police execute the business on the ground can lead to civil actions, both intentional and reckless torts. That's the point I made.
But we agree there's no myriad of reasons then, there's no
Fair
other
comment.
reasons. Fair comment?
In regards to myriad?
But be careful what you say to the public, because you're Deputy Commissioner of Police. People would expect, same as when the Commissioner makes statements to the media that are incorrect, people expect, how do you expect the community to have trust in the police force if what their senior leaders are telling them are incorrect?
Can I just ask the, point of order, Chair?
It's not an opportunity for a lecture, with the greatest of respect to Mr. Roberts.
It's a question.
It's an opportunity for questions. Well, it's a rhetorical question in reality.
And there was quite a significant adverse reflection in there about making incorrect statements. So,
opposition, please.
Thank you. If I could direct my question to Peter Thurtle, Deputy Commissioner, just picking up the correction that you opened with following the break in reference to Polair and Wakely.
Yep.
Deputy Commissioner, my question is, Was there a delay in Polair providing aerial support for Wakely?
So the first call for assistance from police attending at the scene occurred at 8:01 p.m. Polair were in attendance at 9:43 p.m. And as far as I am aware, were in the air for at least 1.5 hours after they arrived over the scene of the riot.
Oh, yeah. Stop for them.
Yeah.
15 minutes before. No.
Thank you. So if I could just clarify, the 8:01 p.m. the call for assistance was made or received by Polair?
No, that was the first call from police on the scene requiring assistance from other police.
Mm-hmm. And then at 9:43, the assistance was in place?
No. At 8:01 p.m, the first police at the scene called for assistance from other police.
Mm-hmm.
That assistance came almost immediately. Aerial support arrived at 9:43 p.m. My understanding is that that support was not requested immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to remember this is a ground-based operation, riding, etc. But obviously the aerial support came and assisted later.
Mm-hmm. So what in terms of the response time from Polair on this, is this a typical, usual response time?
Well, the response time itself has to be taken from the time that Polair were requested for assistance, not the time of the instigation of the call for assistance from the police that first had attended the scene. So when you say a usual response time, I don't know a usual response time.
I guess the question is, was there a delay here, that's all?
Yes, there was a delay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Were the crews based at Polair at the time that the call for assistance was made?
No, they had to come in to provide that assistance.
So the facility was not manned by staff at the time the call was made?
I'm not prepared to say not staffed at the time the call was made. I am prepared to say that a pilot wasn't available at the time the call was made.
Mm-hmm. Are there other requests for operational support by Polair that have had a similar delay experience, such as this, or?
Yeah, I can't say with any certainty, but wouldn't be surprised if there was, particularly if it came at night, and a pilot had to be recalled to provide the aerial support.
Mm-hmm. Have Polair been unable to provide support for operations because helicopters were being serviced or requiring servicing? Is the required infrastructure available?
Yes, it's true to say that Polair have been unavailable to assist some operations because of either scheduled or unscheduled maintenance, or the lack of availability of pilots, because our pilots have fairly extensive night vision training that they're undergoing at the moment, which takes a lot of their hours as well. But yes, it is accurate to say that on some occasions a particular operational response wasn't available for various reasons.
Mm-hmm. Are there any helicopters or planes out of service at the moment?
You asked a question earlier in the day about today. What I can tell you is as we stand today, there are 4 aircraft available and 2 pilots.
Okay, thank you. Over the last 6 months, have Polair been unable to provide support for operations because the required aircraft have not been available?
Yes, I think that's fair to say, because as I said before, both scheduled and unscheduled maintenance take our aircraft out of the air at times. There's always something available, but as many as we possess might not all be put up in the air at one time.
Mm-hmm. So then, to the question as to whether the required or the necessary infrastructure is available to Polair, in light of what you're telling me.
Infrastructure, no.
Or in terms of aircraft or availability or...
In terms of aircraft, we've got, you accurately stated it before, so I don't need to go back over that. World-class facilities. We do have, as I've already mentioned, scheduled and unscheduled maintenance, much of which is outsourced, and our police air wing have recently put up a business case. We're looking for some licensed aeronautical maintenance engineers to increase our ability to conduct our own scheduled maintenance so that we can rotate the aircraft through a maintenance program without leaving ourselves short of work aircraft.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of sort of critical instances like Wakeley and the impact on the community and the safety and the church, I mean, what does a delay by pole air mean for a situation like that?
Oh, look, to be honest, not a lot. Our response was a ground-based response. Yes, pole air is always handy when they're above. They did do some extensive videoing of what was taking on, and that video recording has been used and will be used in legal proceedings. And it did help those on the ground coordinate the ground police. However, as I said, the vast majority of our response were police coming in to the scene from around Sydney and our public order and rights squad police turning up to assist.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, I wonder, Chair, sorry, I wonder if we might have a break.
We might break.
3:30.
Sorry, we might
No,
break
that's all right.
for afternoon tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We could just go all day.
I know you could. I know. Don't you worry.
15 minutes, Chair?
Yes, 15 minutes and we're back.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
The lights come on now. Okay.
Just waiting for the light.
Opposition questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I'll direct through you, but again, happy for anyone else to answer as well. Last time we talked about some of the challenges around social media and young people, particularly with crime, and posting on social media. Obviously, since we last met, there's been the introduction of the what we call the post and boast laws. Are there any updates that you could give us in terms of sort of numbers of people charged or police feedback on the efficacy of those legislative changes?
Yes, I'll pass to Deputy Commissioner Pizanos, who can talk to that. It's particularly relevant. I mean, it's statewide, but particularly relevant in regional areas.
Yeah. Hence the reason why I was asking.
No, definitely. Would you just allow me to find that particular section?
Yeah, sure.
Forgive me.
No, that's fine.
I changed my filing.
That's fine.
My apologies.
I can relate. You should see my desk.
Actually, bespoke my filing to my. So the legislative reform we're talking about, sort of post and boast, not the BAILAC reform.
Yeah, post and boast specifically. I was.
Post and boast.
Thank you. About 15 individuals, forgive me for the delay, 15 individuals charged under the offences. And I can go through and stipulate they're a mixture between metro and regional.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the regional ones, if you've got any
I have.
info. Yep, I would like that.
If I could read down a breakdown. So ages as well. A 13-year-old at Manning, Great Lakes, so up around the Central Coast. Mount Druitt, a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old in New England PD. A 15-year-old in Brisbane Water. A 15-year-old at Cumberland. 15-year-old at Lake Macquarie. A 16-year-old at Chifley. A 16-year-old in the Hunter Valley. A 16-year-old in New England. A 17-year-old in the Hunter Valley again. Nepean, 17-year-old in New England. 17-year-old Newcastle. Mount Druitt, then Murray River, an adult. Okay. So all but one were under the age of 18.
Yeah, okay. And is there any, and I appreciate it might be sort of be anecdotal, but I guess in terms of from police officers on the ground, having that as an additional charge that can be put when some of these crimes undertake, has that been received well by frontline police officers?
It has been received well, and I think it's just a tool that we can utilise for recidivism, in effect, for repeat offending of a certain category.
Yeah.
Similar to the bail provision, it's for aggravated break-inners, stealing cars, the escalated violence, and then posting that type of offending on social media.
And then have you had to make any changes, and I appreciate when I've asked about this before, I know that you do have relationships with the E-Safety Commissioner and with the relevant social media companies, but in terms of getting the footage or the data that you need to attribute that charge, did you have to have any other processes in place, or did that happen already before this change?
No, there were protocols that were in place, and I think they're well established. I think there's always opportunity to improve those, and I think there are ongoing meetings that are taking place around particularly violent crimes and crimes of this nature. I just think it's a work in progress, but certainly the meetings and the discussions are still ongoing.
Okay, thank you for that. I might stick with you if I can, Deputy Commissioner Pizanos. Just a general update. Again, I've asked about this before, but with Operation Mongoose and where you're up to with the rural and regional. Probably not surprised I was going to ask it, but I'm just wondering if there's any more updates in terms of that work and arrests and the like.
Absolutely. Again, I'm going to have to go back to my more bespoke filing system, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Just bear with me. Righto. So if I can talk about Mongoose in terms of Western region,
yes,
Northern region and Southern, holistically.
Yep.
And if I need to, I can break them down. But between the 26th of September 2023 and the 26th of August 2024, a combined, so West, North, South Operation Regional Mongoose Response has investigated 940 break-inners and 845 stolen vehicle offences that have been reported. arrested and charged 464 individuals, of which 294 were juveniles, issuing 1,407 court attendance notices, and issued consisting of 3,403 offences. 455 CANS, court attendance notices, were issued for breach of bail offences, and 44.26% of persons charged were on bail for other offences at the time they were charged.
So 46 that was?
Yeah.
46, yeah, okay.
So I can break that down into regions if you need to, but
Yeah.
that's the...
Do you want to, could you maybe on notice provide it broken down into
Absolutely.
regions if that's easier?
Yep.
And the figures around break and enter and vehicle theft, that was over almost a 12-month period. Is that an increase compared to data in previous years?
It's an increase in aggravated break-ins in regional.
Yeah.
Definitely, I can take it on notice and come back to with the specifics, but we have to look at probably the Boxard data for that.
Yeah, which obviously we've got access to as well, but okay. And then in terms, again, we spoke about it last time, but I guess sort of operational numbers of police, and I know that there have been, I don't know, I'll use the term sort of surges where you'll see more visible policing in certain communities and additional sort of cops when there's issues in places like Moree. I think Gunnedar's had that as well where I'm from, as you know. Is there any update you can provide? Obviously, I think that the arrests and charges speak in a positive way in terms of that more active policing, but how is sort of the operational strength in order to get the police where you need them when the issues are there in certain communities at certain times?
I think we've spoken earlier today around the regional recruitment, copying your town. That's it's significant. As I've spent probably the last 18 months with most of my time in regional and remote communities, definitely could see that there was a massive opportunity for recruitment from regional communities and regional cities. The big issue was about where are those police, once they join, going to land up, and they want to go back towards the places that they're from and they've grown up, they've got family connections, housing connection, support and otherwise. So for me, come December this year, which is one of our big classes, there will be I would say a more enhanced distribution of police per rata to regional areas and basically those locations that we know are in need of extra police. Certainly make no apology that will be the case, and that's certainly our global strategy around that. We will put those extra police in regional where they're required and where that offending is happening and where that community need is there.
Yeah, and will that also be, sorry, I might get the cop in your town.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously some people would be applying to go through the recruitment process wanting that, but would you also still look at you're sending metro people who might be posted, you know, as you normally do?
Absolutely, nothing changes. Our recruiting streams are our recruiting streams.
Yeah, okay.
This is an enhancement to that. It's piloted in 12 locations around the regional areas. The take-up of that and the interest in it has been really positive. There's been a number of different launches. There's senior officers at each police district and each region that has responsibility for driving that at a local level. It is very important to us for that to be successful on top of our existing recruitment procedures, and the signs anecdotally and from what I've heard over the past 2 months have been phenomenal. Phenomenal.
We'll probably ask you about it when we're back here again.
I think it's something to keep track of, but just people that are at a change in career, tradies and builders and other people in regional communities, farmers, etc., that are showing a keen interest in joining the police, and some of them are in their late 20s, 30s, and they're the types of people that we want to join the police force.
With a bit of lived experience in a country town is
Exactly
probably an asset for them. I just have two more sort of in the same vein of questioning. I think last time, Commissioner, you talked about the Engage system, which was relatively new, I think, in terms of that sort of prevention and having diversionary opportunities before young people end up being picked up, I guess, by police. Is there any updates in terms of that work and anything new that you could share?
So the Engage platform is a IT recording system, and it records our interactions with the community. So Mr. Pizzanos area owns that. so we can talk to some of that might not get down to the granular level, whether they're youth or whether they're adults, etc. Our youth strategy has 2 streams, which is the Tier 1 and Tier 2 streams, etc. Earlier today we talked about the enhanced or the PDR, Prevention Disruption Response way of managing crime in communities, that kids, say for example, youths picked up in that will be referred to a youth officer and youth command for engagement, either as a Tier 1 or 2 child or young person, for whatever appropriate intervention is needed, whether that's with the PCYC, that's a program, and there are many, many of those that we've talked about before. But certainly the Engage platform is really more holistically about how police account for all the things that we do with connected to our communities. So Paul could probably...
Yeah, I can, Commissioner. I'm going to take the numbers of engagements on notice.
That would be good.
Because I'm not going to sit here going through this folder. I know they're in there.
That's fine.
But needless to say, I can say that there have been thousands of individual engagements across regional, and by engagements I mean potentially an engagement at a local level, at a community level, a local government level, with multicultural communities across New South Wales, but also our First Nations Aboriginal communities in both metro and regional. And it's a way of us basically recording, you know, in terms of our interactions and the business that we do. It doesn't necessarily translate into a COPS event, like an event or an incident we respond to. This is a way of actually us capturing our outputs in terms of that, you know, holistic community engagement, and also the outcomes. It measures outcomes in relation to what we're actually getting and driving through that meeting or engagement in terms of an outcome. It's been in play for a bit over 12 months, and it's been taken up holistically across the whole organisation, from a local level to a region level, in terms of, you know, the things that we do as police that aren't necessarily captured in the response to a job, or it's about keeping communities safe. It's about engaging with our broader community. It's been a phenomenal success.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you can provide on notice whatever...
Definitely, well, I know I have them.
And is there, and I apologise for not knowing, but I guess, is that ever sort of released by the police proactively in community? I'm just thinking people obviously want to see, you know, arrest rates, but if you can also say, well, actually, this is the work that we're doing in early intervention and prevention, that might help with community, allay community concerns in some respect too. But yeah.
Maybe the next year's annual report might be too late for this one, but certainly.
Because to your point, there'd be a lot of work police do that doesn't necessarily get captured, and, you know, prevention's always better than cure, right? Anyway, and just one more before I hand to my colleague. I think last time, Commissioner, I was asking about response times across the different areas, and you gave me some data from 2022-23. I think it's the response times might be collected or collated by financial year. I just wondered if there's any updates. I'm particularly interested in regional, but if you've got everywhere, that's fine.
See if I can get my hand on it quickly.
See if your filing system's better.
Pardon? No, well, the Minister might have taken mine, but...
that's fine.
I've got it. Okay. This is on the table. Thank you. So by financial year for the last, it's by financial year, 2021 to 23-24. So Northern Region has actually gone down since, so it was 13 minutes and 49 seconds in 2021, and now it's 13.39.
Okay.
Southern Region 13.24, and it's 13.44 now. And Western Region is 14.05, and it's 14.55.
Okay.
So it's hasn't fluctuated too madly.
Okay. Thank you. I'll hand over to...
Oh, thank you. I think these questions are probably for you, Mr. Hudson. What information do you get in the New South Wales Police about refugees who are settling in New South Wales on tourist visas?
Until recently, ma'am, very little. There's now a process. I spoke to my ASIO counterpart last week.
Yes.
They're going to let us know of individuals that have been returned or come here from Gaza, so that we can have some visibility over those individuals. But that's only a recent.
And that information will be backdated, or it's prospective?
I believe at this stage we have been provided with one individual, and we propose, we have a database called the Known Entity Management System, or Management Model, KEM. There's 4 tiers of that for people that are of interest to us, so we created that 5 years ago when most of the people that were causing us harm had been previously known to us but then had been discarded as of interest to us. So we needed a monitoring system just to trigger certain things when their circumstances change. So there's 4 tiers of that. They will go into, I think, tier 3 initially, which is a monitoring process, just so that we have some visibility, can do some background checks. But my understanding is that there's very little information known about some of these individuals locally, because obviously there's no local history that we have on our databases. We're relying very heavily on what ASIO tell us.
And does that lack of information about these people, does that raise any community, security concerns for the community? I take confidence in the fact that ASIO have done their assessments. So we can only, and ultimately that issue is a Commonwealth issue. It's only an issue for us when they come to New South Wales. And I take confidence from what ASIO are telling me that these individuals have been assessed. So it appears from public statements to be the attitude of ASIO, or certainly the head of ASIO, that links with Hamas, supporting Hamas, is not a reason to decline a visa for Australia. Would you agree with that assessment?
I can't comment on what would prohibit someone being allowed to enter Australia. We don't have that strong a border for New South Wales, but it's obviously we will be placing them on our known entity management system and managing those individuals.
Do you get particular notice if any of the people settling in New South Wales have known links with Hamas?
We would be told that, yes, if that's identified.
So if that's identified, so there could be situations, given they're coming on tourist visas, where that may not be identified? As I said, this is a Commonwealth process. We haven't been fully informed of what they're going through, but I need to take confidence from my counterparts who are partners in the Joint Counterterrorism team as well for investigations, that what they tell me is valid, and I'm taking them at face value at this stage. So it's my understanding, for example, that when we were resettling the children of the women who are known as ISIS brides, that there was more vetting of those children than there is of these adults who are coming in as refugees on tourist visas, because tourist visas typically have a whole different standard of vetting. Are you concerned that we simply don't know enough about the terrorist links of people who will be living in New South Wales?
Again, ma'am, I need to take some confidence in what my ASIO peers tell me. However, we will be monitoring them. They will be of interest to us, as a number of other individuals in the community are.
So the New South Wales counter-terrorism operation is wholly dependent on whatever ASIO said. There's no independent assessment or sorting or...
They will provide us with a name. We will do our own inquiries, but we are very limited, obviously, with those inquiries. Most of the information relating to these individuals is held by the Israelis, I'm told, which we rely upon ASIO to tell us.
Okay. And other than the communication of names, is there any other support provided to you by the Commonwealth Government to assist with the safe resettlement of these refugees?
No.
Right. And have you asked for any support?
Not at this stage. We're unaware of volume, and we're unaware of the exact circumstances. As I said, we've got very little visibility over the process. It's a Commonwealth process driven by them as to who enters the country. Individuals that are coming to New South Wales will obviously be of significant interest to us and their backgrounds, but we're relying upon the intelligence assessments done by ASIO.
And do you see any need to offer de-radicalisation programs to any of these people settling in New South Wales?
Look, if they were identified as being radicalised, then the full suite of products would be made available to assist these individuals integrate. as you said, we've been through this process with the children and wives of foreign fighters previously. Our government, not just the police, but broader government, are well versed in that practice. They're not being treated in the same way, but we will deal with what's put in front of us. And, you know, it's very low numbers at the moment. As I said, we've been informed of one, but that will obviously grow.
Right, thank you.
Mr Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner, you're a former detective. Sorry, I should withdraw that. You're not a former. You are a detective. Once a detective, always a detective.
As are all the set members, yes.
Good. Okay, great. Well, I'll address this to you. Anyone can answer it. I'll address it to you. How important are informants in criminal investigation?
They're a key tool.
They are a key tool. And if informants come forward to the New South Wales Police, now I don't want to go into methodology here, let's make that perfectly clear, right? But you offer them support, encouragement, perhaps a witness protection program, etc., etc. As I said, let's not go into methodology, right? But those things are there. Why do we do that?
Why do we offer support? Well, I'm a bit rusty, but I certainly, my dealings in the past, and I'm sure the heads of profession will correct me, but certainly it's at great personal risk that someone would come forward, and there would be a need to support them in that process.
And rightly so, rightly so. Tell me about Crime Stoppers. How valuable of a tool is Crime Stoppers?
Yeah, it's also a valuable tool. It's another tool where people can call generally anonymously to provide information to police on all range of things.
Why do we offer the anonymity? Why do we allow anonymous calls to be made? Why do people want to remain anonymous, do you think?
For their own safety, I couldn't speculate, but I imagine for all of those reasons.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. What motivates people to come forward as informants, or motivates people to ring Crime Stoppers?
I don't know, I've never called Crime Stoppers.
Okay. Well, you've been a detective, still a detective. In your experience, why do informants come forward? Why do people, and again, let's cut methodology out here, but let's just say you have somebody from an outlaw motorcycle gang or some one of these crime families at the moment wants to come forward and assist the police and help. You know, what motivates them? What motivates people to ring Crime Stoppers? What motivates somebody to give a witness statement to the cops if they've witnessed a crime?
Could be a whole range of reasons, really, but they want to, you know, a noble something.
Yeah, do the right thing.
Yeah, support the community.
All these people then, these informants, people that ring Crime Stoppers, people that provide statements to police, to assist investigations, to uncover things because of sense of rightness, sense of honesty, sense of duty, are they all faceless cowards? No. So then why that police have spoken to me, who want to do the right thing, want to remain anonymous for fear of retribution, why have you labelled these people that are assisting this Parliament to do its duty, why have you labelled them faceless cowards?
Well, I followed this up, you know, with an email across the organisation recently that people inside my organisation know what tools and methods are available. If they want to make complaints, they can do that anonymously, they can call a customer assistance line, they can make a report to LEC, etc. But I have said publicly that I'm not chasing whistleblowers or leakers, and people have complaints, then they are entitled to make them.
So those statements attributed to you in the Daily Telegraph a couple of times about hunting them down and getting professional standards to hunt them down are completely false and inaccurate.
I'll have to see what comments I made or what comments were attributed to me and what is actually fact.
All right. Why would you want to hunt them down?
Well, that's right, because I'm not hunting an individual. I was concerned that people were unlawfully releasing information from the organisation.
What sort of information? Nothing too sensitive. Nobody's talking about anything about methodology or crime or...
No, that's right. And that's why it was important that we people in my team office had forwarded it to professional standards for an assessment, and that didn't meet the threshold for a Part 8A. So that process has been done. I've been criticised before for not following a process, so it was important that we followed a process.
So do you think it is a legitimate response for members of your service that have no faith in internal investigation to approach their Member of Parliament? We heard Ms Fairman talk to you and Mr Thurtell about some nightclub owner that's spoken to her, etc., etc. This happens to us constantly.
I can imagine.
What should we do? Turn them away?
No, I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm suggesting is that there are means, well-trodden paths in the organisation, either professional standards, customer service unit, or LEC, which is our oversight agency, which is ultimately where things end up.
Well, we can argue that to the cows come home about how efficient LEC is, but we'll bypass that, bearing in mind some documents are privileged and we won't go down that path. So it's a legitimate course of action, though, for a member of the police service that has complaints about the professional standards unit, not to complain to professional standards, obviously, but to come to a Member of Parliament. They wouldn't be a faceless coward for doing that?
Well, if that's avenue has been exhausted, then that's probably an option.
But you did call them faceless cowards, though, correct?
Like I said a minute ago, I'll have to get the record to get the context, whether that's a word I actually used or someone interpreted what I said.
You're not suggesting Sardani Martin, who does the best puff pieces for you ever, would misquote you, would you? Because here's the article here.
I don't know. I'll have to take that on notice.
Take it on notice, then that'll be great. All right, because as Commissioner of Police, you should be aware that if there's nothing to see, there's nothing to see. If there's nothing to complain about, there's nothing to complain about. But clearly, the stuff I've been told, when we look at the totality of it, is there's some veracity to it. Right? We're not just on a mere fishing expedition. Okay, let's move on. I only got a minute left. Deputy Commissioner
I've got a minute to go.
Pisanos. Were you involved in the culling of applicants for the promotion of superintendent when Don Folds was one of the applicants?
I was, sir, yes.
And Folds was successful in making it through the cull?
He was, sir, yes.
And did you subsequently sit on an interview panel for his promotion?
I did.
Did you and Don Folds go to school together?
We did.
Kira High School?
We did.
Were you the groomsman at his wedding, or was he the groomsman at your wedding? Because I can't read my own handwriting here.
No, he was a groomsman at my first wedding a long time ago,
Yeah,
yes.
sure. That's fine. That's okay, mate. We've all had first weddings, right? We've all made mistakes. Don't worry about that.
Us, yeah.
No.
Well, not all of us. Sorry, I shouldn't
Yeah,
say that.
no.
Some of us have made mistakes
Withdraw.
in the past.
Not yet, but
So
yes.
he was a groomsman at your wedding.
He was.
When you sat on the interview panel, do you have to declare conflicts of interest?
Yes.
Did you declare a conflict of interest in this matter?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah, I absolutely did. And
How did you do that?
basically, Mr Thurtell was with me. He was on the panel, as was our General Counsel. And basically, while I believed I did not have a direct conflict, I actually disclosed that there could be a perception of a conflict, so I stayed out of scoring and otherwise assessing on the scores and outcomes of that panel.
I've got to be careful here because of privileged documents, but there'd be a record then of you declaring the conflict of interest?
Yes.
There would be?
Yes.
And that would have been scooped up in the SO 52 then?
Definitely it was captured in yellow. It's captured in yellow.
Well, the bell's rung.
Thank you.
Bell's
It's my
rung.
go.
For
It's
whom
my
the bell
turn.
tones.
Thank you. I just want to go to, and this is for you, Commissioner, but I'm happy for you to refer it to anyone. But I just want to go to the fact that we are seeing high numbers of racial disparity in the exercise of punitive police discretionary powers like stops and searches. I've got a bunch. I could go through it all, but, you know, the ABC did a really good report on stats in March this year, including, you know, 18% of people searched by police in New South Wales are First Nations people, despite being 30% of the population. The Arana Midwestern region, and they're quite alarming figures at the end of the day, including a First Nations person is 20 times more likely in Dubbo to be searched than a non-Aboriginal person. I just want to go to, where are we at? How many Aboriginal engagement officers are currently employed by the New South Wales Police Force? And if you need to take anything on notice, I'm okay with that. I've got limited time, but these are things that, if you do know, it would be good.
I'm going to ask you to repeat the question, ma'am.
That's no problem. I know, you were recovering, I think it's called.
I was recovering emotionally and psychologically,
it's understandable.
Absolutely.
Everyone at ease. It's my turn. Okay, how many Aboriginal engagement officers are currently employed by the New South Wales Police Force?
As in AEOs?
Yep.
We're talking about inspectors. Aboriginal engagement officers at PACs and PDs?
Yep.
I'm going to take that away and get you an accurate figure.
Thank you. I would be very grateful. How many future locally based Aboriginal awareness training sessions are currently scheduled, and in which area command, district commands, and which police districts? You want to take, if you want to take.
I will take the specifics, but needless to say, the rollout of focused, localised and training in terms of cultural awareness is a major focus for us under the new Aboriginal strategic direction. Let me come back to you, but with the details of where things are scheduled.
Thank you. I would be very grateful for the detail. Can you give me just in a quite a quick, succinct, what does it look like? When you say we've got this new direction, give us a flavour, please.
You're talking about the entire Aboriginal strategic direction?
Yeah.
It's the flavour is, it's written for First Nations communities by largely our Aboriginal employee network. So it's written for community by First Nations people that are employed with the police, sworn and non-sworn people. And it's basically designed to provide an overarching strategy around how we engage with our First Nations communities across, domestic family violence, youth crime, drug and alcohol issues and the lot. And it's just about how the police can interact and impact on, the good function of our First Nation communities around the state.
And so
delivered through some key strategies.
Great. And so do you think then there is a general premise, understanding, awareness that when it comes to police, we've drastically failed First Nations people in terms of the over-representation of First Nations people with that first contact of the criminal justice system being the police?
No, I'm going to disagree with you on, I think, the way that it was framed. Can you repeat the question? Because I don't know if I agree with the premise in which it's based.
Okay, well, I think this might be the problem. The commencement of the discussion is the overwhelming data that First Nations people are overrepresented and searched more so in a disproportionate manner to any other person in the community. What do you think is the problem? If it's not a cognitive racial bias in policing?
I think it's a complex issue, and I think that's been well reported by government and non-government in many, many reports.
So how does the strategy then, this new strategy, how does it premise that First Nations people are disproportionately impacted at that first point of the criminal justice system, namely police interaction?
I think it recognises that this is a holistic problem, it's complex, and that police are one small part of the criminal justice system, but before the police are many, many, many other government, non-government, community-based organisations, families and others that can have an impact on those criminal justice outcomes as well as the police. And as you know, we have got many, many diversionary programs and other things that we're piloting right across New South Wales. In many, many communities, from short-term remand pilots to bail pilots to, our multi-agency, multi-partnership programs and projects that we collaborate with government across. The Moree focus at the moment, as you're aware of, is just one example.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you about that in a sec. But just in terms of really what I think we're talking about is that exercise of police discretion. You're talking about those other places in the criminal justice system.
Yes.
It's that initial exercise of police discretion that tends to be the place where First Nations people are pulled into the criminal justice system disproportionately. So does your new strategic approach recognise that and deal with that?
I think it does. I think it absolutely does. But I think it's got to be said that the real issue here is that a percentage of our First Nations people continue to repeat and are recidivist offenders, which gives that high representation in the criminal justice system. So if we talk about that cohort of mongoose offenders that we were talking about earlier, you're talking about a small cohort of just not over 200 people that continue to repeat to commit the most serious offences. Now, outside of that, our diversionary rates in terms of programs and partnerships that we participate in are significant. They're well funded and they are significant priorities for us, and they are captured under our Aboriginal strategic direction strategies and pillars, and they are captured in that engage system. There are thousands and thousands of engagements that are designed to divert people away from the criminal justice system to work with women, Aboriginal women in communities that are underreported as victims of family violence, and their children that go on to be, victims and then become offenders themselves due to their difficult circumstances. They form a big part of this cohort of serious offenders that police are interacting with, and it sometimes leaves us with very little choice in terms of community safety but to take a criminal justice type action. But our record in terms of diversion and our attempts at being a good partner in the diversion space speaks for itself. It is well known among Aboriginal legal aid, our partners, Department of Aboriginal Affairs, closing the gap meeting. It is significant.
Yeah, thank you. Could you give me an update on where the NRL supported program is at and how many children are currently enrolled in that program?
You're talking about Pathfinder, Operation Pathfinder, that was launched at Moree. Can I take that on notice, ma'am?
Thank you, that would be
Just
great.
for the specifics. But it's ongoing and it's still happening in terms of those small levels of mentoring.
Yep, all right. So I'm interested in how many children are currently enrolled in the program. Is the program providing local employment opportunities?
Yes.
How many NRL stars have been to visit and provide mentorship in person since April?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Tell us that short, Mitchell, whatever you say.
And
That was a great choice, but anyway, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
No, it's fine. Commissioner, I'm interested in my short time. Have you been provided a brief about the strip search class action?
I'm aware that there is a class action. I don't have a brief on it.
Have you considered the possibility that if a plaintiff is successful either at mediation or trial, have you given it any thought?
In terms of, I think, as I understand it, the law firm is still calling for potential candidates.
Have you considered what the police could do to prevent further unlawful strip searches?
Well, certainly we've done a lot already, and I'll hand to Mr Thurtell. But as out of the review, out of the LEC review, and the update of the standard operating procedures around strip searches, the strip search manual, update to forms, there's a whole raft of things that we have done since that review. So I'll hand to Mr Thurtell.
Thank you. I'd be very interested, Mr Thurtell, but are you still searching children from 10 to 17 years of age?
If they meet the criteria for a search, certainly the criteria is around public safety and officer safety and other things. So if that's necessary, police officers and are satisfied, they will be searched.
My time's up. Perhaps if you could provide on notice some of the things that have changed and what you are doing around, mitigating the possibility of unlawful searches of children. Is that something you could provide to us about material things that you've done? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Opposition?
Thank you. Commissioner,
10 minutes on that.
Do all police commands operate with a domestic violence liaison officer?
They have domestic violence liaison officer positions. Whether they're occupied or not at this point in time, I couldn't tell you, but certainly in locations that I have been to, there are more than one officer performing those roles. Sometimes in some locations there are sergeants performing that role with a team.
I wonder if you could take on notice and provide us with information about what the status of the domestic violence liaison officers in each command is. Sure. As at today's date. Whether there's a vacancy, whether the officer is on leave, if there is a vacancy, the length of that vacancy. It would also be good to have that information as well, please.
I might not be able to give you leave unless it's long-term leave.
Yes.
That might not be available, but certainly occupancy and vacancies I can give you.
And length of vacancy if there is one?
If I can give you that, I will, yes.
Yeah, good, thank you. And are there specialised units or officers dedicated to handling domestic violence cases within the police force?
In terms of, I'm sorry?
Well, I'm just wondering, so there's a domestic violence liaison officer in a command. Are there specialist units that operate, like there's a homicide unit, is there a domestic violence unit?
So we've got a DV registry that is basically the head of profession in terms of our policies, practice review of domestic violence matters from a statewide perspective. In terms, that unit also includes, and I'll go to Mr Thurtell in a minute, but a training cell. It has a psychologist attached to it, and it's got a whole range of resources. At region-based levels, there are what we call DV high-risk offender teams that primarily lock up DV offenders.
And is it? I wonder if you could give me some information about whether, because of staff shortages, domestic violence liaison officers or specialist domestic violence staff have had to be diverted to other duties.
I'll have to take that on notice, but it's one of my priorities, so it would be unlikely, but in some cases that might have been necessary.
Okay, if you could take that on notice and provide that information, that'd be good. I wonder, Commissioner, are you aware of the campaign by Tabitha Ackett, who lost her daughter to domestic violence, and raises the issue of, in smaller rural settings, the difficulty sometimes of reporting domestic violence to the police if, for example, the abuser is on the same footy team as the police officer to whom they report. Have you given some consideration to this situation and how the situation can be eased for women experiencing domestic violence?
Certainly, towns that I'm aware of that have DV support services is another avenue. The reporting, going to the police in the first instance is not the only option available for victims. I know that through some DV services that they can facilitate some other connection with the police where they have some concerns about that, for example. So there are mechanisms to mitigate that risk, but I don't know the accurate matter specifically. So if there's specific questions, I'll have to take that on notice.
It's more the campaign that comes out of the death of her daughter, and the situation where you have towns that don't have those specialist domestic violence services, and what can be done in those towns.
Certainly where there are police officers, they're trained to respond to domestic violence, but within a command, police area command or police district, at the more head station, there would be domestic violence liaison officers that are available.
Yeah, I think the issue is, in small communities, it may be difficult to report to effectively a friend of the abuser. And so what can be done in those situations? Is it possible for a domestic violence service to be established in every town, so it's not luck of the draw if the abuser plays snooker every Friday with the police sergeant?
I'll have to take that on notice. If there are tools available on our website, for example, or other means that victims can find a path where they have those concerns.
And if those tools are available, is it possible to have them widely publicised so victims are aware of them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully they're on our website or some other public-facing site.
I wonder whether we need something more than simply being on a website, because it's if somebody's in distress, they don't always sit down and calmly scroll through a website to find the various page that they're looking for. So, if I could take you to the Bail and Other Legislation Amendment to Domestic Violence Bill 2024. there is a higher threshold for bail and in relation to domestic violence. And so for accused who are not granted bail, will they be held in police cells or will they be held in remand facilities?
That's a piece of work that remains ongoing. In fact, this week I've been having discussions with the Secretary for DCJ around managing the workload, so as not to have any unintended consequences for police in terms of managing those refused bail in police custody any longer than we have to. So that's still an ongoing piece of work.
When do you anticipate that piece of work would be finished?
I think the government are still talking about what is workable without setting up everyone to fail, and we have requested either a staged implementation or a delayed implementation.
And do you have any timeline from the government about
Not yet. That was a discussion I had this week.
So you're requesting either a staged or a delayed implementation. What would a staged implementation be? What, different for regions and city areas, or? Mr. Hudson, do you have something to add about this?
I think the Commissioner is referring to the process for centralised bail courts on weekends, which we've asked, I think you spoke to the Secretary about. There is a working group that we represent on in relation to the implementation of the new bail laws in relation to DV, including electronic monitoring. Those discussions are ongoing still.
Okay, and so you don't have any timeline on that?
I don't think we're not establishing that timeline. I know I sent a file to Mr. Thurtell about some input from the DV registry. Police prosecutions are currently representing, but there's some operational decisions that have to be made about the extent of what exclusion zones should be for electronic monitoring from a premises, and prosecutors are not best placed to answer that. Operational police need to.
So that working group is dealing both with remand and also electronic monitoring?
Yes.
Okay, and who are the parties on that working group?
I'm not a member, I'd have to get back to you, but I know
Could you take that on notice and provide information?
Police prosecutions are currently representing, but we need broader representation on it from an operational point of view.
I'm a little perplexed because it's my understanding that this legislation has three parts, and that the provision in respect to the increased threshold for bail is currently in force, but it sounds like you're saying it's not in force?
No, we're talking about, well, if we specify the three separate parts, the part that relates to the electronic monitoring is still ongoing. The part that relates to the bail reform, changing out registrars for magistrates, is ongoing. And I think the third part you're referring to is the basically the accounting for the views of the victim and the seriousness issue.
Well, the third part that would suggest that there would be more people not granted bail. So will they be kept in police cells? Will they be kept on remand? Where are they now? Are they currently in police cells? Are they currently in remand facilities?
Well, they're not in police cells. That legislation commenced on the 1st of July.
Yes.
And it puts an onus on people charged with serious domestic violence offences to show cause as to why they should be given bail.
Yes.
If they can't show cause, then obviously they're bail refused by the police and then before the court. Once they go before the court, if they're remanded into custody, then they're remanded into the custody of corrections.
Okay.
Up until the point in time they go to court, then they're in the custody of police.
Okay. So is there an extended period of time that they remain in police custody because of any more complexity in relation to the matters that they're contesting for bail?
No, not unless they're arrested on a Friday night or something like that, and they're in a regional area where they can't get to court till Monday. They may stay in police custody a little while, but no, they'll go to court as soon as it's possible.
Okay, so it's in remand, so there's no extra burden on police cells. So what then is the working group looking at in relation to, because I understood you, Commissioner, to say that you were looking at workload issues, staged implementation in relation to...
That's the centralised bail court?
So that's the centralised bail court, which is a separate thing to this DV legislation?
Well, it's part of that package that came out of that legislation in respect of using magistrates instead of registrars, and to make that viable, then the discussion has been about centralising bail courts.
Right.
At
And
Paramount.
that's for weekends?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. And there's no timeline on that piece of work?
No, it's going to, I mean, we've got to work together with the other justice agencies to make that workable.
Yeah. And in relation to the electronic monitoring, where are we with the procurement process of...
We don't own the electronic monitoring system. That is corrections.
So corrections will, as they do with parole, they will handle the electronic monitoring and police will have no connection with it?
Unless we're notified by corrections that there's been a breach.
Okay. So it will be the same people who currently operate the system for parole and they will notify you if there's a breach. Is that what's going to happen?
That's as I understand it, but I don't know the full details around that.
Okay. When will these details be determined?
It's not being led by us, so we're a party to it, and I can't give you that answer.
So who's leading the process?
DCJ and corrections, as I understand the electronic monitoring part of that.
Okay. So corrections are leading that?
Corrections and DCJ.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So corrections are involved even though these are people who've been given bail?
As I understand it, corrections have a system in place for electronic monitoring more generally. They are the only government agency that I'm aware of that manages electronic monitoring, and that is why they were selected to manage this, because they already have capability in that way.
So there's already been a decision that the electronic monitoring for people who are on bail, who have not yet been convicted, will be managed by corrections?
I think it's outsourced by corrections to a private company. That's my recollection. They currently do it for, as you said, people under their watch, but also for a number of. They do it for the high-risk terrorism offenders throughout the country as well. The same company.
So I'm just curious, because I was not expecting this answer. Does corrections manage any other process for people who haven't been convicted of a crime?
I don't know, you'd have to direct your questions to them, I'm sorry.
So this is actually quite new, where you've got corrections managing a process for people who have not been convicted. Because parole is post-conviction, isn't it? Where this is, the person may be convicted, they may be found innocent, yet they're still being managed as part of the correction system.
Well, it's a service that they, it's filtered through corrections, I think, to a private provider. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. If Deputy Commissioner Peter Thurell, this, if I could, Thurtell, sorry, my eyes. If I could just direct this to yourself or Commissioner, redirect me. In reference to station upgrades, the Minister is on the record of saying, and in estimates that in February and again today, she talks about every police car is a police station and they're actually out patrolling, which is what we want. That visibility is excellent. Commissioner, is there a move away from police stations to policing in police cars and mobile police units?
I think as long as I've been a police officer, we've been able to deploy either in a police car or we can, people can walk into a station. So there's not one or the other, but it certainly means that when officers are mobile in a police car and they might be closer to the call for service, then that's a better thing.
Commissioner, is the shortage of police officers possibly driving this move in policing away from a station into a police car or a mobile unit?
I wouldn't say that. There's been a couple of trials in the city that I'm aware of where we've done a trial with community, consulted with community and local members around altered hours on the basis that people aren't walking in anymore. They're connecting with the police in different ways. We've got the community portal, we've got Police Link, we've got all sorts of ways that community can contact police now, and what we've found in a couple of locations where we've done that test is that people aren't walking in.
Thank you.
Simple as that.
Commissioner, I mean, just in discussions with local police as to stations, they report it acting as a safe place to women in terms of domestic violence and reports, and I'm just wondering if you had anything further to say on that. Well,
what I'm very pleased to have delivered since I've been Commissioner, because domestic violence is one of my priorities. We've actually reintroduced, it's not new, we used to have it. We've got a victim room where it has been softened specifically for victims, particularly of domestic violence or sexual abuse, in most locations. So victims have somewhere they can come to at a police station and not feel that they're in the operations of the police station. It's somewhere for them to be safe.
Which demonstrates the importance of a physical police station to the community in Sydney.
I understand your point. Not every single police station has one of those rooms, nor are they big enough to have one of those rooms, but certainly where we can facilitate that in newer, bigger locations, then they do exist.
And Commissioner, I mean, there's been sort of community reports and concerns about critical in keeping police stations open and viable and manned in light of, you know, the spike in crime, you know, in the reported crime in the southwest, and where people are reading that, you know, perpetrators are going into police stations to, you know, turn themselves in, or that's important to community safety. Would you have any reflections on that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. In terms of the value or the role or the purpose of a police station for crime, when people are reported that people are going to a police station to report criminal activity or turn themselves in, or whatever the wording might be, would you have thoughts on that?
I mean, it doesn't happen very often. Okay. Normally we've got to go and find them, but certainly in that case, most of the times that they're located and we're escorted in a police car back to a police station where facilities exist. But as I said, we try and operate the police stations to suit the needs of a particular community, that reflect the community needs, and based on demand. And that's our resourcing, is around that sort of demand.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to go back to regional issues, but specifically the rural crime prevention team, or the rural crime investigators. I just wondered if there were any data you could provide as to how many rural crime investigators there are currently? 66. And how does that figure compare to the same time last year?
Can you please say that again?
Sorry, how does that figure compare to the same time last year, the 66?
There's 2 vacancies that have been filled, so we're roughly operating at full strength. If I'm incorrect, I will correct the record, but I think we have the full 66 filled. Okay,
thank you. And is there a specific current budget allocation to that rural crime team that you can provide?
Not specifically. They are funded from within the region budget for which they are working from.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in terms of, I mean, obviously, Deputy Commissioner, you're answering the questions, but I guess in terms of who's advocating for the role that they play in your executive team, that falls under your remit?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is there, I apologise for my ignorance of your executive, but is there an assistant commissioner or someone who then is a step down from you, I guess, in that role?
Generally the Western Region Commander.
Okay.
Because a large bulk of our RCIs are in Western Region.
Okay. Do you have any data in terms of the most recent statistics on the number of reported stock thefts in regional New South Wales?
I do.
Yes.
gonna
Do you want to
require-
provide it on notice? Or is it the filing
It's going to
system
require
again?
some shuffling, but
All right.
I definitely do, and I can,
I'm happy
and I
you can
will.
provide it on notice.
I definitely will.
What I'm after, and I might just list them. So, reported stock thefts in regional New South Wales, reported firearm thefts from rural properties,
Yeah.
and reported fuel thefts from rural properties as well.
Definitely can provide contemporary data. The firearm theft issues captured under an operation called Armour,
Okay.
and
Yep.
that's managed by a committee, and it's obviously taken very seriously.
Yeah, but if you could just provide whatever data you
No
can
problems.
on notice. And maybe if you've got the same data for the previous year as well, if that's possible,
No
just
problems.
to make a comparison.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that's Bell.
Mr Roberts.
How about we let Dr Con go first? She's been sitting here patiently, and I think I would still get
We've
my-
still got time.
Yeah,
We can go to Dr Con first if you want.
Yeah, why not?
Thank you, Mr Ross. I'm interested in any progress that's been made following the Special Commission of Inquiry into LGBTIQ hate crimes. 6 months ago, the Minister committed through a statement that Cabinet was coordinating its formal response and that the Police Task Force would provide the Government with its response by the end of March. What progress has been made?
I'll hand to Mr Thurtell shortly. However, very early on, after the report was handed to the government, I think 19th of December from memory, we met in early 24 as an executive and established a task force to work through the recommendations of the SCORI. Mr Thurtell leads that. He has a number of sub-work groups that are working on that issue. One of the things that is critical to us in that, based on the report, not just the black and white recommendations, but some of the inferences drawn in the report, was the need to improve our relationship with the LGBTIQ+ community. And we've established a consultative committee that has already met once. I attended that meeting and I found it to be a very productive meeting. The meeting will reconvene. It's a co-chair arrangement with the deputy and a member of the community. And I think that I can safely say that the meeting went for a certain amount of time and people stayed well past that time just to mingle, and I think it was very productive. So I'm pleased with that and many other aspects of the work, but I'd like to ask Mr Thurtell to talk to the sub-projects within that task force.
Please.
All right, thank you. As you mentioned, the report was handed down in late December. 25th of February this year, the Commissioner issued a public apology, and on the shortly after that, Task Force Atlas was formed, of which I'm on the lead. Task Force Atlas is broken down to a number of streams, but just to cut to the chase, the majority of the stream relates to those unsolved homicides that are yet to be reviewed, of which there's 213 have been identified out of about 800 unsolved homicides on the books. We have formed the Task Force Atlas Unsolved Homicide Unit, of which there's 25 people attached to it. 50 of those 213 have been allocated to Task Force Atlas Unsolved Homicide Unit for review. 7 of those have been closed. 2 have been identified for further investigation. The others are remaining under review. As we get closer to the more modern of the cases, these are probably the 50 oldest. As we get closer, the timeline for that will speed up. But there's a lot of work to be done in reviewing the 50 before we progress on, etc. A lot of work being done there. There's still a number of those 50. All of the ones that haven't been closed are still under review. Exhibits. We've conducted a statewide homicide exhibit by our forensics area. That has been concluded. As the Commissioner mentioned, we are co-chairing a consultative committee with the LGBTQ+ community. And as the Commissioner has mentioned, that's a co-chair arrangement. The co-chair has yet to be formally announced, although we have identified the person that is keen to take up that role. It's just got to go a bit more consultation. And we're very optimistic about the fact that that committee will aid us into the future in designing our training for our police officers, and anything else that we require from the committee in terms of consultation with the community.
Thank you. I have a couple of specific follow-up questions. The unsolved homicide unit,
Yep.
Does that work include the recommendation that fresh inquests be initiated into the deaths of 4 people?
That's still to be decided in relation to the fresh inquest. That's the matter that goes to the coroner with an application, and there's work being done on those.
Okay, thank you. I'm also interested, you mentioned training. There was also a recommendation around training across the police force for indicators of hate crime bias towards LGBTQI plus people, and when an officer should engage or report with the hate crime unit. What progress has been made on that?
So our policy on that was before the SCOI, before the inquiry, and the inquiry didn't make any criticism of that. So we actually have good groundwork on what is a hate crime. In terms of our training, the broader training, we will, as I've already indicated, we will consult through the consultative committee and design training from there with the assistance of some experts as well. Sorry, there's one other thing you mentioned.
That was specifically about when officers should engage with the hate crime unit, and training around the sort of indicators of when a crime may be a hate crime.
Yeah, that often the hate crime unit pick that up through a review of our systems. But yeah, obviously our officers are able to engage with the hate crime unit anytime they like. But one other thing that I didn't mention that has been done is we have sent our head of Task Force Atlas investigations area overseas. They've been to both the UK and Canada. And we believe collectively, with some amendments for us, we've got world's best practice that is being trialled in the 213 reviews that we're doing. At the conclusion of that, then those guidelines that Atlas are operating under will be either amended or adapted in whole as it is, and then will be utilised more broadly across the organisation in unsolved homicides or even in homicides.
And can I just ask about the picture statewide in terms of threats and violence against LGBTQI plus people? It's certainly my impression that that's escalating. Just as one example, we had a Pride film night in my hometown in Albury a couple of months ago that we had 30 neo-Nazis turn up to in quite a threatening manner. That's certainly something that didn't happen 10 years ago in a community like Albury. Is that what you're seeing statewide and what's being done about it?
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. We're obviously aware of that. We believe that there's the National Socialist Network were involved in that. They came from Wagga and from Melbourne, and we're monitoring those groups. It's the same group that came up and intended to come to the city on Australia Day. So we're aware of that activity and we are monitoring them. Following that activity, I sent the hate crime unit down to those areas to try and get to the bottom of the extent of the membership in those areas, and we're working through those issues still.
Thank you. And I mean, as you're aware, Commissioner, there's obviously a level of distrust between LGBTQI plus communities and police, and appreciate that there is some work being done. With issues like this, there's obviously some distrust or reluctance sometimes to report. I heard in this specific instance in my hometown that the first phone call that was made to the crime prevention unit wasn't responded to particularly helpfully, that took a few goes to get a really good response from police, and certainly on the night when this occurred, the response was excellent, and I'll acknowledge that.
To give some comfort, ma'am, Premier's Department, through their Countering Violent Extremism program, provide some funding to the hate crime unit, and based on that, they asked for a review of the effectiveness of the hate crime unit. Consulting firm Urbis Consulting were engaged by them to do that. The results are quite positive, I believe. There are some recommendations for improvement, mainly resourcing and capacity, but there are some recommendations. That report, I believe, will be released next month. But the hate crime unit through the Counterterrorism Command has also developed, in partnership with the University of Technology, a short course, 12-week short course, 3.5 hours a week, for police to better understand and police hate crime. That first cohort commenced on the 5th of August, and that training will be delivered to police in the area and to those that we identify as requiring education and better understanding of that in that space. So, they're proactive things that we are trying to do to make our police better at understanding the environment that we need to police, and that work will be ongoing.
Thank you. I suppose this comes back to one of the questions that I asked Deputy Commissioner Thurtell as well. And obviously the people working in the hate crimes unit as well as the GLLOs do have particular training or support around managing the sensitivity of these issues, but also the sensitivity of that relationship. What kind of training and support's actually been given to the person on the front desk at the local station in a rural community? How are they supported to know to contact the hate crimes unit or the GLLOs?
There's a training package that has been delivered that's online through the education area that has been online for the last 9 or 10 months that police are required to undertake to better understand the hate crime environment.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Okay, we'll go now to Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mr. Bazanos, we'll just go back to where we finished up with when the bell rang about the interview panel that you sat on for
Yes.
Don Folds' promotion to rank as superintendent. I think you said you excused yourself from some sort of scoring system or whatever. Do you think, bearing in mind there's a number of deputy commissioners in the force nowadays, that it would be much more appropriate for you just to excuse yourself from that promotion panel altogether?
Look,
bearing in mind he was groomsman at your wedding.
Sorry, I cut you off.
First
Mr.
wedding.
Roberts.
Sorry, first wedding.
No. All right. So can I start at the beginning? I'll just go back. So for that panel, that promotion round was for 11 vacancies, for superintendent vacancies. Yeah. Mr. Thurtell and I culled, just excuse me, it was the first time that it actually come under new rules for deputies to convene the panels. As I had corporate services, it fell to me to convene the first panel because I had the people capability under me. Yep. So Mr. Thurtell and I separately reviewed over 200 applications for the process, and 28 people were interviewed for the process over 3 days. They were specialist corporate and field operations jobs, and the entire process and outcomes were captured in a file, and I think we've alluded to that file. Within the process, I definitely made that disclosure, and it was well known within the panel. And I think in that particular document, there was a senior executive services manager from HR who actually sat on the panel as a fourth member to oversee, because it was the first time we'd managed the process, to oversee the independence of it at another layer, plus a general counsel for the police force on it. So effectively, I removed myself, and it's recorded in a note, I think, that says words to the effect of any actual perceived conflict was resolved, that the panel member would not participate or influence the scoring for that officer. That's a reference to the declaration that I made in regards to, and that's captured in that document. So basically the decision was made, rather than, as you say, to step out, I guess figuratively I stepped away. And then you still had Mr. Thurtell and OGC in the panel.
Certainly. I'm not questioning anything about the integrity of Mr. Thurtell or the General Counsel at all. I'm suggesting in terms of perception, across the police force, I've had a number of people complain that you sat on an interview panel, which you agree, to a fellow that was groomsman at your first wedding. Now, you say you've excused yourself from the scoring, and I'm not disbelieving you. I'm not accusing you of misleading this inquiry at all. But from a perception viewpoint, and we've talked a lot about perception today, about what's gone wrong at the higher echelons of the New South Wales Police Force, wouldn't you think, in hindsight, listen, this bloke's groomsman at a wedding, what I'll do is I'll ask Hudson or I'll ask Smith to sub in for me as another deputy, and I'll just stand right away So then, come budget estimates, people like Roberts can't ask these sort of questions of them. You are the second highest, along with the other deputies, second highest ranking person in the New South Wales Police. Don't you think it's incumbent upon you to set an example to the junior police below? And we wonder why there's a morale problem in the New South Wales Police. Don't you think, listen, I'll just step back, nobody can say anything about me then? Hindsight, again, as I say, is a wonderful tool, right? We've all got great hindsight. But don't you think, in your position, and there are other deputies that could have subbed in for you, don't you think you should have done that?
Look, I take on board what you're saying, but I can honestly say we managed the conflict internally within the panel.
Right.
I'll leave it at that.
Going to ask you about, but before I do, I want it recorded, Chair, that I am making no disparaging remarks about. I don't know it, but I want that, and I'm loath to use a name, but I have to for context, right? But I want this recorded that there is no character assassination whatsoever. Now,
Chair, can I just raise a point of order? If the Honourable Rod Roberts is going to name an individual that has not got a right of reply or that isn't here in the room, and I don't know, I'm just concerned about the adverse reflections and the impact in terms of procedural fairness for the witness, because this individual is not here.
to the point of order, Chair, I have just taken upon myself to state categorically there will be no criticism of whatsoever. Now, I said that. There is no need for to defend herself because I'm not suggesting any impropriety on behalf of. And I thought I made that perfectly clear.
Well, to the point of order, witnesses shouldn't be unnecessarily named, particularly if they aren't here.
Well, it's for context.
I think this is not. I don't think it's actually. I understand your point in relation to adverse mention. I don't think this is actually adverse mention, if anything.
I hope it's not.
But it's out there already. I don't think it's worth pursuing and drawing more attention to it.
Sure. And may I say this, Chair? If I overstep the mark, please call me to order, because I've just said there'll be no adverse mentions. I've had to mention her name for context, and we'll see where this leads. But if I overstep it, please pull me back in. How do you know?
When she worked for the police force, she worked in the Commissioner's office back, I think, in 2018. She was working at a SES ED level in terms of policy and as a policy advisor with a broad range of experience, and prior to that in government as a policy person and an advisor. But I met her first when she was working in the Commissioner's office. And she had worked at the Police Association, and I think she worked for 12 months while my wife worked at the Police Association. And I'd met her once there.
So your wife and her are good friends, correct?
I don't think that's fair. They were definitely colleagues
at the Police Association.
They'd maintained just an occasional contact since my wife finished work, and I'll probably leave that at that.
So the position that she now holds, or that she held when she first came into the service, was that an advertised position?
When she worked for the police force? Or you're talking about... I'm not sure I followed. I didn't sort of broadly recruit her when she came across to the police force. I certainly had her working as a temp at professional standards.
That's it. Now you've nailed it. When she worked as a temp under your command of professional standards. Was that an advertised position?
It was to backfill a vacancy.
Yeah, well, was it advertised, is what I asked?
That went through a process.
Was it advertised in iworkfornewsouthwales.gov.au?
Mr. Roberts, I left it with the business manager of professional standards to manage the process.
Was it an overstrength position that needed funding allocated to it?
No, I don't think that was the case at all. Again, I'd have to take it on notice, but I did leave it to the business manager to manage the recruitment process.
Well, how about you do take it on notice, because I've been told that you personally signed off on the allocation of funds for her position, and that then you signed off later on for an extension of the time, And, as we know, she's an associate of your wife. So, again, we're coming back to this perception of jobs for the boys, in fact, in this case, jobs for the girls. So, take it on notice and come back to the committee whether you signed off the allocation of funds to fund that position that was never filled before.
It was to backfill a grade 7A position.
take it
I
on
definitely
notice.
signed off on as a commander at PSC, but the process was managed by my business manager, and it was managed transparently.
And you told your business manager then that, listen, my wife and her used to work together at the police association?
Absolutely disclosed that I had news that she was available, and she was available to work.
And when you knew she was available and she was available to work, did you say, well, we better just put this out to the general public and advertise it to see if there's a better candidate at all?
I left the process to the business
Well, what
manager.
happened? Was it advertised?
Mr. Roberts, I can't answer that because I left
You can
the
take it
process.
on notice and answer it though. Very similar to the Commissioner, who is ultimately responsible for everything. You're responsible for what happened in the Professional Standards Commanding. How about you report back to us exactly the details, step by step, that led to getting that position, including who signed off on the funding?
What do you mean by the funding?
Well, the funding her position had to be funded, is what I've been told.
It was backfilled.
Wasn't it? Well,
it was backfilled.
Take it on notice, Mr. Pizanos. Be careful you don't say anything that you're going to regret.
Will do.
Okay.
Will do.
That's the bell, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Opposition? You've got
Ms. Carter.
Yep.
I just have a
7
couple of
minutes
questions.
before it's government's turn.
The
Question. Yeah.
You've got a question? I do. Is it time to leave? Is that the question?
Sorry. It almost is. I can answer that. Don't worry.
To police prosecutors and 93Z, who would best handle those?
No, don't worry.
Mr Hudson? I'm just wondering, now that the obligation for approval from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is no longer required, just wondering if there's been any change in the criteria used by police prosecutors in determining whether to bring a prosecution under 93Z?
No, there hasn't. When that criteria changed, there were actually 3 matters that the DPP hadn't considered yet that they returned to us, which was nice. But as you're probably aware, there's a review being undertaken of the legislation by the Law Reform Commission. We've responded to some suggestions in relation to that as an organisation. It's still problematic. Removing the criteria doesn't make inciting the public any easier to prove, according to our legal advice. I'm waiting for the outcome of that Law Reform Commission review before we really consider, unless we think we've got a very strong case, any further prosecutions.
So those 3 cases that were returned to you, they're just sitting with no decision made?
Our operational legal advice unit have considered them and don't think on the thresholds that have previously been applied by the DPP in their considerations, that there is sufficient to proceed.
Okay, and so am I correct in thinking that even though the oversight of the ODPP is no longer required, you're using the same criteria that were used by them when you're making your own determinations as to whether
the elements of the offence are the same. That will be dependent upon the Law Reform Commission, whether that's changed or the legislation's changed. But
it's unlikely if the Law Reform Commission suggested changes that those changes would be backdated and would retrospectively affect the matters already under consideration.
Correct. In the majority of those considerations, the individuals are charged with other offences as well.
And those other charges have proceeded?
In most circumstances, yes.
Okay.
They're not required, they don't have the same requirement or difficulty to prove, but there are different violence offences or intimidation offences that we proceed with, just not the actual 93Z per se hate crime offence.
And so there are no current prosecutions that you're bringing in relation to 93Z?
As I said, if there's a very black and white case that we think is valid, we will put that to our legal people for consideration as to whether they consider this sufficient. But at the moment, it's easier to prefer more traditional charges.
Okay. Are there any matters under investigation currently that may proceed for prosecution under 93Z?
I'd have to get back on you on that. But these matters are investigated across the state. They're not centralised, so any command can lay a charge. So I'm unaware of individual investigations for hate crime.
Okay. Would you have available any figures of the total number of prosecutions that the police have brought in relation to 93Z?
We referred 14 matters to the Department of Public Prosecutions.
Yes.
3 were returned to us.
Yes.
2 were proceeded with.
Yes.
Both were convicted at the local court.
Yes.
And 1 was successful on appeal at the district court earlier this year, so there's no conviction.
Right.
The second person, similar matters. I think it was the Hindu-Sikh conflict they were charged under. The second one also appealed. However, his appeal was overturned and he remains convicted.
Right. Okay.
So I think out of the 14, we have 1 conviction.
Okay. So do you see a need for a broadening of 93Z to include other protected attributes such as sex work?
Such as?
Sex work.
I'm sure that's a matter being considered by Mr Bathurst and the Law Reform Commission, but if that's an issue...
But it's not an issue that's been raised operationally in any matters that you've considered?
No, as I said, in the majority, well, all cases, there are alternate processes. In fact, police unbeknownst or unknowingly, knowing the requirement for DPP approval on Section 4 of 93Z, before that was removed, charged people with it. Magistrates, ignorant of that fact as well, convicted people of it.
Yes.
And when we found out, we had to withdraw those charges and withdraw those convictions. And those matters were then put back to the DPP, who advised us that they didn't support prosecution even though they'd been convicted. But
so that's so how many matters were in that category, Mr Hudson?
2 or 3. I'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, look, if you could get back to me...
But they go back 2 or 3, couple of years
I
now.
understand. And if it's possible to provide the names of the cases, I'd just be fascinated to read them.
Do that.
Thank you very much.
We get back. We have those records.
I've got one in the 1 minute we've got left. Back to you, Commissioner, back where we started talking about bottles of gin. Although it is up to 5 o'clock now, so maybe it's a little more appropriate. But I just wanted to ask you made some public commentary about doing a comprehensive review of the police force's gift policies a couple of weeks ago. Just wondering if that has been completed, what changes we could expect to see, and if it will be made public once it's finalised.
It hasn't been completed yet, but I can update you next estimates on that.
Okay. Is it your intention to make any public comments once it's finished about what might have changed?
I haven't contemplated that yet.
Okay.
What the policies in the organisation don't account for is the giving of gifts at corporate level. They account for receiving of gifts, etc. So we need to clarify some of that material.
And presumably once it's finalised, that would then be communicated with the measures of the police force
Yes.
as well. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Governor,
thanks,
questions?
Chair. Yeah. Just a question for you, Deputy Commissioner Thurtell. I think you're aware that in the last 12 months or so, I've raised issues about domestic violence complainants who retract their statements in domestic violence prosecutions, often against a partner or former partner, that when they retract those statements in a formal sense and provide a statement to the police saying that their original statement was false, there's been occasions, particularly in Western New South Wales, where those people have been charged with offences like make false accusation or public mischief. And I think you're aware that I've raised that with the Minister as well as in Parliament. And I was just wondering if you could enlighten us on what policy processes and consultation have gone on inside the police force about the matter and where that matter is at exactly.
Yes, thank you, Mr Lawrence. That's a magic question for me because I have a great deal of passion about domestic violence and particularly the area of misidentification. In terms of internal work for the New South Wales Police Force, we are completing our domestic violence code of practice. That is nearly finished. Currently we have, for the withdrawal of charges against domestic violence accusers, where they've indicated, we have a a process in place where a detective inspector has to approve the process, but I'm looking to provide further guidance on that in the Code of Practice. That is not yet finished. There's been extensive consultation with the stakeholders in the DV space, and I expect that will be finished sometime in late September for submission to the Commissioner's executive team for consideration. But more broadly than internal in the New South Wales Police Force, there's also the issue of consultation, this issue of misidentification. We are working with the Department of Communities and Justice. It's a really complicated area in terms of charging somebody with a domestic violence offence who may also be a long-term domestic violence victim. It's an area where police are going to need some ability to exercise their discretion. So all I can say at the moment is there is extensive work going on that with DCJ and even interstate. A lot of research is being done interstate as well, and the New South Wales Police Force will cooperate and will lead that space as much as we can into the future.
Yeah, I think you're aware of a case that I referred to various people's attention where a woman had made an allegation of domestic violence against her partner. He was subsequently charged. She then withdrew that statement, and then she was charged with an offence of making a false accusation, I think it was, or public mischief. And then she indeed then became a victim, I think, in a grievous bodily harm offence of him. Is that what you're talking about when you talk about misidentification? Are you talking about people that are somehow seen as perpetrators when actually, if you step back and look at it more broadly, they're actually victims sometimes over a long period of time?
In terms of misidentification, that's one of the areas. I don't know specifically the case that you're talking about. I know the name of the case, but I don't know the circumstances so much. But suffice to say, there's a lot of factors that influence a domestic violence victim, particularly a female domestic violence victim, to change their story and to want to withdraw a matter, and fear is not the least of which. So yes, that is the area that I'm talking about in terms of providing better and stronger guidance to our officers in the new Code of Practice.
Yeah, and is it your expectation that Code of Conduct or Code of Practice is going to be a public document?
Well, we don't generally make all New South Wales Police Force documents public. I would have to say that we would have to examine the document in its full to see if, firstly, there was an interest in it being made public, and if there was, what parts of it could be made public and what parts should be protected for methodology or whatever else it is that we look at.
And is it your expectation that that code, or perhaps standard operating procedures that relate to it, are going to specifically draw police officers' attention to the need, when dealing with a retraction of a DV allegation, that they need to actively look at the question of whether there is evidence to support a public mischief or false accusation charge apart from the retraction itself?
Look, to be honest, I haven't read that part of the document. I need to understand what the stakeholder engagement has been about it. I don't disagree with what you're suggesting there, that the pure retraction of the original allegation doesn't necessarily mean that the person should be then charged with public mischief or whatever it is. So it needs to be closely examined and be dealt with on a case-by-case matter.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And I'll be making sure that there's good guidance in there for our officers.
Certainly. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks,
Chair.
You finished? Thank you. Thanks very much.
And I just wanted to add to a record on that Ms Boyd had asked, and I was able to get some further information, just in terms of the breakdown of the 9 officers charged since our last estimates. 1 has been convicted, 1 non-conviction not proved, 7 remain before the court. Of the 9, 3 are separated from the New South Wales Police, 3 are suspended, and 3 remain in the workplace at this point in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, thank you very much for attendance today. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
I note there's a number of questions taken on notice. The Secretary will be in contact with you regarding a return of those questions on notice. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.